In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hope you guys all had a fabulous Memorial Day weekend. Yes, Memorial Day. On the year that we're celebrating America's 250th anniversary as Trump zombies eat up your constitutional rights, and they enjoy it because it's being fed to them by Donald Trump under the guise of some type of patriotism. Are we all here together? If you are here, please hit the like button. If you dislike the program, you can push that button. We're going to talk about all the things that has been going on. I think my last day I was here on Thursday. So Jesus Christ, we know there's a lot of stuff going on. One of the things that are going on, I do want to center first and foremost is Memorial Day. You know, that day when we as a country show our patriotism. I wonder if 47 said that Memorial Day had too much DEI in it. Do you think, did you guys hear anything about DEI when it came to being patriotic and celebrating our fallen soldiers? I'm asking. What do you guys have to say about? Did you hear anything about DEI then? Grand Rising, Yatanya Jones, Cool Real. What is this? Cool Real. Hello, Cool Real. I don't even know what you're trying to say. Barry Carey, my mod, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. What the what? What the what? Hey, Fred Shields. It's good. It's always good to see you. It is always good to see you all. I thank you for being here. Did you guys hear anything referring to DEI when it came to Memorial Day? You know, where everyone shows how patriotic they are and how much they respect our fallen soldiers. Did you hear the Trump administration bemoaning DEI? No? Uh, did the Trump administration try to take Memorial Day off of the federal holidays appreciation? No, he didn't. Thank you, Fred, for answering. Thank you for answering. Well, it's curious that on the 250th anniversary of our nation, uh, the Trump administration is not telling you that Memorial Day was first started by freed slaves. Memorial Day initially was started on May 1st, where freed slaves went into prison camps and exhumed the mass graves of slaves, the mass graves, and uh, dug them their individual grave plot and buried them with respect and honor. These are slaves who were forced to fight with the Confederacy. What did that give them fighting with the Confederacy? Mass graves. But the free slaves went and they dug them up and they respected them. And then they had a big ceremony at this ceremonial cemetery for fallen soldiers. And then I think it was a year or two later that on May 1st, where children led the way singing and bringing flowers to the graves. And then what does the white man do all the time? It steals the patents, the inventions of black people, and then they try to pretend like they are the creators of these things. But funny enough, your president couldn't even pull that off. He couldn't even pull out off respecting people who had died in the military. Couldn't even respect the ones that died in a war that he sent them to. He said something flippant about the 13 members that died in this Iran war. Well, we only lost 13. Something to that effect. As if, oh, well, it's no big deal. We only lost 13. Says the man who was a draft dodger. Hmm. These are enlisted soldiers who chose to enlist to fight for our country. During the Vietnam War, when they were drafting people into the military, he dodged the whole draft. So let me play you some real history. I don't think that you will hear the Bush administration tell you any real thing about Memorial Day. So I just thought that I would myself. 1865. May 1st, 1865. Charleston, South Carolina.
Civil War when freed slaves created a new burial site for Union. 1 minute history. Memorial Day traces its roots to the aftermath of the Civil War when freed slaves created a new burial site for Union prisoners buried in a mass grave. General John Logan officially proclaims the first Decoration Day, celebrated at Arlington National Cemetery. Some say the date was chosen because flowers are most likely to be in bloom. The poem In Flanders Fields inspires Moyna Michael to wear red poppies on Memorial Day, leading the veterans of foreign wars to sell buddy poppies. The Uniform Monday Holiday Act officially establishes Memorial Day, honoring those who died in service. Different from Veterans Day, which honors all veterans, Congress designates a national moment of remembrance, asking Americans to observe a moment of silence or listen to taps at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day. During this moment, more than 200 Amtrak trains blast their whistles and 500,000 baseball fans join in silence.
Was that a little too vague for you? I think that was a little too vague for me. That is not the one that let's go right here.
Memorial Day, a time to honor the fallen. But one of the earliest commemorations of that day has largely been forgotten. By the end of the Civil War, over 250 Union soldiers had died due to harsh conditions in a Confederate prison camp in South Carolina. Their remains left in a mass grave. Right after the war, 24 formerly enslaved people decided to give these veterans the honor they deserved. So for 10 days, they worked tirelessly to give the soldiers a proper burial. And on May 1st, 1865, thousands of people gathered to hear sermons, speeches, and songs organized by Black residents to commemorate these fallen soldiers. In the decades that followed, tributes like these would evolve into Memorial Day, and we've been honoring the heroes we've lost ever since.
History honors 250. So are we clear now on the 250 birth of our country? That much like everything that is successful, has represents America, was created by Black freed Africans, or sometimes even enslaved Africans, that their white owners felt that they owned whatever their slaves produced because their slave was their property. Are we clear on that? As 45, 47, Elon Musk, Doge, and all of these other billionaires try to erase the importance of Black history, even from it being taught in schools and colleges, as Ron DeSantis has forbade Black history to be taught in colleges, while you can teach other races of people. You can teach Greek history. You can teach Hispanic history. You can teach all of these other histories, but just not Black history. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. America. Happy birthday to you. Okay, all of these links are in my description box. Let me share one more link with you. Hey, Handy Bonilla. Handy Bonilla. Hey, thank you for being here. I just wanted to make sure I gave some proper information about the holiday that we just celebrated, so we can be clear on the foundational respect that our fallen soldiers, how that was created. And one more for you.
They really don't want us to know this, because Memorial Day, the one we celebrate with fireworks and long weekends, it has Black roots that were never taught. After the Civil War ended in 1865, Union soldiers had been held prisoner at a racetrack in Charleston, South Carolina. More than 250 of them died there. But the Confederates just buried them in mass graves. No names, no ceremony. So 28 Black men, newly freed from slavery, spent 2 weeks digging them up and gave every single soldier a proper burial. They built a fence around the graves, and above the entrance, they wrote "Martyrs of the Race Course." Then on May 1st, 10,000 people showed up. 3,000 Black school children led the way, singing, carrying flowers, honoring soldiers who died for their freedom, making this the first Memorial Day. That happened 3 years before the government made it an official holiday. And for a long time, it was erased from history on purpose. So the next time you see a Memorial Day parade, think about the foundational Black American men, women, and children who held the first one. Share this with someone who thinks Black history starts and ends in February. I'm starting to think they really don't want us to know this, because Memorial Day...
Okay, I just wanted to highlight that. Now, do you think that 45, 47 gave a fuck about Memorial Day? What did 45, 47 do on Memorial Day? Allegedly, while we were brokering and negotiating a deal with Iran. He struck Iran with more strikes. I guess he want to call these second round of strikes since this pretend ceasefire we are in? Is he going to call these, oh, those were just love taps as well? So even this president even couldn't respect what Memorial Day meant during a ceasefire. And they said that they were these defensive strikes, but they did not say if Iran actually and what Iran was actually striking them, uh, what they were striking and how they were striking. Come to find out, the strikes were on some small Iranian boats because they were um, they were put dropping mines in the Hermit in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's be clear. Uh, I guess they have a weird way of saying what is defensive because they were dropping mines, so they blew up two boats, taking the lives of four Iranians uh, who were allegedly dropping mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is what your administration was doing on Memorial Day. Did you guys follow that? I know it's a lot. We're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff that this administration has been up to. We're going to talk about also. We're not gonna even we're gonna bother to go into this once again another gunman firing at the White House who lost his life. But what they didn't tell you is that this gunman has been classified as someone who was a paranoid what is it, schizophrenic. What they're not telling you is that the Secret Service was well aware of this man, allegedly, because this man had been around the White House and been had Secret Service called on him many a times for being around the White House. He was kind of like the White House barfly that was always around the Secret Service and being chased off by the Secret Service. Did they tell you that? Are you aware of that? So when Secret Service came out and did whatever they say. They say that the man fired on the White House. We that hasn't been confirmed by any ballistic. That they usually come out immediately and tell you about ballistic. No, 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 no. We don't want to talk about bullets anymore. Since we said that the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner actually was a shooter and actually had shot a Secret Service person, and then all of a sudden we can't find any ballistic. So no, we're not going to talk about any ballistic. Did you know that a passerby, a bystander, was also shot and severely hurt in this latest thing in front of the White House? But they're not clear on if it was Secret Service or if it was the quote unquote assailant who the bullet came out of. Now, but what you may notice is after that first big flurry story about this, you ain't heard shit else about it. You have not heard shit else about this. What you may also notice that all of a sudden, after people start asking Todd Blanche came out with a whole sheet of this, that, and the other, and he had a manifesto and blah, blah, blah. And now Todd Blanche has nothing to say about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You notice how this stuff is working. But after the alleged shooting at the White House this past weekend, what have you heard a lot about? You heard a lot about this is why we need to get the ballroom going. Once again, they're telling you that, hey, this is a reason why we should get the ballroom going. So we are to believe that the ballroom is the be all end all. Is the ballroom going to encompass the whole White House? Is 4547 going to move his resolute desk to the ballroom? Is everything going to happen in the ballroom? So therefore, if anything ever happens on the White House ground, he will be protected by the ballroom. Was he unprotected this time without having the ballroom? Uh, was he okay, even though he did not have the ballroom? And strangely enough, 4547 was actually in the White House. 4547 usually hop on the plane is in Florida. Mm-mm. Or in New Jersey. Not this weekend. No, 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 no. I have to stay. I have to stay close to the phone in case Putin or what's that dude name? And just in case Putin or Netanyahu call and have some orders to give to me. What's so strange about that is he didn't even go to Don Jr.'s wedding. He didn't go to his own son's wedding in New Jersey at his golf course in New Jersey. Okay, I find that interesting. Do you guys find that interesting? And then, really enough. Hey Liz, it is good to see you. You didn't know that? I'm glad I was able to give you a couple of a little information on some things that is actually going on. Oh, it was so much. It was so much. So let me see what else I wanted to talk to you. The new strikes on Iran. Now, we struck Iran on Monday. We struck them on Monday. On Saturday, they came out and told you that it looked like we were close to a deal with Iran. And the deal that they kind of gave you a feed on was that they were going to talk about the nuclear weapons at another time. So all of this, they could never have a nuclear weapon. They could never have I can tell you this, they could never have a nuclear, but they were about to sign a deal where nuclear weapons weren't even on the table. I will play you a clip from him saying, well, we're going to talk about the nukes at another time. He is trying to find any way to cut tail and run out of this war because we, under the guidance of someone with zero merit, Pete Kegbreath, over the helm of our Defense Department, this war is shameful. The whole fact that we are in this war is shameful, first and foremost of all. And where are the war authorizations, cries for the war authorization? All of this, we're out of this phase and we're into that. Well, what else was guaranteed in these negotiations? This is coming from your president. What else was guaranteed? That we're going to release more sanctions on Iran. As we complain to you when we get a tough question asked about Iran, what are you told? Well, you don't want them selling oil to China. You don't want them selling oil to Russia. So why did you? Why was one of the things going to be further reduce these sanctions on their oil sellage? This is what they were negotiating and saying that they were more than likely to sign an agreement. Releasing more sanctions so they can sell more oil to China and Russia. Now, we understand that China and Russia has been helping Iran. It has been reports that they have been helping Iran all the way with this. Now, Iran, there was a report this morning that Iran is trying to be the catalyst of this new world order where China is the number one world power. And their negotiation will ensure that in their negotiation with having that happen will ensure that no one would be striking them again. So these are the negotiations. The negotiation isn't with old yellow. The negotiations is these countries, Russia, China, and Iran's position in the world, and U.S. is to be an isolated country. So all of you people who are so concerned about things that should not even be concerning you, about people begging on YouTube for your money, I hope, I really, really hope that you have all things in order to actually live your life uh, in these next trying times, shall I say. I'm just going to put it that way. Grand Rising, Sally O'Malley. It has been a minute. It is good to see you. Iran dared Trump to go to his son's wedding. I didn't hear about that. I'm going to have to check on that. But he sure didn't go. He sure didn't go. Good information, Sally O'Malley. I'm gonna look that up, because who doesn't go to their son's wedding? Hmm? Trump doesn't go to his son's wedding, and that sounds about right. Actually, that really sounds about right. So let me get into Kevin O'Leary. They have been ripping Kevin O'Leary's arrogant, ignorant ass all over about this Utah data center. Now, let's be real clear. This data center spreading, this is old news. This is so 2025, March 2025 news. We've talked about extensively about the increase in data center and what it means for you. We have gone to meetings where these data centers have been discussed and turned down. We have shown you people who were sitting in local government who have approved these meetings and said that the people should not even have a vote in these data centers. That was in Arizona, of all places, when they know data centers use up all of this water. We have been to the meeting that they wanted to open up under a fictitious business name that was an Amazon data center, that where a representative to speak to the public, she was shut down. Because she lied and said that, oh no, it won't be plugged into your electricity. And then somebody, a common citizen got up and called her by her name and said, you said the same thing when you were the mouthpiece for Zuckerberg. So we all know that data centers have been extensively spoken about, and I gave you the details. I gave you all the details on that data center that Elon Musk has created in Memphis, Tennessee, under a NDA agreement, and is now polluting Memphis. That they are suing XAI. Was it XAI? XIAI, whatever the fuck, suing Elon Musk's data center in Memphis. I have also told you that Elon Musk, in response to the fact that he's using a 33 carbine engines in polluting Memphis, he ramshackled together some electricity company in Mississippi that is also poisoning the air in Mississippi, which is supposed to be the relief from using the engines in Memphis. Now he's being sued in Memphis and Tennessee. I let you know that he met with the power company and had them sign NDAs. He met with the local government, and they all signed NDAs to allow this to go on. I also have told you that Virginia has more data centers in the state of Virginia than anywhere. We visited people who talked to you about their well water being so dirty, and I found it curious that I had spoken to you about this a long time ago, early last year. I found it curious that the biggest story that that they have going on with AOC is AOC has finally visited this company that uh, Meta started and set up their data center. And since the first month of their construction of the Meta data center across the road from them, their well water has been coming up filthy dirty. So now AOC has finally had the time to go out there, and she bought a mason jar of the water from there and a mason jar of the water from somewhere else, and showed you how filthy and dirty this water is. Better late than never, I guess. Didn't Candy Burris' daughter have a song? Better late than never. Better late than never. When she was singing about her daddy is better that he showed up late than never. I digress. Anyway, so AOC is belatedly on the case with the water that is being ruined. Now, we know that this is in Texas where this is. We know I have given you the information of about the millionaire who is trying to buy up all, not really buy up all the water in Texas, because Texas get their waters from aquifers, and they can get however much water that they want from their aquifers. How can they do this? Their wells have to be deep enough and to continue to pump this water. So what has this millionaire did? What is this hedge fund guy has done? He has built a super deep well, and what that is causing all of the aquifers to be dumped into his well. Regular people who've had wells on their land for decades, for multiple decades, are unable to get any water because they let a hedge fund guy come in and build a super well, and people are having to move off their land because they can no longer get water. This is going on in Texas, but what I really want to talk about what is going on. I want to talk to you about something you may not be aware of. I just became aware of it myself. What is going on with Elon Musk? Actually has cut off a town from Social Security. Did you guys know this was happening? Let's get into this story. That More Perfect Union, of course, is. Let me get into this. We went to a town Elon Musk cut off from Social Security. Despite his promises to protect Social Security, Trump is cutting it. Doge slashed 7,000 agency staff uh, and local offices nationwide. And what impact has that had on one town? Their whole town has no one to open an office where people can go in and deal with any issues they have with Social Security, and the staff has been cut so far that there is no answers to this. Let's get into this. Let's get into some news you may not be aware of. And why does it matter? It matters a great deal because people who have retired, are about to retire, disabled, children of parents who have died. A lot of people live on Social Security prior to them being 65 or 67, or however you need to be on Social Security. I wonder, did you guys hear about this? Let's get into this. The gift that keeps on giving. Elon Musk and Doge. And all of those Doge boys still have jobs. Let's be real clear. All of those Doge boys went into our federal government and stole all of your information. That's illegal. It is illegal to steal information. If you go into a secured Social Security, all of these health and human services, yes, all of your health records as well. If you go in there and steal all the information, your ass going to jail. If you go in there and talk about out loud that you're going to sell it to your new boss to look for something that you were not even in there to look at the information for, you're in there to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, and you talk about you're going to give it to your new boss so he can find voter fraud, not waste, fraud, and abuse. You're going to give it to your new boss so they can find voter fraud. And you mean to tell me that this man isn't in jail? No, he's working on a job. What a whole lot of people that Elon Musk and all of these billionaires who are racing for these data centers are trying to ensure you will never have. But this is who is continuing to work on a job with your stolen information. Let you do that. Let you do that. Let's continue. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. Okay, I'm sharing this.
I've been knocking on the door here at the Social Security office, but no one's answering. What you're looking at is a Social Security office in Iowa, in one of the most rapidly aging states in the country. The office has been closed for months now, and no one knows if or when it will reopen.
It's kind of neglecting the older people.
It's kind of distressing, like, okay, now where do I go?
This is just one office, but it's part of a crisis that most people aren't even aware of.
And how did you find out that it closed? From you.
Social Security has existed for 90 years, but right now it's at a breaking point. So we went to Iowa to find out, why is it breaking and who's responsible?
The backlog has just gotten worse and worse. They call in the 800 number, they're on hold for 5 hours, and then the calls drop.
And for people who paid into this system for their entire lives, it feels like a betrayal.
I'm angry. It's almost like you're being punished for being on Social Security.
And what are the consequences for the 70 million people who receive Social Security checks every month?
Everybody has parents that reach a certain age.
What does it mean if all of them don't get their checks all at the same time?
That's primarily my income.
I worry for my children, is who I worry for. That's who I worry for. The next generation is in trouble.
Is it possible to talk to a representative?
Would you like me to text you a link so you can do it now? Text and data rates may apply.
Susan Ludeking is a retiree we met in Decorah, Iowa.
Is it possible to talk to a person?
Sorry, did you want me to text you a link? Text and data rates may apply depending on your plan and your carrier.
This is crazy. Now she's 74 and she works part-time.
I work for a couple Dollar Generals. I go over and service the cards. Just took down Easter, put up Mother's Day.
Susan is one of at least 40% of elderly Americans who rely on Social Security for at least half of their income every month.
I did sign up for Social Security when I was 63 because I was considered fully disabled because of the arthritis.
What do you use that $1,500 for?
Well, that pays my rent and my utilities. My utilities are high here because it's an older building.
And since she's signed up for Social Security, Susan has had an office to go to nearby to get her questions answered. Like recently, when she got a letter in the mail about a refund and wasn't sure if it was legitimate.
How could someone at the office help you determine if it's a scam or not?
Because they can look up your account and tell you exactly. They have access to all that information. And I went in there and it's an office temporarily closed.
When it first opened, it had about 5 people in the office.
Last time I think I was in there was only one guy in there.
Lorraine Borowski is the city's former mayor.
She knows everything about Decorah.
There was a person that had been there for a long time that was ready to retire. He was an extremely dedicated person.
When the employee retired, Lorraine fought to keep the office open, but the Decorah office has been closed since last fall. The closest offices now are in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota, and Waterloo, Iowa.
Call the Waterloo office. Waterloo is an hour and a half drive from here.
I mean, I can't exactly hop in the car and drive to a city that I'm not familiar with and drive around for another 15 minutes or better trying to find an office. That would be very difficult.
I think you're looking at how that.
What if you're a senior that doesn't have a car, doesn't have extended family members? What if you're a senior who have to drive that distance and you're bedridden? What if? Elon Musk lied and told you about all of the hundreds and thousands of people who were dead still getting Social Security checks. But see, this is the real problem. What about these people, these elderly people who cannot, or who don't know their way around computers to do everything about computers? What about the computer illiterate seniors in this world, in this country? And they are talking about texting you shit. And who is the person that you are getting in contact when you make a telephone call? You're getting in contact with some AI motherfucking bot that is taking the jobs of people who could answer and give you information, correct information on the question you are calling about. The AI bot doesn't offer to give you any information. Let's be real clear about that. Now, if you don't believe that this is a problem, the Pope, also talked about how big of a problem AI is. The Pope, we talked about these unmanned drones that would be allowed to unilaterally decide if people would live or die in warfare. We talked about Anthropic, how Pete Breath wanted to sanction the owner of Anthropic that our Pentagon used, because Anthropic would not allow their drones to be used to just take the lives of whomever the drone decision decided to take their life. There had to be some human element into the decision making of taking the life of someone, or they could not use Anthropic. And Pete Kegbreath did not like that one bit. And also the second tier about Anthropic's drones, they said that their drones could not be used for mass surveillance. So Pete Kegbreath wanted to blacklist Anthropic. So the Pope came out. The Pope said that there should be some government hold over all of this AI that is coming out. The Pope even thought that the autonomy that drones have to take people's lives in warfare, you should be very, very afraid of this being normalized. The Pope. We've talked about this months ago. So all of this AI slop that is out here, that's exactly what it is. And this is how it is affecting seniors right now in their Social Security. Now, understand that if something goes wrong with these seniors and their Social Security, if it takes 6 to 7 months to correct it, they're not going to get the back pay of the 6 and 7 months if they've been kicked off. Once they get corrected, they'll get their next month's check. The 6 and 7 months that they don't get it, or however long it is before it can be straightened out, they don't get that money back. No. Now, how long can these seniors, how many months can these seniors in Iowa go without getting their Social Security check before their ability to have a safe place to live, there to get their medication, to get their health care services? How long can they go without getting their payments? Okay.
That progresses from local to regional, state, and national.
Thousands of Social Security employees left the agency in 2025, leaving it the most understaffed it's ever been. And this was no accident.
Since Reagan, we've been faced with an environment that says
government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Treating Social Security as a problem.
During the campaign, I called attention to the fact that Social Security had both a short and a long-range fiscal problem.
Social Security benefits themselves can't be cut like other social programs, but the agency that runs it can be defunded. Jessica LaPointe worked as a claims specialist for Social Security for 14 years. Now she's the president of AFGE Council 220, which represents Social Security workers in field offices and call centers.
Congress failed to meet the demands of the baby boomer by staffing up the administration.
In 1995, there were 43 million people on Social Security. Today, more than 70 million people are. But over the same time period, the number of people working for the agency actually declined.
Coming into 2025, we were an agency in crisis. We weren't getting hires to meet the demand of the public.
Demand just goes up and up and up. You already had the lowest staffing levels in the history of Social Security before Trump took office.
But retirees are some of the most reliable voters. So on the campaign trail, President Trump made a show of keeping Social Security safe.
We're not touching Social Security other than we make it more efficient.
But efficiency is just another word for the fiscal problem Reagan harped on decades ago, one that led to hiking the retirement age. And when he took office last year, Trump unleashed Elon Musk and Doge to finally solve it.
We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program.
But Doge couldn't just axe Social Security. It's too popular. So instead, they took it out back and let it bleed dry.
Since Trump took office, Social Security has lost more than 8,000 workers, including at many field offices.
They lied, they pretended, there's all this waste and abuse.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
They're trying to destroy it through the side door.
They created a buyout program. Over 50% of our field workers do not make a living wage. You got low morale, denigration. Of course, you're going to think the buyout is attractive.
At least 9% of field office workers are gone.
We were at a 50-year staffing low, high attrition rates, and 7,000 more workers left the Social Security Administration.
And all of this means disaster for the people who need those services.
Long wait times, delays in getting an appointment. When you're faced with a disability, you don't have the luxury of waiting several months to get through.
A ghost office is an office that doesn't function anymore. You can't get the services that you need because there's not enough people.
I'm angry. I'm almost 80 years old. I've paid into that system since I was 15 years old, and it's my money.
As more workers leave the agency, many are worried that getting help in person from Social Security could eventually become a thing of the past.
It seems like they're really trying to push people to go online here.
Everything go online. Well, a lot of people don't want to go online. You don't know 100% if you've got a secure website.
The Trump administration set a goal this year of reducing in-person traffic at these offices by 50%.
But for some people, technology and modernization haven't been an improvement.
Alice has been locked out of the agency's website for years. She's still not totally sure why.
For me, it would be so easy to use the electronic, but I can't do it anymore.
Alice tried calling, going to Iowa City, going to Coralville.
It was 20 hours of phoning and going and dealing, and it's not acceptable. Just not. No. What would I do if I had to change where my payment went? Or if my husband passed away? I won't do it now. I mean, there's no point. It's too stressful.
In December, an audit claimed that Social Security phone wait times were down to 7 minutes. But the same report showed that 25 million calls to Social Security ended without a caller receiving service. And those wait times don't include callbacks.
The estimated hold time is 40 minutes. To avoid waiting on the phone, we can call you back when it's your spot in line.
And so if there was an issue with your payments, if you need to talk to anybody, what do you do?
I'd have to make an appointment in one of these cities, and that would be a couple of weeks, or for all I know, it could be a month out. and drive there and take the appointment.
It is absolutely a cascading failure situation. If this office in Decorah, Iowa, is no longer accessible to people, it's not that the people are going to stop needing the services.
Is this what you thought life would be like as a retired person?
No. No.
There's legislation in Congress now that would restore Social Security staffing levels to what they were at the end of the Biden administration. But that would just be a start to undoing 40 years
of disinvestment from Washington and meeting the demand of millions of more retirees in the coming years.
We need about 30,000 more workers. We just need the will of the leaders of not only the Social Security Administration, but this country to fix this problem in real time.
We called some of Iowa's leaders in Washington with questions about the Decorah office and when it might reopen.
You have reached the office of Senator Joni Ernst. Please leave a message.
But we're still waiting to hear back.
The magnitude of what you're talking about is going to become immediately apparent when you have 70 million people's benefits all of a sudden in question whether they're coming or not.
I see a dismantling of so many things. It breaks your heart, really.
What's your message to politicians?
You know, grow some balls. And please, why don't you take care of the people that elected you to do just that?
Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe. If you rely on Social Security benefits and have had trouble accessing your local office, or if you're a Social Security worker, we want to hear from you. Our email is stories@perfectunion.us.
Okay, this link is in my description box under Social Security shutdown. Now, if you are unaware, there is talk about a Ebola virus vaccine. Let's get the information on this new Ebola virus vaccine that came out minutes ago. This is some breaking news. Let me share this with you. This would be good. There are some Americans who have contacted the Ebola virus. They are not in, allegedly, they are not in America, but they are being quite hush-mouth who these Americans are and actually where they have contacted this virus. And we know that RFK Jr. Did nothing to secure the airports or anything from people who have tested positive. There has been no type of healthcare outreach to make sure that these people are watched as they enter it back into the United States. No trace search of people who have contacted these people who have contacted or been to a region where there's an Ebola virus outbreak. So, of course, RFK Jr. did none of this. So, I think that is my opinion that that could be a master plan because if there is another outbreak of some type of medical outbreak, what better reason than to cancel the midterm election? But hey, that's just what I think. Researchers in England, I thought that this would have some volume, but I guess it doesn't. Researchers in England have said they're months away from clinical trials for a new experimental Ebola vaccine that could help tackle the ongoing emergency in Africa. That experimental Ebola vaccine that could help tackle the ongoing emergency in Africa that health officials Monday warned is outpacing treatment and containment efforts. So is this new strain of Ebola is outpacing treatments and containment efforts, which means they're having a hard time containing this strain of Ebola. Tuesday, May 26, 2026, animal trials of a new Ebola vaccine using the same technology developed during the COVID pandemic are underway at Oxford University, and if successful in clinical trials in the coming months, the Serum Institute of India is lined up to mass produce the vaccine. No American no American no American company is able to do anything. No manufacturing in the great United States of America, after they have taken in about what was the last lie about the amount of money that they taken in and tariffs with our investments into our country to start up manufacturing. We're not manufacturing shit, but motherfucking court cases and theft from our treasury. That's the only thing that's being manufactured. Reasons to steal billions from our treasury. That's the only thing that's being manufactured in the United States. But let's continue. Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston opened as the third U.S. airport able to conduct Ebola health screening. So 3 U.S. airport can conduct a Ebola health screening. And passengers who visited certain African nations in the last 21 days are now required to be checked for symptoms at airports in Houston, Atlanta, or Washington, D.C. before they can travel within the country. So what if they fly into New York? What if they fly into LA? Oh, okay. No, they don't have to be tested there. Oh, we're safe. We're safe. Okay, let's continue. What if they fly into Dallas? Dallas is an international hub. What if they fly into Miami, another international hub? Nothing? Oh, okay. Monday, May 25th, 2026, the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention warns 10 African countries are now considered to be at risk amid a ongoing Ebola outbreak. And World Health Organization, you know, that World Health Organization that 4547 pulled us out of. One of the first things he did was pull us out of this World Health Organization that monitors these type of global outbreaks and pandemics. Okay, the WHO officials called for international cooperation, cautioning no single country can cautioning that no single country. Oh Jesus! Cautioning that no a single country can respond to this magnitude of an outbreak alone. I guess America plans to go it along as it reports to Ebola. Because they're not in the World Health Organization, and they are warning that no country can make it alone. And look who we're making it along with: Trump and RFK Jr. You feel safe now? Is America great again yet? At a meeting of health leaders from across the continent, Africa CDC Director General Dr. Jean Kasia warns, this is too much. We cannot afford to have more Africans dying. Well, Dr. Jean, you guys may want to really you guys may really want to reconsider these agreements, that these healthcare agreements that these I think it was 7 different countries or 9 different countries signed with the U.S. that the U.S. Would be able to get all of the data of the people who are in your country, and go in and get rare earth minerals from your countries for some database where they have all the information from your people. So I think that when you are agreeing to give all of the data from your people to Americans, that could be problem number one. As you know, Kenya signed this agreement, and they got backlash from their people. Was it Kenya, or I can't remember if it was Kenya, and they got backlash from the people in their country. Are like, have you sold our fucking private medical information out? And then they try to withdraw from these agreements. But I digress. Let's finish this. I'll tell you exactly who it was. WHO Director General Tedros, somebody, I can't pronounce his last name, Ghebreyesus, who says he will personally travel to Congo on Tuesday, said the Ebola death toll has risen to 220 and warns at the moment the epidemic is outpacing us. Sunday, May 24, 2026, a group of young men stormed a hospital threatening Ebola patients in the DRC and opened fire while attempting to reclaim the bodies of loved ones, according to the Associated Press, marking the third attack on Ebola treatment facilities in 4 days. It was not immediately clear it was not immediately clear if anyone was hurt. Okay. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026, unidentified attackers burned down a tent being used to treat Ebola victims in Mogadishu, a town in the DRC, uh, uh, one of the DRC's provinces, and at least 18 people with suspected cases of Ebola fled during the attack. So we have 18 people who possibly have Ebola. They fled, and God knows who is being contaminated in their wake, and on who are unsuspecting of them having Ebola. So obviously they're going to try to keep that they have it a secret. So how many more people are going to be traced to these people and possibly be contaminated by these people? How can they trace the disease and who is in contact with the disease when you have people running for their lives so they won't lose their lives to these fucking fools that are coming in the hospital trying to take their lives because they have Ebola. Make any of this make sense? Let's see what else we have. The Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, established by the WHO and World Bank on Monday, warned the world isn't ready for another pandemic despite what was learned. during the COVID outbreak. The world, despite what was learned during the COVID outbreak, the world isn't ready for another pandemic. Is that it? Why did that do that? Why did that do that? Let me see. I don't know why that did that. Hold on one second. Well, the link to the video is in my description box. Here, there it is. We were almost done with this. I guess we're done with that. I guess that's why that did that. Let me see. In a new report, the board said that global health research, prevention, and preparedness has not kept pace with an increasingly frequency and intensity of infectious diseases epidemic, and warned any pandemic will strike a world more divided, more indebted, and less able to protect its people than it was a decade ago. So be real clear. The division that 4547 has fostered across this world is one of the things that is going to make the United States less prepared. Of course, us being taken out of the World Health Organization that monitored these things, and our health being thrown over to a non-doctor fool as RFK Jr. There could be some issues. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah, that's it. Did you guys know that? I just wanted to give you guys that information. Now, let me go back to Forbes breaking news. Make sure there are no trials coming up today. Make sure there are no hearings coming up today. Trump goes to war. Goes to Walter Reed. Now, there are reports that Trump has been taking weekly visits to Walter Reed. There was a somebody who posted the number of times that they have seen Marine One going from the White House to Walter Reed. So, you know how you have your yearly health exam? So, today, 4547 is going in for his it's not bi-yearly, it's tri-yearly health exam. This is the third time that they want you to believe that, oh, it's just his regular exam. The third exam that he is having today at Walter Reed. If you are unaware of that, yes, this will be his third exam. Okay. And it also is talking about the strikes in Iran. So let's see what the world has to say about the strikes in Iran. This is the UN Security Council holding meetings after the U.S. strikes on Iran that they want you to believe were self-defense. Let me see if there's any closed caption. I hope there is. Hold on. Let me make sure it's sharing. Yes, it's sharing. Hold on, something's not right. Hold on, 1 second. Yes, it wasn't sharing. I thought it was sharing, but it wasn't sharing. Let's go to the UN. to see what the UN has to say about these strikes that happened in the middle of a ceasefire, in the middle of 45, 47, realizing that he cannot get a deal close to or better than President Obama's deal. Oh, I was talking about the he gave them loads of cash. He gave them loads of cash. Obama released sanctions on cash that Iran had sanctioned by the United States. The only cash that Iran got was the agreed sanctions that were lifted on Iran. You know, kind of like the same thing that 45, 47 was going to do in this deal that he announced on Saturday. Under President Obama, Iran got about 1.2 or so billion dollars of their seized money. Do you know what they were talking about giving Iran under this agreement that was announced Saturday? At the same president that talked about how much cash and that Obama gave them cash, and he coined it in a way to make it seem like Obama was paying Iran off. You know, kind of like he want to pay off those January 6ers with the $1,776,000,000. He kind of coined it in that arena. But this was their sanction cash. You know how much they wanted to agree on Saturday? The Trump administration wanted to agree to give Iran something like $83 trillion. If I'm wrong, we will be able to correct it. What Iran was wanting, what United States wanted to give Iran when J.D. Vance was negotiating with them after they told you how much cash Obama gave them, what they wanted to negotiate to free up from these sanctions that they wanted to give them $8 billion. Now we are into the tens of billions of dollars that they announce everything else, but they don't announce that. They don't announce how much money they're giving Iran because this little petty 1 billion of their own finances that were released by Obama, they wanted you to believe that was a big thing. This $1.2 billion. So therefore, of course, they can't tell you that what they are agreeing to is damn near 10 times more on the low or tens of billions dollars more on the high. Of course, they can't tell you that. Because if they tell you that, they will tell you that they cannot negotiate a better deal than this lowly Barack Black Hussein Obama. Did you know that? Let's get into it. Here we go.
Including the governance of artificial intelligence. At the same time, through the UN80 initiative, we are working to ensure that the United Nations itself is more effective, more coherent, and more responsive, even as needs grow and resources tighten. But no reform, institutional or structural, can substitute for political will. The Charter is clear. Member States shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. They shall act in accordance with international law, and they shall settle international disputes peacefully, so international peace and security and justice are not endangered, avoiding the imposition of unilateral measures that could lead to escalation.
Excellencies, the Charter remains humanity's best hope for peace, but it is only as strong as the commitment of those responsible for upholding it. And here I wish once again to emphasize the central role of the Security Council. The world is watching and demanding action, not merely rhetoric. I urge all members of this council to uphold the Charter consistently, to act in the interest of peace, to rebuild trust through leadership and compromise, and to do your part to ensure that this organization and this council truly live up to what it was meant to be, a forum for solutions, a guardian of international law, and a force for peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. Your Excellency, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, colleagues, I thank Secretary General Guterres for attending the meeting and for his briefing. We are gathered here at a time when the international situation is undergoing the most complex and profound changes since the end of World War II. The dark clouds of war keep gathering, and the law of the jungle is resurging. The giant ship of human civilization is sailing into dangerous waters, and world peace and development is at a crossroads. Just as the mural in this council chamber depicts, the world was reborn from the ashes of World War II, and history keeps moving forward amid twists and turns. The challenges before us are testing the international community's commitment to safeguarding peace, its resolve to stand up for justice, and its courage to take bold reforms. We must stand united and act together to defend, to revitalize, and to strengthen the United Nations. First, we need to reinvigorate the UN Charter for stronger leadership. The Charter has established the international system centered on the UN, the norms governing state-to-state relations, and the foundation for international rule of law. It is the biggest common denominator of the post-war international community. The root cause of the chaos in today's world is not that the Charter's spirit is outdated, but that the international order and the basic norms governing international relations, both set out in the Charter, are not being effectively upheld and observed.
And they're not being, and the ones who don't uphold them and observe them are not punished for the things that they are doing. Let's be real clear on that. All of these warrants out for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, but he can fly around to the United States tens of dozens of times in 1 year. All of this accepting all of these illegal war strikes on other nations. That's why would they respect it if there's no consequence if they don't respect it?
The international community should recall the founding vision of the Charter, carry forward its spirit, and fulfill the obligations under it. We must uphold sovereign equality and oppose interference in internal affairs. We must uphold the peaceful settlement of disputes and oppose the use of force. We must uphold the victorious outcomes of World War II and oppose glorifying the history of aggression. All member states should align their policies with the spirit of the Charter and jointly observe and act on the Charter. Major countries in particular have the responsibility to lead by example in following the rule of law and the right path, and should not practice double standards, exceptionalism, or selective application. Second, we need to strengthen the authority of the Security Council for greater ability to act. The Security Council is the core of international collective security mechanism. It is the most authoritative and legitimate body in the multilateral security system. The more volatile the world, the greater the leadership required of the Council to effectively manage conflicts and their spillovers. What comes with Security Council membership is not privileges, but responsibilities. Members should rise above narrow national interests and use international public goods responsibly. The Council needs to further improve its rules of procedure to ensure proposals are objective, impartial, and inclusive. It should avoid forcing through contentious proposals or initiatives. The P5 should increase communication and coordination on major proposals, seek maximum commonality, and reduce contention and confrontation, and take effective actions to uphold the solidarity and credibility of the Council. The international community should also conscientiously defend the Council's authority. Any unilateral military actions that circumvent the Council's mandate are unacceptable, and any unilateral sanctions that exceed the Council's resolutions lack legitimacy. UN peacekeeping operations are created and carried out for peace. The value and effectiveness of peacekeeping operations should be assessed, and the necessary reforms should be undertaken to transform and upgrade.
Okay, you're saying all of this, but you're really not saying much at all. Let's see. Oh, you're doing a whole lot of talking. Is there anyone else?
Meaning this important open debate during China's presidency of the Security Council. Your leadership and presence today attests to China's steadfast commitment to multilateralism and the UN Charter. At a time of deepening divisions and growing disregard for international law, China's call for a strong UN-centered international system is most timely and vital. I also thank Secretary General for this valuable briefing and principled leadership. The UN Charter was born from a tragedy that...
If you do not know that Pakistan and China are the ones who are helping Iran also with things that they should or should not agree to in the cease of this war that we are in with them. In the negotiations, you know that Pakistan is right there, and you have your president thanking the people from Pakistan for putting the negotiations together. Yeah, they are putting the negotiations together. That's the plan that your president doesn't see. That China, Russia, Pakistan are all working together to set up their what is this thing that they 45-47 wants to say he has control of the sphere of influence in the western regions. This is what Pakistan, China, and Russia are trying to do in regards to America. This is the sphere of influence that they are trying to set up and weaken America. But your president doesn't see it because he is so busy looking at these other nations and what he thinks is his sphere of influence that he can go rob and steal and pillage from. And steal all of their rare earth minerals, their gold, their oil. This is what your president is thinking about in his quest to have some control over, to have some influence over a sphere of countries that are in the region of the United States. Because he's so short-sighted and greedy. But Pakistan, Iran, and China, they're not as short-sighted and stupid as this administration. Not just the president, the whole administration. A bunch of dummies in this administration, making dumb ideas, dumb plans, and a bunch of zombies following them, and don't see that this administration, this presidency has garnered them nothing but pain and higher prices. Let's continue.
Wreaked immense havoc and suffering. We collectively pledged in the Charter to govern international relations in a manner that saves future generations from the scourge of war. The Charter is not merely a legal instrument. It is the moral foundation of the international order. It affirms the sovereignty, equality of states, prohibits the threat or use of force, calls for the peaceful settlement of disputes, upholds the right of peoples to self-determination, and entrusts this council with primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, for Pakistan, these principles of the UN Charter are sacrosanct. They are the foundation of our foreign policy, the basis of our international engagement, and the guiding framework for our contribution to peace and security. Pakistan's commitment to the United Nations is therefore long-standing and principled. We have been among the leading contributors to UN peacekeeping in some of the world's most difficult theaters. We have championed in decolonization, self-determination, conflict prevention, sovereignty, equality, and international cooperation. Over the years, Pakistan has been a staunch advocate of pacific settlement of disputes. We are very grateful that the Security Council lent its full support to this cause by unanimously adopting Resolution 2788 presented by Pakistan in July 2025 on strengthening mechanism for the peaceful settlement of disputes.
July 2025. That is actually after Netanyahu and 4547 went in and did that strike on Iran in June of 2025. So Pakistan put in this resolution that Netanyahu and 4547 also ignored.
Affirmed a powerful truth. Diplomacy is not weakness. Dialogue is not concession. Peaceful settlement is not an option of last resort. It is the first duty of states under the Charter for promoting international peace and security. That convention guides Pakistan's approach to the present crisis in the Middle East. As a friendly neighbor of Iran and brotherly countries of the Gulf, and a country with long-standing ties of amity with the United States, Pakistan consistently stood for restraint, de-escalation, and a return to diplomacy. During my one-day visit to Beijing on 31st of March, at the invitation of my friend, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Pakistan and China announced the 5-point initiative for regional peace and stability in the Gulf and Middle East region. Another prolonged conflict would serve no one. It would endanger regional peace, disrupt global energy flows, deepen humanitarian suffering, and strain an already fragile international order. The path forward lies in diplomacy. We have exerted our sincere efforts in facilitating a durable solution that results in lasting peace and stability in the region and keeps maritime routes open for all. We are continuing this noble endeavor with resolve and dedication. I thank the parties for the confidence reposed in Pakistan and thank all our partners, including China, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar, for their support. The entire world is watching. We must succeed in the interest of regional and global peace and security. Mr. President, the principle of peaceful settlement must apply with equal force to all long-standing disputes on this Council's agenda. For nearly 8 decades, the Jammu and Kashmir dispute has remained unresolved despite clear and multiple Security Council resolutions promising the Kashmiri people their right to self-determination. Durable peace in South Asia cannot be built on denial, unilateralism, or repression, nor can it coexist with the attempts to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, a vital framework for water cooperation and regional stability. Mr. President, water must never be weaponized. Treaties must always be honored, and disputes must be resolved through adherence to the international law, dialogue and justice, and the implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions. The same fidelity to the Charter is required in Palestine. There can be no durable peace in the Middle East while occupation, collective punishment, forced displacement, and illegal expansion of settlements continue. The situation in Gaza and the West Bank is becoming increasingly volatile and demands our continuous attention. The momentum generated by the New York Conference on Two-State Solution and the Gaza Peace Plan presented by President Donald Trump, endorsed by Security Council Resolution 2803, must be sustained till its logical conclusion. Pakistan.
What he's saying is this fake peace plan that they prodded out in front of the public as Palestinian people are still being slaughtered up and until today. It was bullshit, and it's going to have to be followed. So I don't know what the UN is plans to do, but he's calling bullshit on that bogus ass peace plan that they had Jared Kushner and hookhead Ivanka Trump up there lying to the people that there was going to be a peace between Israel and the Palestinians. You know, the shit that your news, your for-profit news don't tell you.
Reaffirms its unwavering support for the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and to an independent, viable, contiguous state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Mr. President, the crisis of the international system today is not caused by absence of principles. The principles are there and have been clearly spelled out and globally agreed. The crisis lies in their selective application. When sovereignty is defended in one case, but disregarded in another, the chapter and the charter of UN is weakened. When occupation is condemned in one region, but tolerated and even supported in another, justice is diminished.
He's talking about when it's tolerated that the Israelis go into the West Bank and take over homes, land in the West Bank. It is tolerated. It has been tolerated. Now, there is one report that 4547 signed a deal, of course, for cash, that Israel will be allowed to take over the whole West Bank. Hold on. I'm going to find that for you as well. Yes, that Israel is going to be allowed to take over all of the West Bank. Let's see. Let's move on. They're saying a whole lot, but they don't do shit. I don't.
And for his ongoing commitment to strengthening multilateralism and international cooperation. 80 years after the creation of the United Nations, the principles of the Charter continue to be the foundation of international peace and security. The sovereign equality of states.
I disagree.
The organization.
I disagree. It has gotten weaker and weaker and weaker.
The Charter must be understood as a living political commitment, one that remains constant to the spirit, principles, and purposes that gave rise, strengthened solely through speech.
Too little, too late. I don't want to hear. I apologize.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Liberia congratulates the People's Republic of China for convening this timely debate and commends His Excellency Wang Yi for presiding. We also thank the Secretary General for his important briefing and the key critical points outlined today. Liberia is one of only 4 original African signatories to the UN Charter. We understand what it cost the world to build this institution, and we approach this debate as a founding member for whom the Charter is not symbolic. It is a covenant to be upheld and preserved with the central reasoning: no nation, however powerful, has the right to unilaterally render the world unsafe. Today, that covenant is under strain. A divided Security Council is deepening global.
Mm. Do you wonder who she's talking about, who put that under strain, as 4547 and Benjamin Netanyahu has totally busted the world economy, not just the U.S. economy, the world economy.
Uncertainty. Crises from Gaza to Ukraine have exposed persistent divisions, including vetoes that have hindered necessary interventions. Across Africa, from Sudan to the Sahel to the Great Lakes, conflicts continue to worsen and drive displacement. What this council increasingly lacks is not rules or principles, but the political will to apply them consistently and impartially, as speakers before me have mentioned. Liberia knows the value of a united and decisive council. When our state collapsed, United Nations peacekeeping created the space for peace, for dialogue, reconciliation, and the rebuilding of our institutions. Our experience shapes how we understand Article 1 of the Charter. The maintenance of international peace and security is not only an aspiration for some, but it is an obligation for all. Allow me to offer 3 reflections. First, the Charter is not only a legal instrument, it is a moral architecture. Selective multilateralism, where rules are invoked when convenient and bypassed when inconvenient, undermines the credibility of the entire system. The normalization of inconsistency itself is a dangerous precedent. Second, the Charter's promise of peace is inseparable from justice. Insecurity emerges from poverty, inequality, exclusion, and the mismanagement of our natural resources. The Charter's provisions on development and human rights are not peripheral, they are foundational. The future authority of this organization will depend on whether it can bridge the divide between security and development. Third, the Charter assumes good faith. Without a minimum threshold of trust, even the most carefully crafted rules lose their force. The Charter challenges us not only to comply, but to believe in the possibility of cooperation even amid disagreement. Mr. President, therefore, Liberia makes the following calls. First, honor the Charter's provisions. Article 27.3 requires that a party to the dispute abstain from voting on related council decisions. While we thank the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for leading us to the 2024 Pact for the Future, let's be reminded what the Pact for the Future means. It reinforces this obligation. We urge all members to implement it fully and without selectivity. Second, strengthen veto accountability. General Assembly Resolution 76262, which mandates a debate following any veto, must be treated as a serious accountability mechanism rather than a procedural formality. Third, invest in African-led peace architectures. The African Union Silencing the Guns Initiative, ECOWAS-led interventions have all demonstrated effectiveness and legitimacy. Coming in here today, we met Abdul Salam, a Nigerian in the UNDSS, in the security force here at the UN. He took a bullet in Liberia when he was the first group on the ground as ECOMOG, the ECOWAS intervention in Liberia. These mechanisms, however, require predictable, sustainable financing, not episodic attention. Fourth, and perhaps most fundamentally, we must address the conditions under which the Secretary General can exercise genuine independence. The Charter tasked the Secretary General with acting in the interest of the organization above all else. That is a custodial role with direct bearing on this institution's capacity to maintain peace and security and uphold the purposes that member states and the peoples they represent committed to in 1945. Yet, that custodial role is compromised when structural incentives pull in a different direction. A Secretary General seeking reappointment has every reason to avoid the decisions that genuine reform demands. Because real reform unsettles entrenched interests and asks powerful actors to accept discomfort for the sake of institutional health. The possibility of a second term is, in practice, a quiet constraint on the courage the moment requires. We therefore pose this openly. Should the next Secretary General not consider making the ultimate institutional sacrifice, committing fully to reform in a first term, even at the cost of a second? Should this council not think beyond established practice and delve into uncharted territories regarding options for UN reforms? There is no precedent for what this organization now faces. The only comparable moment is the one that gave birth to United Nations itself, when the world looked at the wreckage of the League of Nations that lacked the will to reform from within. It was replaced with what we have today. We cannot afford that conclusion again. We must fix the institution we have with the urgency the task deserves. Mr. President, the question of Security Council reform remains urgent. Effectiveness cannot be sustained without legitimacy, and legitimacy cannot endure without representation. When the Charter was adopted, much of Africa was not represented. Today, the continent is central to the Council's agenda, yet remains underrepresented in its permanent membership. The Common Africa position, as articulated in the Eswatini Consensus, is clear. Africa seeks no fewer than 2 permanent seats with full prerogatives, including the veto, alongside additional non-permanent seats. This is not a demand for privilege, but a call for equity rooted in the principle of sovereign equality, something the UN Secretary General Guterres continues to iterate. Member states seeking a permanent seat should not be coupled with the rights of Africa. The situation of injustice to Africa needs to be dealt with separately. Reform is also about conduct. The use of the veto carries moral consequences. When exercised in situations involving mass suffering, it raises fundamental questions about the balance between power and responsibility. The relationship between the Council and regional bodies should be one of partnership, not delegation. Mr. President, the UN is at crossroads. The Secretary General's term ends later this year. He's given us a pact for the future. He's giving us many ideas about what needs to be done. Now the choice of a new leader cannot be separated from the question of what we're asking them to lead. A machinery that cannot deliver on the promise of peace, security, and human dignity does not uphold the Charter, but betrays the peoples in whose name it was written. We the peoples. The words with which the Charter opens is not cliche. Those words represent the mother in Sudan who has fled from her home 3 times. It represents a child in Gaza who has known no day of life without fear. It represents a civilian in Ukraine who has to endure another winter of war. They are the community in the Sahel who looks at the institution for protection. When we debate the purposes and the principles of this Charter, we are debating the conditions of human lives. Is it not time for us to pause and reset to avoid a similar fate of the League of Nations? Are we prepared to give the next Secretary General the freedom in the new thinking that new times and new realities demand? This would not be weakness, but rather strength in giving we the peoples what we deserve. A more representative, a more responsive and accountable United Nations is within reach if we collectively summon the will to achieve it. Let us reaffirm not only the words of the Charter, but the values that give those words meaning. In doing so, we'll not only preserve the legacy of those who founded this organization, will answer to those who are in the most need of this organization. If it's not done now, then when? And if it's not done by us, then by who? I thank you.
Thank you. I thank Ms. Niani for the statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Al-Zayani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bahrain.
Shukran, Sayyid Rais.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset,
okay, so we've got to talk about the economy and what people are saying, and these are your headlines right now. Real wages start to shrink in developed countries, okay? So basically prices are growing faster than your wages, and you actually can see, okay? So basically prices are growing faster than your wages. And you actually can see right here, it's the Strait of Hormuz crisis, so basically Trump's war, pushes price growth, so things are more expensive, ahead of pay increases. So prices are growing faster more than your pay. And people are already seeing it at the grocery store, they're seeing it at the pump, they're seeing it in everyday expenses. And it was interesting, I was thinking about some of the changes that we could be making to help regular workers. Well, one, obviously bring the troops home and the war. But listen to this person, they have a very interesting point regarding what hurts the economy or helps the economy.
It'll hurt the economy is just code for it'll affect rich people. Can't raise minimum wage, it'll hurt the economy. Can't abandon oil, it'll hurt the economy. Can't tax the rich, that'll hurt the economy. But half of all jobs lost to AI, well, that's just the way she goes, nothing we can do about that. That's just the way she goes.
And if you hear it like this, I mean, it's just spot on, right? Anything to help the workers, oh, well, we can't do that or hurt the economy, right? Anything that will tax Elon Musk or whatever, oh, no, we can't slow growth, it'll hurt the economy. But hey, let's get out more AI because that's going to give a big boost to GDP numbers. Wow, fantastic. And this is essentially where we're at. And not only are, say, Elon Musk and the Trumps completely detached from regular people, listen to, this is the ambassador to Canada. What he had to say, like, essentially, why do Canada's not like America right now? Listen to this.
No, I mean, we think the alcohol ban is totally unfair. It's a clear indicator of how 11 provinces feel about trade with the United States. They're sending a very, very clear message about how doing business with the United States doesn't appeal to them. The Prime Minister has reinforced that message. Okay.
So basically, this is the U.S. ambassador responding to, why doesn't Canada, why don't people want to buy American products? Why don't people like USA? And it's not just in Canada, it's actually all over the world. And so just listen to how he responds.
And so it creates some questions about, does Canada really want to do business with the United States?
The U.S. ambassador then went on to say he still doesn't understand why Canadians could be so frustrated by Donald Trump's tariffs.
You've got folks who are doing everything they can to get the Canadian public to rally against America. Just doesn't make any sense.
But do you understand where that frustration is coming from?
Absolutely no.
In Canada, because
No.
A lot of Canadians are saying, well, we didn't do anything wrong, and suddenly Donald Trump, put tariffs on us.
We put tariffs on everybody in the world.
Oh, wow. So I guess our U.S. ambassador to Canada is like, I just don't understand why Canadians wouldn't like us. I mean, we put tariffs on everybody, so...
We put tariff on everybody in the world. And now we tout all of these trillions of dollars because of these tariffs. So what has these tariffs gotten the American people, the majority of the American people? How have these tariffs and the enacting of these tariffs improved your lives? I want to know. I'm really curious. What effect have all of the investment and all of the money that was collected via the tariffs? How has it affected your life? It affected your life because the price on everything in your life got more expensive and you have less money. That's how it has affected your life. Let's be real clear. The answer is very easy. So, is there anything else that anything else? Let's see what he's talking about right here.
Path to home ownership. There's no such path to starting your own business with the same potential, the same ability to take risks. The American dream was alive and well when my grandpa came. He brought 3 of his brothers. He brought my grandma's brother. My whole chain of family in the Bay Area, my American roots come from the fact that my grandpa was able, with $40 in his pocket at the time, to go to the United States and build something. Now, in 2012, after years, a decade of being out of the United States, living in Europe and studying, I decided to do the same thing. I had a month's rent. I had a car that I had inherited, a 1993 Nissan Sentra that I inherited from my grandpa's brother, Michalis, and I had $340 cash in my pocket. It was a different kind of journey than my grandfather had. Was I able to build something? I was. I also had 2 master's degrees and in a profession that didn't matter. But, you know, like, I had certain advantages, and yet still that American dream was just always something that was being pitched to me, but not something that was realistically tangible. I realized something as I climbed in the ranks.
Actually, listen to this gentleman talk. It's interesting how he's talking about how his grandfather went to the USA, right, with just a little bit of money in his pocket, build a life for himself, encourage his family to come, right, nation of immigrants. And then people are now migrating to other places, right, immigrating to other places. He's like, you know, and I think this person might be in Greece or something like that, talking about how he went abroad, right, and found opportunity. But he's also going to mention something that I think is really key, and you have to listen to it for yourself.
In different fields in the United States. I worked in one field for many years, then I switched over to business. And I realized something, the more I brush shoulders with people at the top, the more I work with people at the top, is that everyone at the top, almost everyone at the top, was born into the top. It wasn't like they were able to scratch and claw their way up. We hear these stories about, like, oh, they started with nothing. Very few people in the United States started with nothing. The percentage of people that become millionaires that don't come from wealth to begin with, it's a tiny percentage. It's a tiny, tiny percentage. Everyone that's wealthy almost comes from some form of wealth. The American dream, I mean, what does it take to buy a house now? You know, like, people get 50-year mortgages. And they have to get a mortgage on their mortgage. You know, they have to refinance and this and that to make investments. Most businesses go under in 6 months, and it's usually a capital thing.
What this gentleman was saying actually really spoke to me, and I just want you to hear different points of view. I say the similar things, but it's always good to hear it from more than one person. But basically, yes, when you reach to upper levels of society, when you meet the ultra wealthy, you realize a lot of people are born into it. That's just
Okay, this is in my description box under the American dream.
okay. So we've got to talk about the economy.
The things that is being unsaid, ignored by your government. Let's keep it a buck. They want you to think that, well, if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, we're going to cut those straps out of your hand and tell you that it is always your fault. As we give defense contracts to the president's sons, to the biggest, one of the largest loans for the president's son for his drone company. You know, the drone company, a company that he has never worked in before, but he gets the largest loan from our Department of Defense. That type of shit. See, you don't do what it takes to do what Don Jr. and Eric Trump get. You don't ooze with the DNA of the DJT. That's the only thing that matters in the United States of America. Let's be real clear about it. So let me go to some other things that I definitely wanted to share with you. I shared that with you. Now, it seems like world leaders are very upset with our president. That's oh my God. Let's get into it. Let me share this with you. Hey, Nappy Child, it is good to see you. It is always good to see you, Nappy Child. And let's see what the furious world leaders are mad about.
Rejecting Donald Trump to his face, Saudi Arabia rejecting Donald Trump to his face, Qatar rejecting Donald Trump to his face, Pakistan not just rejecting Donald Trump to his face, but taking a trip to China and talking about how the bond between Pakistan and China have never been stronger. Spain once again denying the U.S. any ability to go over Spain's airspace in order to conduct unlawful war operations in Iran and abroad. We're seeing country after country assert itself, pushing back against the Trump regime. We also learned that during Donald Trump's meeting with Xi Jinping threatened Donald Trump regarding Japan and told Donald Trump that you need to get Japan to stop standing up to China. Trump looks weaker and weaker by the day. I want to break down what went down. Let's first take a look at Saudi Arabia rejecting Donald Trump. So by now, I'm sure you know from our reporting, Donald Trump demanded.
Now, I told you that something was brewing a long time ago between Saudi Arabia and 4547. I told you that MBS was not pleased with the way Trump was talking about that the Saudis had to basically take it or leave it, like he was in control. Then you want us to believe that someone that knows that you hovel on your knees for money from their country and they throw you a couple of shekels. Do you think that anybody in Saudi Arabia's power dynamic respects Donald Trump or his money grubbing son-in-law Jared Kushner? Do you think that they think that these are powerful people, or do you think that they understand that these are puppets that they can use however they want to? Let's continue.
Demanded all Arab nations join the Abraham Accords and become official allies with Israel if Arab nations want Donald Trump to enter into a peace agreement with Iran. Somehow Donald Trump now...
I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me of being Messiahless. He want all Arab nations to join the Abraham bullshit that he constructed, and therefore they will be Israel's puppets as well. These nations are like, fuck Israel. And it seems like your president didn't get the message that most American citizens are like, why are we propping up Israel at every juncture? Why are we? He doesn't understand that Americans have greatly gotten sick of propping up Israel. So Trump demands that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, who is this? Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan sign the Abraham Accords as part of any Iranian ceasefire deal. But hey, I thought we were already in a ceasefire. What is he talking about? Does he mean any permanent ceasefire drill? Okay. Pakistan immediately rejected the proposal. You know, Pakistan that has been trotting Witkoff and Kushner all across the globe, allegedly negotiating peace. These are two land barons who have no understanding of what peace negotiations even entail. You know, these are the same peace barons, land barons, liars that allegedly brokered peace between Palestine and Israel, not Palestine, Hamas and Israel. Now, how did that work out? And they got these motherfuckers going all across. Now, it's very curious that they say that we are in peace negotiations now, but they cannot tell you any names of anybody who is in these negotiations. Did you notice that? Who is in the negotiations? Who is negotiating this peace? He gave you the names of three heads of different over Iran, but he has not told you who he has sent to negotiate with these heads of the Iranian government. Did you notice that? Who's negotiating peace for America? Whom? I'm very curious. I just need a little bit more information because why you haven't gotten this information? Because this is all bullshit. Iran said that they are in no negotiations with the United States. After on Saturday, the United States came out with a report that they are very close to negotiation, and we're going to give Iran everything that they asked for. And what did this spur in the war hawks in the United States, like Lindsey Graham's and other, their fucking pubic hairs seemed like it was lit on fire because they were so angry. Like, how the fuck are we sitting up here being war hawks and you gonna give Iran everything they want? And then curiously, Sunday, your president came out with a notice. Well, I told my negotiators don't go too quickly into this negotiation. Take your time because we have plenty of time. All of a sudden, when the Warhawks went on Sunday shows and said, why would he give them all of this? He's taking the nuclear weapons off the table, talking about they'll talk about the nukes later. When he said Iran under no circumstance could have nukes, well, why is he taking it off the table? Because he's trying to tuck tail and run. You know why he took it off the table? By any means possible to get the fuck up out of there where they're getting there, being embarrassed. I'll put it that way. Where this administration is being embarrassed. So then all of a sudden what happened? The very next day, they're striking Iran. And people think that this fucking administration has any clue of what they're doing, are making any decision that is to help the American people. Now, since they have struck Iran once again, they want all of these Middle Eastern countries to join the Abraham Accords. They're like, we're not joining a motherfucking thing. And what else is not going to happen? You're not going to fly through our airspace. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen because you continue to make stupid strikes on Iran, and you know that the American people are not going to be the target. It's our people who are going to be the target. This motherfucker thinks that he can bomb his way. Well, let's bomb him again. Let's bomb him. The bombing that they did in June alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, which I told you was going to happen way back in, I believe it was March when I read that article that Ken Klippenstein put out that said that told you ahead of time that Israel and the United States were doing some military actions and maneuvers near Iran. I alerted you to that article way back in March. And then in June, what did Israel and the United States did? They allegedly obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities. And then why are we back in Iran now? See, we don't have the brightest bulb sitting in the White House, and definitely not over the Department of Defense. So what all of this is doing is isolating the United States. Let's be real clear. Okay, Pakistan immediately rejected the proposal, calling the two issues not interlinked and cannot be made so. Saudi Arabia, long-standing proposition, requires a roadmap to Palestine statehood before I can barely see this. The normalizing with Israel. Oh, so Saudi Arabia said, "No, bitch. If y'all want us to normalize relationships with Israel, what it's going to have to do, what is going to have to happen, is that the Palestinian people have their statehood acknowledged as a two-state solution, as they say." That peace treaty that Donald Trump had Steve Witkoff and the other robber baron come out and tell you that there was peace without a two-state solution, without any signatures being on the peace agreement, no Israeli signature or no Hamas signature on this alleged fanfare that they flew all of these people out on the Jordan for some fake ass peace treaty. Saudi Arabia said, fuck no. It's the same Saudi Arabia that gave Jared Kushner's $2 billion. The same Saudi Arabia during all of these peace talks, Jared Kushner was still trying to get another $5 billion from them, with all of his running around the world and trying to broker peace in Russia and in Israel and now in Iran. This money grubbing motherfucker was still trying to get $5 billion out of Saudi Arabia. And when Saudi Arabia got enough of being struck because of the dumb decisions that the United States military was making, they pulled out of that live golf tournament. The golf tournament that they wanted. They helped Trump fluff up, that they overpaid people who were playing for the PGA, so they would leave the PGA and sign on to golf with Live Golf. That was the first thing they did. Shots were fired when they said, "Oh no, you know what? We are going over our finances, and we don't have any more money no more expenditures that we want to put into this Live Golf program." And it died the very next week. It's not like it could hang on to the end of the season or anything. It died the very next week. So what the fuck does this administration think that, hey, we don't care about the effects that this have on America as a whole. We're just worried about what we can stuff in our bank accounts and pockets on the way out the door. Trump links Abraham Accord to any Iran deal. It didn't work out.
Equates a peace deal with Iran to all Arab nations have to enter into the Abraham Accords with Israel and normalize relations, when most Arab nations said that they are not going to do that until Israel recognizes a two-state solution and Palestine becomes officially recognized and Israel stops the genocide. And Donald Trump tried to coerce these Arab nations, and they just said absolutely not. Saudi sources immediately told CNN Saudi Arabia will not normalize relations with Israel except after the existence of an irreversible path leading to the establishment of a Palestinian state. Similarly, Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and their Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately did a press conference rejecting any compromise on the Abraham Accords, firmly stating that its benchmark remains an independent, viable, and contiguous state of Palestine as its precondition. We saw Qatar do that as well. And I'll show you, the Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs did a press conference right away. I'll show you what went down. Let's play this clip.
About Abraham Accord, the spirit is that, Abraham being the common heritage and the common forefather of the three great revealed religions, including Judaism. So there is a certain context to that. Our position with respect to it is that there are certain benchmarks that have to be achieved for this purpose for Pakistan, and that is a viable contiguous state of Palestine with Al-Quds al-Sharif, Jerusalem as its capital, and then see how this state has relationship with other countries, potentially with Israel. So our benchmark is that, and we are not aware. I mean, we are not concerned about who or who does not join the Abraham Accord. We view it in a very legal sense of the state of Palestine that we aspire and we support, and the contours of that state I have stated now and in my previous statement.
Qatar also rejected Donald Trump to his face, and the advisor to the prime minister of Qatar, the advisor's name is Dr. Mahid Al-Ansari, also posted that he believes there's a lot of false information being spread by the Trump regime and Trump regime allies to try to undermine peace negotiations.
What? Say what? Say what? The people that gave him a $400 million jet say, hey, something's funny. Something's funny that even we can't stomach. But the dumb American MAGA voters are still on the train. The zombies are still riding the train. There's no more flesh on them bones, MAGA.
With Iran, Dr. Majid wrote the following: reports suggesting that Qatar offered $12 billion to Iran to secure a deal between the United States and Iran are simply not true and are being circulated by parties attempting to sabotage the deal and undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts towards regional de-escalation and stability. Qatar's diplomatic role in coordination with regional partners is well established and publicly documented, and such narratives are nothing more than a desperate attempt to tarnish Qatar's reputation as a trusted international peace facilitator. So Foreign Minister Aragchi, MB Ghalibaf, some of Iran's top negotiators, Ghalibaf's the parliament leader, and others were meeting with Qatar, some in Qatar directly, to talk through this potential peace deal with the United States. At the same time, the U.S. ended up bombing Iran by the Strait of Hormuz last night, which I think undermined a lot of those discussions. And then Donald Trump made the Abraham Accords for Arab nations some sort of mandatory precondition. And then there were these rumors spreading that Qatar was going to give a $12 billion loan to Iran in order to facilitate the payment that Iran said that was previously promised by the Trump regime of somewhere between $12 and $25 billion. And Qatar's like, we didn't promise that. Trump said that he was going to do it. Anybody suggesting that we are going to step in the shoes of the Trump regime and pay is lying, because they're trying to undermine these mediated discussions right here. It should be noted as well that Lindsey Graham and Trump sycophants were posting things like this. If in fact, as a result of these negotiations to end the Iranian conflict, our Arab and Muslim allies in the region agreed to join the Abraham Accords, it would make this agreement one of the most consequential in the history of the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Pakistan joining the Abraham Accords would be beyond transformative for the region and world. It is a brilliant move by President Trump. No, Lindsey Graham, it is an idiotic move. It is dumb. It doesn't recognize any of the history of the Middle East, and it's not happening. There's less than a 0% chance of that happening. So stop defrauding the American people. Stop the constant lies. Stop the constant gaslighting. Enough is enough. Meanwhile, you have some top kind of Saudi social media voices like Abdul Salam Salaha said the following to Senator Lindsey Graham, a message from the heart of Riyadh. Read this carefully, for what you are about to hear is not flowery diplomatic statements, but the truth from the capital of decision-making that is leading the world towards a just peace. Firstly, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does not need lessons in boldness from anyone. Remember, on May 22nd, 2026, Riyadh launched its historic international coalition for a two-state solution initiative, bringing together 165 nations from across the globe to endorse, recognize, and support it. This is our international international standing. This is our boldness, which needs no endorsement from you, Lindsey Graham. Secondly, the entire world holds the kingdom in the highest regards and esteem. We build our strategic relations with the East and the West, with Beijing, Moscow, and Washington, and with the European Union, Britain, and other influential international powers in accordance with our national interest and our firm principles, not according to anyone's dictates. And if you issue a statement linking the continuation of relations or threatening grave repercussions, you are thereby, in the most blatant manner, undermining the historic strategic relationship between the kingdom and the United States. Such crude language is unbecoming of allies, and we address it only to those who are ignorant of the kingdom's standing and prestige. Thirdly, who inspired you to ask us to join the Abraham Accords as if you were doing us a favor or dictating our choices? Let us be clear with you. Our position on the Palestinian cause is not a bargaining chip, and neither threats nor enticements will sway it. There will be no peace without the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with each.
And you know, the fact that they are reading them the fuck down behind their ignorance, behind them, the way that Lindsey Graham's old Liberace as Disneyland bubble shooter holding ass sits up and act like he's some bad barfly when in fact he's nothing but a motherfucker who was in the military as an attorney in the military, talking about all of this war fighting and all of this strikes and all of this shit. Lindsey Graham is a whole motherfucking joke. And the only reason why he talks about all of this fighting that should be going on, because he know his old weak limp wrist ass is not going to be doing any of the fighting or doing any of the dying behind this fighting. Let's be real clear about Lindsey Graham. The fact that they are reading these dummies down is so enjoyable.
Jerusalem as its capital. This is the position we have declared to the world, and this is the essence of our initiative, which 165 countries have rallied behind. We are on the right side of history, and international legitimacy is on our side. Fourthly, a word of free advice. Before you threaten and make threats, take a good look at the bigger picture. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia draws its strength first from God, then from its wise leaders throughout the centuries. And then it goes on to say, rest assured that history proves that Riyadh has never bowed down and will not bow down today. So you have strong statements like that coming out over there. Then you have Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif. He was in China meeting with Xi Jinping yesterday. And while you have, Donald Trump being told by Xi Jinping, America's a declining nation, and Donald Trump just took it like the weak, pathetic creature that he is, as Xi Jinping was insulting the United States to Donald Trump's weak and pathetic face. Donald Trump's like, okay, I guess we're weak. But I made it hot, right, Xi? I made it hot, huh? Didn't I make it hot? I'll show you what was going down. And this is not a coincidence, folks, when you put all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Who was in China before Donald Trump arrived? Iran's foreign minister, Araghchi. Then Trump arrives, makes a fool of himself. Who's there right after? You have Putin. Then you have Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif. At the same exact time, Rubio was in India, making a fool of himself in India, and basically, botching these questions when they say, well, what do you make about people who think, the United States is racist as to Indians, as to lots of other people as well, as a result of, statements that were made. Rubio was like, we have stupid people. You have stupid people too. Yeah, they were talking about Donald Trump there also, though. Rubio was pretty clear. But while Rubio was in India, you had Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan in China. India's more allied with China. Pakistan is more allied with China. Trump has alienated everybody. And here's what Pakistan's Prime Minister.
Russia is more aligned with China. India, what were they talking about? Shoring up the BRICS. The thing that India, Russia, and China are all a part of the economical trading system. And that allows every country to trade in their own currency? What is oil traded under? Under the dollar standard. Excuse me. The sanctions have been released on Russia selling oil and Iran selling oil. Who do you think is going to suffer from all of this as they pile up to trade amongst each other and not giving a fuck about the dollar standard? What is going to happen to the dollar standard? Do you know? Can you figure it out? You would be able to figure it out if you were watching people who were giving you this information months ago about the BRICS and how powerful they have been getting. You would have been known about this, but let's continue.
Sharif had to say, play this clip.
Are two iron brother countries, and this unique relationship is next to none. Your Excellency, last year I witnessed Chinese military prowess at the parade. I was invited there, and that showed the world that under your dynamic leadership, China is not only a world-class economic power, it is also a military power meant for progress and peace in the world.
And here's how China's President Xi Jinping reciprocated, talking about the level of trust and support, an unbreakable tradition of friendship between China and Pakistan. Words that Xi Jinping didn't even come close to saying, which just think about the optics here. And not just the optics, the conduct. Xi Jinping told Donald Trump, "You are a weak, declining nation." And Trump's like, "Yes." With Pakistan, Xi Jinping is saying that we have an unbreakable tradition and friendship. This is what went down, so you can see for yourself. Play this clip.
Constructive role of Pakistan. Since we established diplomatic ties 75 years ago, China and Pakistan have understood each other, trusted each other, and supported each other, forging an unbreakable tradition of friendship. Our strategic mutual trust and practical cooperation have greatly contributed to our respective development. Despite international changes, China has always prioritized Pakistan relations in our neighborhood diplomacy.
And then China's foreign ministry held a press conference yesterday talking about how...
And what type of diplomacy? Our neighborhood diplomacy, our sphere of influence diplomacy. As he told 4547 to his face that the U.S. was a declining nation and that they are going to take a top cop in the job. To his face. Trump 2028. Trump is at Walter Reed Hospital for his third annual checkup this year. Is Trump going to make it to the 28th of June? Is he going to make it to the 28th of May? While you talking about Trump 2028.
There is only one China, and how we urge all of these countries, whether it's Germany, the US, and others, to make sure you recognize that do not make any statements about Taiwan. Here, play this clip.
There's but one China in the world. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory. China firmly opposes countries having diplomatic relations with China to have any form of official interactions with China's Taiwan region. The One China principle is a widely acknowledged norm in international relations and an international consensus, and also serve as a political foundation for China-Germany relations. We urge the Germany side to uphold the One China principle.
One second. Just really 1 second. You cannot be you cannot be serious. You cannot be serious. I should stop smoking crack. I don't do any drugs. I don't do any drugs. But you're going to tell me something about crack. It seems like that is possibly something that you are very familiar with. If you think President Trump is the greatest president to ever walk the earth, and you tell me that I should stop smoking crack, have a good hit the like button on your way out, because I understand how hard it is to actually talk about the topics at hand. But what you won't do is that right there. Hit the like on your way out. Let's continue.
Stop sending wrong signals to Taiwan independent separatist forces.
Even Donald Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton, or Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, is mocking Donald Trump. Here, play this clip.
He thinks everybody wants to make a deal on just about anything. That's not what these people are into. And they can see that Trump is so palpably desperate to have a deal that he can declare to be a victory and that lowers prices of gasoline. And they're playing him on that. They're stretching him out. They're buying time. All of that works in their advantage.
And you have Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson being asked, why don't you respond to all of the U.S. media reports and all of Donald Trump's social media posts? Watch what Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson had to say. Here, let's play this clip right here.
Why you are not responding to the U.S. media reports? I believe we have more important works to do than responding to the U.S. president's posts or the other malicious media campaigns, including caricatures posted on the social platforms. We have works that are more important than responding to these trivial issues. We are working in order to arrive at the best solutions to maintain and safeguard the interest of our countries. At the same time, we are not responding to each and every comment. We are a cultured, educated, and developed people. At the same time, we respond to the enemy's aggression accordingly, as was the habit in the past.
Now, as I noted at the outset of this video, we also learned that Xi Jinping was threatening Donald Trump as it relates to Japan. Xi Jinping sharply criticized Japan's military buildup during his summit with Trump in Beijing. Xi reportedly became unusually heated while accusing Japanese Prime Minister Takaishi of remilitarization and condemning Tokyo's rising defense spending. Trump responded that Japan needed stronger defenses because the threats of North Korea is what Financial Times is reporting. Sure. Also, you have Russia issuing warnings to the United States. Russia warned Marco Rubio to make sure you have all your diplomats leave Kyiv because Putin said that they were going to level Kyiv. Moscow said the attacks would target decision-making centers, did not specify when the attacks would begin. Notice that you had basically all of America's allies condemning Russia's recent attacks on Kyiv that have escalated, and except the United States. The United States has remained silent as Russia has attacked Kyiv. Doesn't that say so much? I mean, you have everyone from Prime Minister Carney to French President Emmanuel Macron to Keir Starmer to the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, all of them showing solidarity with Zelensky, and Zelensky thanked them all, but Donald Trump remained utterly silent as Putin launched this latest round of ballistic missiles, Orishniks, and drone strikes on Kyiv, and now is telling Rubio, make sure you evacuate your personnel, and the Trump regime has remained silent, just complete and utterly pathetic in nature. Then you had the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb. He just gave a speech recently, I believe it was in Lithuania, and here's how he described the United States as not being a liberal democracy. Play this clip.
Because, of course, the foreign policy of the United States, and they have defined it themselves, is not about preserving the liberal world order. It's quite the contrary. So I would probably take a piece and say, okay, the US is the leader of the West, but the Western Hemisphere. Whereas the traditional global West, or the ones who want to preserve the liberal world order, multilateralism, rules, and institutions.
More from Stube right here. Let's play it.
And so I would like to see the United States defend the world order that it created 80 years ago. But I think it's quite safe to say that they're not doing it anymore. And the best way to explain it is two things which you find in the national security strategy of the US. One is ideological, and that's MAGA, so Make America Great Again. That means that the ideology is quite right-wing. It's anti-globalization, anti-international institutions, therefore, don't be in the ICC, say no to the Paris Climate Accords, et cetera, say no to the WHO, et cetera. It's also anti-EU, and in that sense, quite different. That's the ideological bit. And actually, ideologically, it should be isolationist, but it is quite interventionist, to be honest. Then the second part of it is policy, and that's America first. And there, the pecking order is number one, Western Hemisphere, number two, Indo-Pacific, number three, Europe, number four, Middle East, and number five, Africa. Now that has changed with Iran.
And then finally, Professor Timothy Snyder, world-renowned professor in Yale. Here's how he describes America's diplomatic process as being no process at all. You can hear for yourself. Let's play this clip.
You're giving them too much credit. We only have two negotiators, and those two negotiators are not diplomats. One of them is the president's son-in-law, and the other is the president's friend. Now, if you were looking at any country besides the United States and the entire diplomatic process was reduced to the president's son-in-law and the president's friend, you would probably say, that looks like it's incredibly corrupt. And you would also say, that looks like it could never work. And it can never work. It won't work with Ukraine. It won't work with Iran. In fact, it's already failed with both Ukraine and Iran. But the deeper problem is this: the United States can't help anyone to negotiate a war, the end of a war, unless the United States has a sense of its own interests. And the Trump administration doesn't operate on the basis of American interests. It operates on the basis of what's convenient for a few people around Mr. Trump.
And finally, as I noted at the outset of this video, you have Spain continuing to force United States Air Force tankers to fly around its airspace as it continues to ban aircraft relating to the Iran war. As one individual noted, Europe spent decades following Washington into wars, sanctions, and coalitions. Now one NATO country finally says enough. Funny how allies are only called allies when they obey without question. Maybe the real panic in Washington is realizing Europe is getting tired of cleaning up American Middle East disasters. One other point I'll mention as well, Prime Minister Carney strongly condemning Israel for the treatment of those in the flotilla that were Gaza bound. And Prime Minister Carney has consistently called out Israel and Netanyahu for the genocide in Gaza. Prime Minister Carney said the following: "Today I spoke with President Herzog of Israel. I reiterated that the appalling treatment of civilians aboard the Gaza-bound flotilla was unacceptable and that respect for human dignity must be upheld everywhere and at all times. I underline the imperative of de-escalation in the Middle East and the importance of a genuine resumption of dialogue among all parties. Progress toward peace and stability in the region must remain a clear and shared objective." By the way, that also comes as we saw Netanyahu talking yesterday about escalating attacks in Lebanon and in specifically in Beirut, but particularly throughout all of Lebanon, and apparently the Trump regime endorsing escalation by Netanyahu in Lebanon and the destruction therein under the pretext that they're going after Hezbollah. But we see that they're killing lots of medics and demolishing apartment complexes. And there are so many innocent people that are also being killed when they say, hey, we're just going after Hezbollah is what they say. But it's actually, we see a lot of other people being killed. Obviously, we've been covering that here on the Midas Touch Network. And Iran has made it very clear that there is no peace deal unless there is security guarantees not just in Iran, but in Lebanon, for the Houthis in Yemen, and for the Iranian militia groups in Iraq as well. So anyway, I want to tie together everything that's going on so you have a well-rounded understanding of international affairs. That's why we spend a lot of time on the Midas Touch Network covering all of this. So hit subscribe, help us get to 7 million subscribers. We appreciate you watching. I know there's a lot of material here to cover, but I think you leave these videos more educated than seeing any content anywhere out there. And it's important that we put together all of these facts for you, and we do this together. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Okay, that link is in my description box under no Abraham Accords. No Abraham Accords. You will be able to follow that story there. Now, let me share. Let me share something else with you. We were talking about that flotilla that landed, that was going to Palestine to help the Palestinian people who are still being attacked by Israeli troops. Now, there are reports of women being SA'd by the Israeli military. Hold on. So we know that there have been many flotillas that have tried to render aid to with food and medicine aid to the Palestinians as the Israeli army and settlers continue to take the lives of the Palestinian people, even though they are allegedly in a ceasefire. Now, there are reports of people being forcibly SA'd by the Israeli military. Where is any questions or anything regarding that being talked about? I'm very curious. Where is any of that being talked about? So let me. This is not what I'm going to show. Let's talk about. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go back this way and talk about. Let's talk about the hypersonic missile that Russia is setting off in Ukraine because they are so angry that Ukraine is able to send in drones without getting any help and waiting for help on their partners, not their partners, their allies, the Americans, and they are successfully fighting this war with their own drone capabilities. And this, it seems like Vladimir Putin is very, very angry about that, and he has used hypersonic missiles. And allegedly, this is a big no-no.
Ukraine with hypersonic ballistic missile. Germany's chancellor called it a quote. Tonight, several European leaders are condemning Russia after it attacked Ukraine with hypersonic ballistic missile. Germany's chancellor called it a quote, reckless escalation. It happened overnight during an intense assault that targeted the capital, Kyiv. Several people were killed and wounded. CBS's Lee Canary at our London bureau has been following that development. Lee.
Good evening, Jerika. Russia's President Vladimir Putin promised revenge, and last night it appears he delivered. It was one of the worst nights in the 4-year war in Ukraine's capital. Hundreds of missiles, some making their way through Ukraine's air defense systems, this one appearing to release submunitions that maximize damage. Among the barrage was Russia's Oreshnik missile. At hypersonic speed, it crashes in the blink of an eye. It's believed to be capable of carrying nuclear warheads and difficult to intercept. Whole buildings were left destroyed, like this mall. Apartment blocks, government buildings, and a water supply facility were also hit. Russia said the attack was retaliation following Ukrainian strikes on a student dorm last week that killed 21. Ukraine denied responsibility, saying they'd struck an elite drone command unit in the area. Ukraine's President Zelensky called on the United States and Europe to act. In recent months, he's appealed for more air defense systems, including American-made Patriot missiles. Stockpiles are under growing strain, Jerika, with the war in the Middle East and here in Europe.
Lee Canary in London, thank you.
All hell has broken loose as Donald Trump's top Republican allies in the United States and elsewhere are currently.
That was what I wanted to show you. I have a list of material. We have already watched that. Let's get you what happened on that flotilla. Very Carrie. Thank you for letting me know you are here. Where is it? Let me find it. Hold on. A lot of things that I pulled over to the side. Okay, hold on. I will show you this in 1 second. I just saw it. Jesus Christ. I just saw it. Jesus Christ, where is it? There's nothing better than Tucker Carlson, of all people, getting in Kevin O'Leary's from the what is the name of that show? Kevin O'Leary.
As you guys know, we've been covering the development
from what is the name of that goddamn show? Where the CEOs get presented with a new product, you know, with Mark Cuban, Kevin O'Leary, and they say if they're gonna Shark Tank. So you know that Kevin O'Leary is walking around, is talking about with a baseball cap on, talking about Utah first, because he's building a big data center in Utah, and all of the people that is near this data center, they are against it. But he says that, hey, the people allowed him in. And what people does he speak of? Is he speaking of the people that are filling halls and saying that they don't want the data center there? No, he's talking about the 3 people on some county commission that all 3 of the people voted yes to have him in. And so to see, you know, it is at this point that I get so sick of CNN having these both sides ism stories, because he always bashes in that well, both sides do it, and always trying to move off topic, change the topic when it's something he doesn't want to discuss. He is one of the main proponents of that. So let's be real clear that Stephen O'Leary, he's not even an American, birth American. He is another motherfucking immigrant to America that doesn't care about your way of life as an American citizen. How do you know? Because he's trying to build a data center to collect all the data about you, to do whatever it is he chooses to do with it, to enrich himself. And who gives a fuck about the consequences of what it bears upon the American citizens' lives and their livelihood and the world around them that they live in? He gives zero fucks about that. But the biggest way that you know that he don't give a fuck about you, the biggest way you know this motherfucker is arguing that since three people in the local government said that the data center should go in Utah, he's arguing that your tax dollars should therefore pay for his business. Your tax dollars should go to give him, a billionaire who always want to talk about how many billions he's worth and what he does and how many people work for him, and this is how I calculate my he doesn't calculate his business when he wants to build a brand new data center. Calculating the cost to build the data center is not calculated in his business model. He calculates that your tax dollars should pay for this, and he is arguing this here.
Development of AI and some of the local opposition to AI extensively on this show. Joining us now to talk more about a new vision for how we should think about the development of AI is Zach Exley. He's a former senior advisor to Bernie Sanders, co-founder of the Justice Dems alongside my own husband, Kyle Kulinski, and founder of the New Consensus think tank. Welcome, Zach. Great to have you.
Good to see you. Thank you. It's really exciting to be here. You guys, I have to say, you guys are really the one place where progressive populists are doing it right.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, I mean, you've got this amazing combination of viewpoints, and I really think the right perspective that is going to serve us going into the decades as of the rest of our lives. So that's very kind. I'm really grateful for what you're doing here.
It's our pleasure. Thank you very much for that. It means a lot coming from you. And you've been doing a lot of work on AI. I want to broaden out in just a moment. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the immediate bipartisan backlash that is really building into sort of a grassroots movement against data centers being located in local areas. And the bipartisan nature of this was on display in a recent Tucker Carlson debate with Kevin O'Leary, who is behind this massive data center build-out project in Utah. Tucker challenges him quite aggressively on that. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I would think, since you disagree with the Chinese way of life, which is pretty civilized in a lot of ways, but the one way in which it's barbaric is that it grants its citizens no real rights. And so I would think that you would be very worried about aping their system, which we are now doing. Like, they have total surveillance. It's panopticon in China. We should create our own. Let's take 40,000 acres in Utah and make it possible for the government to know where you are at all times and what you're thinking, listening to you on your phone. Like, we have that.
But
again, you'd be upset about
you
that.
You have to choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese in compute power. And then use the laws of the United States to make sure that you keep that compute power in check whichever way you want. But to not have it available, to put down my shovel, I don't think people want me to do that. Even the people in Box Elder, the majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging. And that's basically the debate we're having.
How do you know that the majority
because
of
they voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys.
There was a referendum?
Like all this crap that's being spewed out.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, and I may have fallen for some of it, so you correct me. There was a referendum among citizens, or did some county board vote?
We actually went through the whole process that you have to do by their law.
Now, let's be real clear. Did you hear how he tried to, they voted on it. I can't be bothered. I'm drinking my water after I lie and say that they voted on it. Who is this they that he speaks of? Who is this? Oh, they voted on it. Why waste my time? I don't have time for this. I'm such a big man. Utah National Security. That's what he has. on this cap. He's been walking around with these big ass baseball caps on. He should have been his bald head ass should have been walking around with baseball caps. We don't have to see that shine from that bald ass motherfucking head. But this asshole is sitting up here talking about they voted on it. Let's be real clear.
Random among citizens, or that the majority
Because
of
they
people?
voted basically box elder. The majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging. And that's
the majority of them want me to grab my shovel and start digging. The majority of them is what he told you. Let's continue.
basically the debate we're having.
How do you know that the majority
because
of
they
people
voted for it unanimously.
How do you know that the majority of the people? Because they voted on it unanimously. And now you're looking down at your talking points. Now you're looking down, you're distracted. And how do we know that the majority of these people want? I am not a big fan of Tucker Carlson, but I wonder why when Tucker Carlson had the opportunity to interview 45, 47 at pivotal points in his administration, he never asked these simple, pointed questions, these obvious questions, these follow-up questions. 45, 47, as he propped him up in his lies and kept his lies going up and into this Dominion voting system of bullshit. The election was raw bullshit. And then you get his text message, Tucker's text messages saying that he is so glad that he's gone, that Trump is gone, and they don't have to talk about him all day, every day, and how he really couldn't stand Trump. See, that's why you don't paint these characters white and innocent. Just because he's asking this dumb motherfucker real simple questions, because these people feel like the Americans are so stupid because of all of the bullshit that these MAGAs idiots buy. They want to paint it on to all of the American people, and I can tell them any dumb thing and they will buy it. But finally, Tucker is doing the job that he should have always been doing. Let's continue. And that's why I don't paint him white. Because Tucker Carlson was very, very dangerous to this nation. And the coddling and the covering up and the not being a real journalist when it matters is the reason why this nation is crumbling.
For the Chinese guys,
there was a referendum.
And that's basically the debate we're having.
How do you know that the majority
because
of
they
people
voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys.
There was a referendum.
Like all this crap that's being spewed out.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, and I may have fallen for some of it, so you correct me. There was a referendum among citizens, or did some county board vote?
We actually went through the whole process that you have to do by their laws, and were granted 3-0. The commissioners of the county said we want to be.
3 people voted. The people of the county
they're elected.
We went through their laws. Hey, it was their laws. It said you had to go through all of these things. And 3 people voted. All of them. It was their laws. Hey, you can't fault me that the whole motherfucking state is coming out against this data center. And it was voted on. It was approved by 3 people. Fuck the tens of thousands of people. No, the 3 people approved it. And I'm going to act like I am so right in this decision making. And they're going to pay for it as well. But are they going to get any shares in this company? Remember how I talked to you so many times about these billionaires are getting kickback from the governments and government subsidies and their tax bills being taken away to put even these sports stadiums in. I don't agree that there should be any tax incentives given to billionaires to build a sports stadium any fucking where. Any fucking way. I don't give a fuck how high tech your sports stadium is going to be. Pay for it then, bitch. Why are the taxpayers, who many of them who can't even afford to buy the seat the furthest away from the playing field, have to subsidize a billionaire's sports complex? Why? And why does people who don't want data centers in their community have to pay for them anyway? Based upon 3 people voted. This motherfucker is sitting up here and said it was voted on. Now, Tucker is going to take this apart quite a bit. Thank God.
Officials, and through the whole process that you have to do by their laws, and were granted 3-0. The commissioners of the county said, we want to be
3 people voted. The people of the county.
They're elected officials. That's how you do it. There's
How
no other
hard
way
is
to
it
do
for Kevin O'Leary and Amazon and Microsoft and Google to subvert 3 county commissioners in rural Utah?
Tucker, they asked us to come. They asked us to bring $15 billion. They asked and they voted, and it was a 3-0 vote. That's how it got done. There's no other way to do
Google,
it.
and Kevin O'Leary got 3 county commissioners in rural Utah on their side. Good work.
And just to add some numbers to the level of opposition that has grown to the development of these data centers locally, you can put F3 up on the screen. Recent poll that found 7 out of 10 Americans said they would oppose a data center being built near them. Opposition is so intense that more Americans would rather live near a nuclear power plant than a data center. That's music to Sauger's ears on that one. But in any case, Zach, I mean, this is relatively recent. Previously, there was a lot more openness. People have drawn this kind of line in the sand around data centers specifically because it is the pressure point they have. It's the one place where they have some control potentially over what development looks like and what gets built in their own neighborhoods.
Yeah, and I think it's great that people are fighting back against data centers. It's really important because they're harming communities. They're in all kinds of ways. They're raising utility bills at a time when they're already incredibly high. And also there's an aspect of, the Luddites who, threw their wooden shoes in the machines to just destroy the machines that were displacing them. Like there's an aspect of people seeing that AI is going to take away their livelihoods. And so, there's a bit of a let's fight it wherever we can fight it, aspect to that, which I think is fine. It's good and people should be doing it. We should be doing it as much as we can, but it's not a solution to the whole problem of AI. This is really something that is going to completely transform our world, our way of life, whether we like it or not, no matter what we do. And I think that progressives, especially progressives and lefties, have a hard time seeing that.
Yeah.
Because I think there's this instinctive, this is a new product that these billionaires are pushing on us. It's just like social media, it's all over again. It's this new thing that we don't have any control over. That's all completely true. But it's also something completely different than that. And, it's an emergent phenomena in our universe, right? Where human intelligence is spilling out of humanity into these data centers. And, even if we stop all of the data centers, the way the technology is advancing, you're going to be able to run amazing AI on your phone, in another few years. There's no stopping this phenomenon of our intelligence, this last skill that humans had that made that, that machines couldn't do. These skills, these abilities are just pouring into the physical world, into silicon. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think there's any way to stop it. But the good news is that we are still a part of the process of this stuff being built. We're still a part of this technological explosion. And as long as we're a part of it, maybe just for another few years, we can change course and we can turn it into something that really benefits us.
Yeah, Zach, let's put F2 up here on the screen, continuing on this data center project around Lake Tahoe. You could see that nearly 50,000 have been told their utility will stop providing power because it's redirecting that power to data centers. Nevada Energy has supplied most of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades. It says next year it will stop servicing homes in the area and instead direct that electricity to the growing demand of Nevada data centers. So how is it, though, that you can see this happen in not only in a U.S. state, but have the consumers and the citizens have no even say over something like this?
Well, I mean, that's how our economic system works. Yeah. We have, you know, we here in the U.S., people all over the world, we've got very little say over what's happening to us economically. You know, we've been, just to pick a random example, you know, we've been exporting our waste, you know, including all kinds of toxic waste to poor countries all over the world, and, you know, just killing tons and tons of people and making millions of people sick. Nobody even talks about that. You know, there's a million other things like that. This is just in the news now because because people can see that it's actually much bigger than our utility bills going up. This really is something that's going to eliminate work for just about everybody. And the incredible thing, and this is really what we've got to refocus to, because this data center stuff is, yes, we have to fight it, but it's like really kind of a distraction if we're not really keeping our eye on the really big consequence, which is that really in just a matter of a few years, everybody, like if you could do your job in the pandemic on your computer, if you can do your job remotely now, your job is going to be done by AI, right? And people, you know, people still haven't accepted this. They're still coming up with explanations about why this isn't going to happen. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you guys would like to get into that now. It's a difficult conversation to have because, you know, there's so many completely new things about this that we're having a hard time getting our heads around.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about that. First, let's put F1 up on the screen. This is some of your work at New Consensus. You've got a provocative headline here, which is, you say, why capitalism can't survive AI. And you get into the details of why this is different from the Industrial Revolution, let's say, or, you know, some of the past transitions that people point to of like, oh, this technological, you know, advance, there was all sorts of naysaying and doom and gloom around it, but ultimately created more jobs than it destroyed. You've got some details about how you think the collapse is going to happen. And then you have ideas about what we need to do. So let me start here playing devil's advocate for the idea that it is going to be this transformative, because I think you're right. I see a lot of progressives and people more broadly on the left who see this all as like marketing gimmicks. They're like, yeah, sure, these people are selling you this bill of goods that they're going to replace all of labor. The reason they're saying that is because to justify their valuations, they have to claim that this technology is going to be hyper productive and be able to replace all sorts of human beings. That's where the value comes in for the companies that they're trying to sell this to, and in the minds of the shareholders and the investors that they are trying to promote to. So what is your response? Why are you so confident that this is going to be something other than, you know, a basically glorified Google search, how it's going to be this truly transformative technology, unlike something we've seen in the past?
Yeah, and that's one of the questions, right? Is it really going to be smart enough and capable enough to replace humans? And like, let's just start with that. I mean, first of all, it is replacing a lot of humans in a lot of knowledge jobs. You know, what's happening in software development is just absolutely incredible. But there's still some limitations to these AI agents and, you know, the kind of AI that people are using to like really try to do jobs. There's still some limitations, but those that are preventing them from replacing tons and tons of employees. But those limitations are really mundane. They're not at the level of, you know, science or, you know, real advanced software development. It's stuff like just wiring the AI to a memory. Like the memories are really bad right now. But there's like 1,000 companies and, you know, thousands of open source developers all working to build memory systems. And it's such simple stuff, like really like people who aren't even software developers are building some of these systems because it's really just creating ways for the AI to like make notes to itself. And when you know, if you get into like studying how the brain works, you realize that that's really how our brain works too. Mm-hmm. You know, we're not fully conscious and aware of everything all at the same time. Our brain, you know, has intelligence built into all of these circuits, and it has memories, and it goes and fetches those memories as it needs it. So the last pieces, like the other really mundane piece that AI needs that's holding it back right now is just access to your keyboard and your screen, right? And it's funny, like I do a ton of work with AI, all kinds of software projects and research. We use it at New Consensus, and that leads a lot of people to yell at me online whenever they hear me say that. But it's I'm using it so that I can really know how this actually works, and it really is like working with a human being. It's just really and the capacity that it has for the work that I do with it is just incredible. Like I have managed teams of software developers before, on multi-million-dollar projects, and this one AI for $100 a month can do the work of a team of 10 people. Projects that would have taken a year or just would have been plain impossible, I can now do with it in days, right? But also on the research front, it's incredible. And I mean, I'd love to tell you all about it, but it's really incredible what it can do. But it's like working with a human being. But it's funny, and actually, the agent I work with and we actually joke around about this, that it can solve these huge, incredible problems. It can tell me stuff about any corner of human history because I've loaded thousands and thousands of books and sources into it. And yet it cannot click on the submit button on a website on my screen, right? But that problem is going to be solved, right? So like when I try to get it to go buy a plane ticket for me, it just can't do it. But that problem is going to be solved with some really mundane tools. Like, I'm sure you've heard about OpenClaw. There was a lot of hype around that. And that was a new product that an open source developer on his own with no money just wired together that basically gave the AI the ability to see some stuff that it couldn't see before. But then of course OpenAI hired him, and and all progress stopped there. But it's okay. There's thousands of other people out there that are doing that wiring. So the thing that's going to happen, which is going to change everything, is that in a couple of years or maybe a few years, these problems are going to be solved, and an AI is going to appear in your Google Meet at your team meeting at work. And it's going to be fully capable of doing anything that a human can do, anything that anybody on your team can do. But it's going to be, the reality is it's going to be smarter and better and faster. And this one being is going to be working with everybody all across the company all at the same time. So how long is it going to take until that being can just do all of the work of the company, of all of the work of everybody that does their jobs on computers? And so the next step is the CEO is just going to talk to that AI and realize, hey, we don't need the people anymore. And then guess what's going to happen next? The board of directors is going to talk to the AI and realize we don't need that CEO anymore. And but the changes are going to be so much bigger than that, because when this starts to happen, like entire industries don't make sense anymore. Like management consulting, financial management, money management, insurance. There's, all these industries just don't make sense anymore because everybody will be able to do everything for themselves. Like no company will ever hire McKinsey to run the same AI to answer questions that they can run themselves,
Well, and this really gets to your thesis that capitalism as it is structured now cannot handle these changes. Can you lay out why you think it will lead to a sort of collapse? What will be the mechanisms? What will that look like?
Yeah, and this is hard because capitalism has run so smoothly for so long, like ever since the World War II, basically. That I mean, I know there've been booms and busts. Yeah, but if you actually
Okay, I find it interesting that this man is talking about how AI is going to interfere with the operation of capitalism. Do not forget that wasn't it in that NSPM7? Yes, it was in that NSPM7 that your government said that it was going to arrest you if you didn't believe and didn't support capitalism. Do you remember that being in the NSPM7? But they are actually absolutely creating the ability for billionaires to destroy capitalism with this AI. And they're threatening you if you don't believe in capitalism. What they're going to call that capitalism 2.0, because billionaires are destroying your financial way of life. Let's continue.
look at how capitalism used to work, right, before the Great Depression, all through the 1800s, like there was a Great Depression every decade, and they were way more severe than the Great Depression in a lot of ways. Huge chunks of the population starving because the entire capitalist system just shut down. And all of those crashes, just like the Great Depression, were basically caused by overproduction. Machines getting really efficient, producing tons and tons of stuff. The financial bubbles are mixed in. So, you have financial bubbles around whatever new technology is out there. Is this sounding familiar?
Sure.
And so the thing that we forgot, we haven't experienced this with capitalism, a moment when capitalism runs out of customers, right? And like the same way that an animal needs oxygen to breathe, capitalism needs customers. And it's so basic and simple, like it's such a stupid thing to say, but it's absolutely true and it's inescapable. And so this is what, has basically caused long periods of unemployment and economic catastrophe in the past, when, capitalism builds out too much stuff in a bubble, and then they realize it was all silly and there's not enough people to buy. People don't have the money to buy this stuff. So they start laying people off. Well, it's a self-fulfilling cycle, right? Everybody needs to understand this, because this is what's going to be happening. It's called a demand doom loop. It's a demand, it's a self-reinforcing demand downward spiral, right? So people have less money to buy stuff, so that creates less demand. So companies lay people off, which lowers demand even more. We've stopped that since World War II by jumping in. The government jumps in and just gives everybody money, and then capitalism gets back on its feet. This has worked for a few centuries now. Even without the bailouts, capitalism has eventually started investing again and employing people again, because it's true what they say, that new technology creates new kinds of products and new kinds of services, which means new companies, which means new jobs. So people got automated off the farms into the factories, and then they got automated out of the factories into offices. And capitalism's, amazing trick is that it can just limitlessly create new products and services, which keeps everybody employed and keeps the system expanding. There's a big problem now with AI, because now AI is going to be able to do everything that a person can do at their computer, right? And there's a lot of other jobs that are going to get automated too, that are getting automated in factories, in cars, obviously, and in all kinds of other parts of the economy. But it can do everything that humans can do with their brains. It will be able to very shortly. And so that means that this wave of automation is like when the horse got automated out of a job. And I think Ryan actually brought this up, or somebody on your show brought this up weeks ago. And this is absolutely true, and it's a great analogy, because once you connected an engine to wheels and some other contraptions, there was nothing that horses could do that machines could not do better.
Right.
Okay, this is in my description box. I thought that it was very important that I let you guys hear this. We're going to move on, because nothing amazes me more than people who have to work using their thoughts, their ideas, and their brain matter, come on YouTube and talk about how they are going to use AI and let AI do their project at work for them, with a hee in their voice. And I'm gonna, go around the edges and make sure it's citing the right things, with a hee in their voice, with not having the full understanding that once you put the wheels and the engine together, the AI, once your horse-driven stupid ass put the wheels and the engine together for AI and insert your ideas into AI, it needs you no more. Hold on. Because you think you're a lot of people think that they are these unique unicorns. If you're using it, do you not think that excuse me, I have to sneeze. Do you not think that other people in your same industry, your competitors are using it as well? So once all you hold on. Once all of you, I am the cream of the crop of Negroes and raccoons. Submit your ideas because you're too lazy, because you cannot fight for anything. Because you cannot fight for anything that is right. So therefore, you fall into using AI, the same thing that is going to take your fucking job from you, and you have programmed it. Well, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna sneak and use it. I'm gonna do my presentation with it. No, you're training AI. You're not the only one in your field that is training AI, putting these ideas together. You think that AI comes up with your ideas? You think that these people who have programmed this AI have an idea that is unique to you about problem solving anything in every criteria of the world? No. You dummies go on and you input your unique ideas into programming AI to problem solve without you, to take your fucking jobs. Okay, there's that. Now let's get into the Pope of it all. There has been the Pope came out. Speaking of manifestos, even the Pope had to come out with a manifesto against this AI. This link is in my description box, and this next link with the Pope is also going to be in my description box. Let me share a little bit of what the Pope had to say about AI. You know, I've been telling y'all about AI for a long, long time. And you had a dumb raccoon, RonyiQ don't know what she's talking about. I program, I prompt AI, I do this, a whole motherfucking raccoon out here trying to pretend like he is a unicorn motherfucker, and all he is a low bottom lying piece of trash that is on YouTube dating white women that calls him nigger to his face. So let's continue. Let me share this with you. Putting dick in white women that calls him nigger to his face. Curious. And you raccoons, you want to appear to be raccoons, are sitting up here drinking the water of someone who doesn't have the good sense, that doesn't have the good sense to know that women he's putting dick in thinks he's a nigger.
Pope Leo taking on the rapidly advancing world of AI, laying out a pretty stark warning that technology of its kind is fueling world conflicts. He spoke about his concerns just moments ago from the Vatican.
Artificial intelligence already touches many areas of our lives and affects decisions that shape human coexistence. It is also dramatically changing how war is waged. Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed.
So this is Pope Leo's first encyclical, a theological document that goes out to all bishops in the church. Interestingly, the 235-page document was written with the help of one of the co-founders of Anthropic, the AI company in a legal dispute with the Trump administration over the use of its technology in military and defense operations.
Now, CNN's Christopher Lamb following this story for us from Rome and joining me now. Firstly, tell us why the Pope has chosen this issue and why now?
Well, Becky, he's been concerned about the development of AI really since the beginning of his pontificate, and he does believe that the church has a role to play in essentially trying to offer a more ethical development of this technology and to offer some theological input. The Pope saying that he says the church is not offering scientific or technical solutions, but says it has some wisdom to offer in the development of this very important technology, which is changing everyone's lives. And I spoke to Chris Oller earlier after the presentation. He said that he welcomes the Pope's intervention because the development of AI is not just a scientific question, it's also one that raises big theological and philosophical ones. And so I think that's why Pope Leo really feels the need to intervene in this debate, and not just to be a voice on the sidelines, but to try and really shape how AI is developed, hence him having the co-founder of Anthropic, Chris Oller, on the platform with him.
Well, Maria Ceausescu is the International Policy Director at Stanford University's Cyber Policy Center. She joins us live from Haarlem in the Netherlands. It's good to have you. Thank you. We just heard from the Pope there saying that AI needs to be disarmed. Obviously, he's referring to its ever-increasing use in warfare. I do wonder whether he's a little late to the party with this and whether the train hasn't already left the station.
Well, I mean, yes, a lot of developments have raced ahead, especially between a handful of big players, companies, countries that are, risking a race to the bottom in their eagerness to think about their own pole position instead of thinking about people all around the world. And I think in that sense, the voice of the Pope here, coming from a moral leadership perspective, putting people at the heart of the consideration, not billionaires, not technology, not state power, is crucial.
It's interesting that you say, that he doesn't want the kind of big tech sort of owning this and controlling this. He's making a point of working with experts from the industry, including one of the biggest, Anthropic, the CEO, Chris Oller, at the Vatican today. Have a listen to some of what he had to say.
Some might believe that matters of AI are best handled by computer scientists like myself. They are mistaken. The questions raised by AI are bigger than the AI research community, not just in their implications, but also in their nature.
I wonder what some of the essential questions that he's referring to there are, in your experience.
Well, I can't speak for anyone representing an AI company, but just from my own point of view, when you look at the implications of AI, there are so many trade-offs to be made, impacting civil liberties like the right to privacy or non-discrimination, press freedom, access to information, against notions of national security, where income is going to be generated and who stands to benefit from that income generation. We have a whole lot of concern on the part of creators, people in the cultural sector, but think also about communities that are less well represented than the majority of voices and faces that data sets are trained on to develop AI models. So I think a lot of the core trade-offs impact society writ large. Therefore, I always make the case for regulation and a rule of law-based approach that binds the abuse of power by government, but also by tech companies. And it's right for Chris to point to the fact that computer scientists, corporate actors, single governments cannot make these decisions on their own. It's really important that the representation of people in the widest sense is feeding into these decisions. And so that's how I hear his remarks.
And let's remind ourselves that the Department of Defense requested unrestricted access to Anthropic's AI models for what they described as sort of any purpose.
I talked to you about this earlier. They wanted to have Anthropic be able to do autonomous strikes that took the lives of people autonomously. And the CEO of the creator of Anthropic would not give them that permission. Yes, the same thing that it has been reported that Palantir, the same capabilities that it has been reported that Palantir used in Palestine. The the ability to autonomously use AI, and that AI be the great decider of who was going to not live any further on this day, based upon AI and AI alone, with no human input. And Anthropic said, no, you can't use my AI that way. But Anthropic is still intertwined with the Pentagon. After Pete Kegbrep said, oh, I'm going to throw Anthropic out, and I'm going to write a bad letter and say that they are a bad business partner. Last I heard, they were still in cahoots with each other with Anthropic. So who knows what is going on with Anthropic right now. Let's continue.
Anthropic declining, seeking guarantees that their technology would not be used in autonomous weapons or for domestic mass surveillance. So I'm just reminding our viewers, because that sets the context for why perhaps the CEO of Anthropic was there at the Vatican today. It appears, at least, that he and the Pope seem to share the same sort of narrative here. In your opinion, does AI have any place in warfare? And if so, how should it or could it be used effectively and humanely?
Well, I think the core is that when AI or other technologies are used, when states engage in conflict, that they do so on the basis of a mandate that comes from the people, and also on the basis of accountability that comes from the people. And I think the real risk that AI empowered warfare and even cyber war writ large holds is that it happens in secret, without a mandate, without accountability, without any kind of sense of, you know, what we can learn.
They'll tell you that the people did decide on it, and then you question them, were there a vote on it? Oh, well, 3 people on the Commerce Committee voted on it. All 3 said yes. Like Big Nose Shark Tank. He looks like a shark. His whole face looked like a shark. Shark brother, Kevin O'Leary told you. This link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to finish it. There is a little more going on with this link, but I want to, speaking of Kevin O'Leary, same site, I have another link about Kevin O'Leary and his big lying ass. Let's get into this. A big liar. Yes, he is. Let's, where is this? Oh, here we are. Let's go back to the Kevin O'Leary story. Isn't that a big, massive, they call that, what is this? It looks like a shark, doesn't it? Does this mega yacht look like a shark? Driving along Biscayne Bay in South Miami. Does that look like a shark to you?
Stop buying coffee for $5.50. I can walk around with anybody for a day and show you that they're wasting 15% of their money, sometimes 20%.
You should stop buying $5.50 coffee a day. And if you can't buy it, you should certainly not be on YouTube begging for it. You should certainly not, in this economy, begging people who are watching your channel to buy you some fucking coffee. You should be warning your people. You should be putting something up for your people in this economy, with the ignorance of this economy, with the devaluation of the dollar that looks soon to come. You should be putting up links to make sure your people are aware of that they may need to store a little water away for a rainy day. Not a little, a lot. You may want to put some links in your on your channel that show people where they can buy solar generated generators from. See, these are the things that anybody who actually really give a fuck about people, or as opposed to the people who are looking for an audience that appears to have great numbers in them, and therefore this is a great place to go and beg for money for myself. As I try to criticize 45 and 47 for robbing the people blind. This is I think that this would do well. If you are on my link, if you are watching on your television screen, go to the regular, the portrait view of this video, and check out the links that I have put down there, because I think that this country is in for some perilous times, desperate times that are going to call for desperate measures. And you know who's the last to who's always the last to know? These billionaires don't give zero fucks about it. Of course, they're sitting around partying on their mega jets, buying up access to the Met Gala, and we're going to talk about that too. Once again, we're gonna talk about the okay. Let's stay on topic. Don't be like the people in the chat. Well, what about? We're going to stay on topic. Let's get back to Kevin O'Leary, who says that he can walk around with you all day and tell you how you are wasting 15% of your wealth or your money or your paycheck. Let's continue.
Stupid stuff.
You know, there's a lot of reasons.
Who is that? Who that be?
Stop buying coffee for $5.50. I can walk around with anybody for a day and show you that they're wasting 15% of their money, sometimes 20. Stupid stuff.
You know, there's a lot of reasons why memes like these are going viral these days, but Kevin O'Leary is increasingly becoming a major one of them.
Let me ask, though, about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts.
Yeah, Mr. Not So Wonderful has been...
They don't have to do that. They just won't win any contracts. So if they don't, what are you, a mob boss? You're trying mob boss tactics? If they don't give me any money, I won't give them any contracts. He actually sat there and said this, and unashamed to say something like this. The boldness of these grifters is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Getting absolutely dogpiled for just egregious and out-of-touch interviews he's been giving all week, while simultaneously trying to push his new data center that's going to kill jobs and people in Utah. And I'll show you all the clips and roasting in this video after you drop a like and subscribe to spread a little class consciousness. But, you know, I got to hand it to him, folks. I didn't know Canadians could be this big of pieces of shit. I mean, that is just another L for American exceptionalism. We are Charlie. But in the vein of class consciousness, I don't see citizenship, and this piece of shit will always be a billionaire first. And if that sounds a little harsh to you, well, at the same time that Kevin O'Leary tells the poor not to drink coffee to save money, the criminal capitalist owns a 26-meter-long super yacht from the exclusive Wally brand valued at $7 million that he gets to party on regularly.
So while you're looking at the person who says that you in Utah should pay your state taxes or any federal taxes should go to build his $1 billion data center, understand that.
So let's grow a little class consciousness together, because Kevin O'Leary would not give two shits if you and your entire community keeled over right now. In fact, he's probably salivating for it so he could pave over your graves and put up a data center.
And in tech news, OpenAI launched construction of a new data center in Greenville, Tennessee on top of a sick child today. The artificial intelligence company announced the data center will be positioned in the heart of the small race car themed bedroom where 8-year-old Billy Treaker fights a rare kidney disease on a daily basis.
It's a competition.
But why are you getting tax breaks is my question.
Yeah, everybody, you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs. That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion.
Well,
That's just
okay,
the
but anyone who
first one.
starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't. But
well, of course they do.
Others,
if you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
Hey, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
But why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving?
I can build it in Texas. That's no problem. If they don't want to do it, you can. If it's no problem, why don't you just build it right there where we're speaking of? That's no problem. I can go build it somewhere else, where red states, where there are a lot of dummies in these red states. A lot of these zombie believing Trump voters. I can build it at Jacksonville, Mississippi. Where exactly is Jacksonville, Mississippi? I've heard of Jackson, Mississippi. Sure, another red state that has a lot of dummy voters that vote against their own interests. But the thing about Jackson, Mississippi, Mississippi is one of the poorest states in the country. Do you think that in Jacksonville, Mississippi, they will be able to even scrape up enough money to build this, what is it, 40-acre large data center that he wants to build on taxpayer dollars? Oh, are you mad in the chat? If you're mad in the chat, please stay on topic and discuss what is being discussed. Do you have any answers to answer this? Because I know that you red states losers like to deflect. Talk about the topic that's on hand. How much tax dollars would you like to contribute to Kevin O'Leary? Let's continue.
Equity in the company. Are you giving taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares, but here's why they would do it.
Why would the taxpayers have to? I mean, in other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I, as a taxpayer, forced to pay for your business? I don't get it.
I know. I hate agreeing with Tucker Carlson too, but this is a very good sign that even a billionaire like Kevin O'Leary is getting pushback from the right wing. Because let's be honest, we as progressives have to kind of lead the charge of sanity and logic here, because even though the right gets the emotional aspect of this, we've all seen what a bunch of illogical, angry, white criminal losers will do when they're pushed past their breaking point.
Full capital injury. Multiple capital injuries.
Yeah. Why do you think Trump is paying them all off with a slush fund of your tax dollars? Don't get me wrong. I hate every one of those fucks as much as the next decent human being. But you know what? As misguided as their rage was, they fucking did something about it, and that terrifies the Epstein elite ruling class. But now that same violent mob is being placated with your tax dollars so that billionaires like Kevin can use more of those same tax dollars to displace workers and create the exact same conditions that led to that misguided violent rage.
A ceremonial groundbreaking was held in the third grader's bedroom earlier today. Engineers and surveyors began laying the groundwork for the data center this week, which they say will unleash up to 10 gigawatts of power annually once fully up and running, on top of Stan and Rebecca Treacher's only child.
Isn't the hyper-capitalist American circle of life wonderful, folks? And on that note, why am I, a taxpayer, forced to pay for some pedo's ballroom?
Make your event magical with the Epstein Ballroom's Diddy Baby Oil Flume. Join DJ TJ as he DJs all ages shows.
Oh, the money's not coming from taxpayers. It's coming from the corporations. Well, it is coming from the taxpayers because Trump just asked the Republicans that will do anything the fuck he wants to give him more money for it. And on top of that, again, I fucking hate it, but to Cucker's earlier fucking point, all of the companies that are donating, bribing, significantly benefit from tax incentives that come from us, the American people. These billionaires do not create jobs. AI is not creating jobs.
OpenAI executives say they plan on expanding out from Billy's sleeping area to his play and reading areas, as well as to the corner of his room where his mother sits in a rocking chair praying for her son's survival every night, all to guarantee ample space for their 10-ton processors to operate.
And yet somehow, people, dipshits like Kevin O'Leary, still have the gall to go on whatever the fuck podcast this is. Who even wants Kevin O'Leary on a podcast and say shit like this?
Can't stand it when I see kids that are making 70 grand a year spending $28 for lunch. I mean, that's just stupid. It's just, think about that in the context of that being put into an index and making 8 to 10% a year for the next 50 years.
I can't stand.
Oh, so they're supposed to starve for the next 50 years because a kid that's making $70,000 a year who has to pay $28 a month for a day for lunch. That is the going price for having lunch today in the United States of America. And he's poo-pooing his nose up at the person who is actually buying substance for his body, who is also working. But he's not poo-pooing the fact that this administration has prices jacked up this high that people must pay in the first place. You notice the problem is the consumer, not the policies that has made lunches this high. I remember who was this? Someone who was in Trump administration's. I think she was in the Department of Labor, and she had the audacity to be so taken aback when she was in the airport. Now, anybody who flies through the airport, you already know if you go to any of these places in the airport to eat, it is extraordinarily higher than what it is outside of the airport. She said that they had the audacity to try to sell some little turkey sandwich, some club sandwich for $28. I put it back and thank God I had some granola and some other snacks in my purse. So, does she really think that buying food in the airport, which has already been pricey, now she's shocked at the prices that everyday American have to pay, and she is in this administration, and whose fault is this? Is she faulting this on the store that is selling the sandwiches? Or is this a percentage of how much prices have increased in the United States of America? So she didn't expect these more expensive foods that are served in airports to be more expensive. I don't get her complaint. I really don't get her complaint. And here you have this motherfucker on this mega yacht talking about, why don't they put it in an index? It makes me, for 50 years, it makes me so mad. Don't eat lunch for 50 years. But never talks about why the lunch is $28. Do you understand what I'm saying?
When billionaires donate hundreds of millions of dollars to campaigns to get Donald Trump and Republicans elected so they can get tax breaks, so they can take more American taxpayer money and funnel it into an index fund. Can you imagine the return on investment that people, human beings, actual working Americans that support this country, that built this country, that vote, would do with that money? Can you imagine the amount of kids that would fucking eat? The fact that anyone would take this asshole seriously and listen to his quote-unquote financial advice is fucking laughable. And not only because this motherfucker wears sandals to his Fox News fucking interviews. Also, again, same fucking suit. I hate it when billionaires can't flaunt their wealth and wear a different fucking suit for different interviews. But no. This guy and these people, these billionaires, need you to believe they're hyper-capitalist bullshit AI slop that unfortunately is an AI slop. They're regurgitated talking points about how we need them and we need them to create jobs and they need our tax dollars because they're going to give so much back in return. And they need you to believe that so much that they will make up bullshit lies like Kevin did right here in his fucking sandals about how the people who oppose his data center in Utah are just Chinese operative spies.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson. What am I doing? Apparently, we've reached the part of the Stratos data center journey where Kevin O'Leary goes on national Fox News to accuse us of being cells for the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening.
Right. It's got to be China. China.
So therefore, first of all, how is he conveniently saying talking about building his data center, and now who would want us to quit building our electrical grid? Your data center is not an electrical grid, sir. And for you to conflate the truth of the two, to try to say that somebody is aligned with communist China, would that not be your president who went to China and talked about how long he and she have been good friends, and we can call each other and we can talk and we can make is China our friend or foe? Is China our friend or foe? China. Is China our friend or foe? Huh? I'm very curious. Now, all of a sudden, you are talking about electrical grids, sir. That has nothing to do with your data center, where you're harvesting data. You're not creating electrical grids, but you need to create an electrical grid so you don't plug this data center into the electrical grid of people in Utah, making their electrical bills skyrocket. See, that is another bill that you could add to the cost of doing business. What about the cost of doing business? If you can't pay the cost of doing business, then you're out of business. But these billionaires don't even contend or pretend that they are going to pay anything to get their businesses up and going, and they are going to take from the taxpayer. So when you take from the taxpayer, are you giving them any parts of your shares or anything of your businesses, sir? No, you're not. You want the taxpayer and to pay for something that only you and who you choose to will profit from. Make that make sense. Can somebody please make this make sense? That these motherfuckers have the audacity to come out here and say the shit in the day and night and try to ask if these are two young women who have questions about it are working with communist China. China
is the only one who would want Kevin O'Leary to stop building a stupid fucking data center in Utah. It couldn't maybe be all the people getting displaced or the people getting their water poisoned or their livelihoods thrown out. No, it couldn't be fucking them.
This is our cold water pressure in the kitchen.
Now, if you guys remember this, I showed you this a long time ago. I think it was sometime in January or February of last year. Yes, this is in Texas. This is what he's talking about. The data center does to the waters. I'm gonna drop the link on in the description box so you can watch this whole video.
This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah. And this is what's in all the pipes.
To anyone who is still licking the boot of billionaires, do society a favor, okay? Take the boot out of your mouth, grow a little class consciousness, and if you can't do that, shove that boot right back up your rectum and then try to go get disability for the rest of your life.
Pope Leo taking on the rapidly advancing world of AI, laying out a pretty stark warning. That
we already saw this one. Let's move on to what else I want to share with you. Let me.
Guys, we're now at the point where discussing Trump's corruption doesn't even require any commentary. It doesn't even require an argument. Just by simply objectively describing what he's doing, that alone will leave you dumbfounded. It will leave you awestruck. It will leave you just, I don't even have the right word for it. I don't know. There is no word in the English language that can actually encapsulate what this man is doing. What this man is doing and how you should be just, grossed out by it. Just, ugh. I'm struggling to come up with the words here, quite literally. So Rachel Maddow covered some of the new Trump corruption revelations here. And I think this clip speaks for itself. Let's take a look and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
Don't worry though.
Okay. This will be in the description box under bold corruption. Like he said, there is nothing else that need to be added to this. This is just a reminder of the type, the limitless boldness of the corruption that is going on in this administration. Kabish, let's get into it.
The president himself can handle a lot of this health stuff himself. He does appear really focused on it in a very specific way. Headline: Trump bought stock in drug maker as his government boosted its obesity drugs.
Did you know that your president had already bought stock in those drugs when he had those 7 people? One of them was from Eli Lilly, I believe, came into the White House and one of them fainted and passed out. Then your president did an announcement and was like, "Oh shit, get this motherfucker up off the floor." You don't remember that when RFK Jr. Took off like Usain Bolt and ran out of the fucking room when the guy from the pharmaceutical agency fell out and fainted. What they were doing? They were announcing some type of agreement that the U.S. government had with these pharmaceutical companies. Come to find out, but what they did not tell you on that day when all of this was happening, what they omitted to tell you that your president, prior to making this announcement, had traded hundreds of millions of dollars worth of stock with these companies. We're talking about the stock trading that Rachel Maddow pointed out. And while you zombies are in the chat, stay on topic. If you want to discuss anything, it's not what about it's what we're talking about. It's not the what aboutism. What about the other things? Is what we are talking about. If you want to discuss anything and be taken seriously, if you want to point yourself out as an idiot, as someone who cannot be taken seriously, say what about something else? Say what about Biden? Say what about Obama? Just wave your hands and let us know that you one of the white ignorants.
Just before taking unprecedented action to boost the flagship obesity drug of the drug company Eli Lilly, Trump bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in Eli Lilly. This happened while he's president. Joe Biden didn't trade stocks while he was in office. Barack Obama didn't trade stocks while he was in office.
We should take a moment and reflect on that too. In today's day and age, one of the things that has to happen is everybody has to finally let go for good of this bullshit notion that both sides are the same. Actually, they're the same. Both sides do it. Both sides are the same, bro. They're just like, they're equal. They're equally bad. Both sides. No, that is what we call a false equivalence. It is complete and utter horseshit. I have many criticisms of the Democrats. If you watch my show over the years, you will know my criticisms of the Democrats. You can repeat them right now without me saying anything, okay? However, the Republican Party is on another level. They are on another level. The Republican Party absolutely is. I'm not just saying this. It is true. They are a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. Their corruption is also off the fucking charts. So I don't want to hear it. Something like that is not something to gloss over. It's not some little thing. No, whatever corruption there is when it comes to Obama and Biden are nothing in comparison to Trump and his regime. They are fucking Boy Scouts compared to Trump and his regime. And there's just one example of, I'm just not going to, it would obviously be unethical if I were to personally buy and sell stocks. I'm not going to do that. That wouldn't be right. Whereas Trump, as you're about to see, is making hundreds of millions of dollars, not only from buying and selling stocks and insider trading, but manipulating the market. Also, manipulating the market during a war. During a war. He will use the war to, short oil and then say something to make oil go down or make oil go up. Like, he will bet in accordance with what show he's putting on, what line he's putting out there about where we are with the peace negotiations and whether or not he's going to attack. This is fucking insane shit, bro. This is insane. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear both sides. Shut the fuck up forever. I immediately lose all respect for somebody if they do some both sides shit. Immediately. Like, I'm just like, okay, you're just not a serious person. Because, like, obviously, you're obviously not following this shit, right? If you say something.
But you're not a serious person if you're sitting up in my chat talking about how in the primaries the Republicans won something, when in the primaries the Republicans were choosing who would be in the general election. So what they won is against another Republican. So if you're sitting in my chat talking about, the great wins that happened during the primaries when Republicans were going up against Republicans, please, you're a fucking idiot. You don't even know how your government works. That is not a win against anyone. Who is that a win against? What did you prove to the Democrats by that? You were going up against each other, you stupid fuck. Get the fuck out of here with your dumb ass. Dumbass love to stand out in the middle of the chat and bend over and spread their cheeks to show that they're just a dumb funky ass.
Like that. Like, it's impossible. If you actually are educated on this shit and you follow this shit and you follow the news on a daily basis and you look at all the details and all the specifics, you cannot walk away from that going, both sides. Like, no, shut the fuck up forever.
Trump is apparently trading stocks while he is in office. And since we got his financial disclosure about those stock trades late last week, right, detailing this bizarre and incredibly energetic stock trading that the president has been doing while he has been president. Now, with each passing hour, we're getting more and more reporting coming out about how his stock buying as president tracks with things he's doing as president to boost the value of those stocks. I mean, it's just incredible. So in January, Trump buys hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in NVIDIA. Then a week later, his Commerce Department approves the sale of NVIDIA chips to China. Also in January, Trump buys between $50,000 and $100,000 worth of stock in AMD, which is another chip maker. 1 week after he buys it, his Commerce Department approves AMD doing business in China as well. Following month in February, Trump buys millions of dollars worth of stock in Dell Computers, right? Dell Technologies. 9 days after he buys millions of dollars worth of stock in Dell, Trump veers off script in a speech in Georgia to tell the crowd literally, quote, go out and buy a Dell computer. Then in March, he buys up a whole bunch of stock in a company called Thermo Fisher. Repeated purchases of Thermo Fisher. Judd Legum at Popular Information report.
Propping up companies that he just have bought shares in. Telling you to go out and buy a Dell computer. Give me your money, you poor, ignorant, old white voters, young white voters, you racist voters, you MAGAs, no matter what, because it allows us to have overt racism in this country. So I am MAGA no matter what. Make racism acceptable again. MAGA. You'll be MAGA no matter what, because that's the only thing that you get out of it. And you live and breathe off of it. You will vote against your own interests to keep it. We know you. It's obvious. You do it all the time. It's in your nature. It's in your nature. It's your heritage. It's your heritage. It's my heritage. No, it's in your nature. And no one expects anything more from you than to be dummies that vote against your own interests. Because you're dummies. Let's continue.
Reports that Trump repeatedly buys up Thermo Fisher stock And then he goes and visits Thermo Fisher on a presidential visit.
You know, I was wondering when he went, I remember this. He went to that plant. I'm like, what fucking company is this? This is not some shit. Like, why would a president visit this company? Now you know why. Now you know why. It's literally all like he is an empty void of a man. And he just packs it all with malignant narcissism and greed and selfishness and being a little piggy. And it's all like, more money, more power, more control. Like everything he does is for that shit. He has never once given a single solitary fuck about the American people. If he did, he wouldn't have kicked 18 million people off Medicaid and doubled and tripled health insurance premiums. Wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't have done it. Okay? He wouldn't have lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs after running as the guy who's going to revive manufacturing. Wouldn't have done it. Simply wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't keep cutting taxes for the wealthy and subsidizing the wealthy, the Epstein class, the billionaires, as he raises taxes on the working class. He wouldn't have done that if he actually gave a shit about you.
And on this presidential visit to Thermo Fisher, he praises the company repeatedly as an incredible company. He says, as president, that he wants other pharmaceutical companies to start working with Thermo Fisher.
Oh my
God. He buys their stock and then he goes out and boosts the company as president.
Bro, if I'm being real, straight to prison. He should be
straight to prison. Yes, you are definitely watching that. Am I watching MSMS, who can legally lie to you, and one streamer talking about it in another streamer's channel? Yes, you are. And since you're here still watching it, please hit the like button. Since you're here, everyone, tap your TV, tap your phone screens if you're watching by your phone. Since you are here, you are a fan, please hit the like button. You can hit the dislike button if you are mad about what I'm telling you, about the truth I'm telling you. But the one thing I did not notice is that you have nothing to say about the things that are being presented not being factual. That's what I did notice. Please make sure you hit the like button. Thank you all for joining me. Hit the like button.
In handcuffs now. Like right now, he should be in handcuffs. The fact that, I mean, I'm not sure, and I mean this when I say this, I'm not sure this man has gone a day without breaking the law since 2017. I'm serious. Not a day. The fact that we allow this, the fact that we know this shit and we're all just sitting around, like, honestly, shame on us, too. Like, shame on us. Shame on me. Shame on you. Shame on everybody. Shame on all of us. Shame on, forget the Republicans. Oh, my God. They should all be locked up, right? But the Democrats, too. Shame on you guys, man. Like, do some shit. Do something. Do something. We're just going to sit here and watch this and act like it's...
Capital. What's that? Cappy. You hope what reaches 80 someday. Can you be specific of what this is that you wish reaches 80 someday? Can you please be specific? I'll wait. I will wait. What do you wish will reach 80 someday? What is this you speak of? I'm waiting. Because I just love the fans that come in here and know everything about me. But what they will not admit about me is I am everything that they wish they were. What they cannot tell you about me in their analysis of me is they wish they had thought of this first. What they don't tell you about me is they're not going to stop me. What they can tell you about me is they can only try to emulate me. Let's continue. This dude is a Zionist. Is he? Is that what he is? Is he a Zionist? Oh, really? Let me see. Said this yesterday. Shame on us. Okay. baby heads. Yes, cash apps are appreciated also. $, RonyiQ, RonyiQ. To put back into my research that I do for my channel. Yes, cash apps are appreciated. Your viewership is most definitely appreciated. Your likes, thumb up or thumb down, I appreciate that all. If you want to leave a comment, you can leave a comment now. You can leave a comment after this video is done. Just leave a comment. And I do have memberships.
Okay? Like, I swear, man, he could fucking nuke Greenland, and we'd still just sort of be sitting here watching him go, like, damn, I hope he doesn't nuke another country. Like, that's what would end up happening. Because how can we look at this and act like, you know, oh, yeah, the country's still functioning? Like, really? To me, it looks like a failed state. It looks like the law is not a thing anymore. And by the way, as you all know, Trump, you know, all these handpicked judges that he's put on the bench, you go look, when Congress grills them, across the board, none of them will admit that Trump lost the 2020 election. None of them. So, like, yeah, the idea of, like, the law, you know, the law being blind and justice being a real thing and you know, a system that makes sense with checks and balances and reason and logic. No, that's all out the window now. That's all out the window. If you get in front of a Republican judge, I mean, them having any power, we will never have a country again. Like, I don't think you truly understand that.
Like, also notes that same day, March 11th, same day as the Thermo Fisher visit, that same day Trump bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in Apple. And then that same day he bought the stock, he did another event where he singled out Apple and Apple CEO Tim Cook for praise. Apple, a great company. Then after that, Trump buys between $50,000 and $100,000 of Micron stock. Okay? Between $50,000 and $100,000 in Micron stock. The very next day, he calls into the Fox News channel and tells them, Micron, it's one of the hottest companies. Then it's Palantir, CNBC reporting. Trump makes 7 separate purchases of Palantir stock, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Palantir stock. Then he gets on Truth Social and praises Palantir Technologies, great capabilities and equipment. He literally even posted the stock ticker abbreviation for Palantir.
Oh my God.
Right after he bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of their stock and got online to boost it, giving people the stock ticker abbreviation to make it easier for them to go buy some Palantir, to boost the value of the stock he just bought before he said this online. I mean, this just appears to be just fantastically, kaleidoscopically corrupt.
And what people need to understand is that it is quite literally everything with this man. Everything with this man, there's an ulterior motive. Every single thing. Like, you're talking about this kind of corruption. How about this kind of corruption? Trump took $100 million from a pro-Israel mega donor named Miriam Adelson. Okay? And in return for that, the quid pro quo is you need to let Israel fully annex the West Bank. Steal all of this territory that is not theirs. It's Palestinians.
That's where I heard this from. Remember I talked to you earlier that 4547 has agreed to give the all of the West Bank to Israel. This is where I heard it from. Okay. I knew I'd get to it. I knew I had it held. This is where I heard it from.
I'll give you all this money. You need to let Israel commit egregious international crimes and steal territory. And he's totally cool with it. Totally fine with it. In the same way, in the first term, he let them steal the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory. So there's nothing you can look at with him that does not come back to some sort of deal, some sort of corruption, some sort of pay-to-play shit. And it's not just him, it's his entire crime family. And that's what they are. They are a crime family. People don't talk about this, but Trump's kids started this thing called the Executive Branch Club. It costs $500,000 to join. And if you get in that club, you're like buying access to the president and buying access to special favors and tax cuts and subsidies and government contracts and shit. Like, the whole point of the club, there's not even a cover story. The whole point of the club is...
But God forbid, Hunter Biden sells a painting for $500,000 or $700,000. A painting that he actually has painted, created, something that he actually created and labored over, and somebody decides to pay 3 figures for that painting. Oh God, it's the Biden crime family. He profited off of the presidency. But peeps on the Beavis and Butthead Trump being defense contractors, and without ever working in the defense industry. Make that make sense.
Come be corrupt with us. That's where we're at now. I mean, we're at the point where Don Jr. can invest in a company, and then that company gets a $620 million contract from the government, from the Office of Strategic Capital. That's where we're at. So they're so high on their own supply, there's been no consequences for them for so fucking long that they actually feel like, no, we could literally do anything and it's okay. Who's going to stop us? Nobody's going to fucking stop us. And we're all supposed to sit here and watch that like fucking suckers and be okay with this man staying in power, right? And be okay with, him getting treated like any other president. Like, nah, man, I'm sorry. He's got to be arrested. He's got to be locked up. He's got to be in there.
Okay, this is in my description box under bold corruption. BOLD, bold corruptions. There are some more things I want to share with you. Let me get to them. Hold on.
Chud might get a little bit.
Excuse me. This is so delicious. Now, hold on. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard about the racist walking around named Chud. Surely you've heard of Chud the Builder or something to that effect. I did not cover him on my channel, walking around inciting violence and then getting beat up by someone. Then he turned around and shot the man in the chest. But let's not pretend like Chud didn't already had this plan, because Chud had wrote several Instagram posts talking. One of them said something to the effect of, "This is me going to jail, and this is y'all looking at me when I get out free." Actually saying that he intended to shoot a nigger, and then the look on your faces when he gets out free. Seems like it didn't work out that way for Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder got $1.2 million bails, and he is held in jail until his hearing, until his trial. So there is, if you guys, where was that? I believe it was Minnesota. If you guys remember, there was a protest in Minnesota, and was it Minnesota? Yes, it was Minnesota, and I went on. Followed the protest, and there was some Nick somebody who was supposed to do a racist counter protest, and he had a walkie-talkie and the whole 9 yards. And then the next thing you saw him standing up against the building with his back to the building, afraid and scared, as a large group of protesters were surrounding him. And then we saw people throwing things at him, and he had a bloody head, and he hopped in the car with somebody. This is the anti-trans people, trans person, Nick. He had a Quran with slices of bacon in the Quran. Y'all remember that when I showed you this whole video about this racist and all of the Islamophobic bullshit that he was trying to pull that day. And then he had on a police vest, and then he went around the corner, and I swear the girl looked like a teenager. She looked like she could have been between 15 and 18 years old. The next thing you know, he was stripped of his police vest and running, and with the sad face and I'm in fear face, running away from these teens who are now wearing his police vest. Y'all don't remember me showing you that whole incident? And then he jumped in the car with these two women, and one of the women was a trans woman, and he was like, "Get me out of here, please." Nick, I don't want to say Sabian. I will get his name. I played that series of videos with you. He thought that he was going to go out there and insult Muslim people with the Quran and pieces of bacon hanging out the Quran like bookmarkers. You know this racist. You know that racist. Guess who showed up for the preliminary hearing in Tennessee for Chud the Builder? Guess who showed up? None other than this Nick dude. And you know where we first got introduced to this Nick character? We first got introduced to him on January 6th. He was also one of the January 6th rioters. So, of course, this Nick dude shows up at Chud the Builders. Now, he had a $1.2 million bond. He was already out on bond when he got these new charges, so they have redone his bond. So guess who showed up when his bond was reissued? None other than this Nick character from January 6th, and from all of the racist things that he wanted to represent when they were having a some type of protest in I believe it was Minnesota. Okay. So guess what Nick decided to do up in this Tennessee courthouse? He thought that he was going to disrupt the court, and he thought that everything was going to be all gravy with him. Let's see what happened when Nick went to court for Chud the Builder. Can we? This link will be in my description box under Nick the Chud. How about that?
Of company in jail.
Dear Justice. All right, take him into custody.
Did you see that look on his face? Did you see the look on his face? You were walking out there all big and bad like you some big wrestler, and guess what happened? Let's see that again. Let's see the look on your face again.
Chud might get a little bit of company in jail.
Dear Justice. All right, take him into custody.
He said something about, he said weird justice, and he's gonna stomp out of the courtyard. And then what happened? Look at that face. Does he have the Chud? You got a $1.2 million bail face? Yes, that's the same face.
Chud might get a little bit of company in jail.
Dear Justice. All right, take him into custody. Take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody.
He was already warned. Do not make any verbal outbursts. You do not have a speaking role here today. But hey, he decided that fuck you, judge. I'm going to do what I want to do. And where does that get him?
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed, and I'll talk about that in a second.
I mean, when you have a courtroom full of a bunch of asswipes like Chud the Builder, and in that particular case, also Jake Lang,
Jake
January 6th rioter.
Lang.
I'm sorry. Pardoned January.
Jake Lang. Yes, him. Jake. This is going to be in my description box under Jake the Chud.
6th rioter. And also racist who runs around, bigot, xenophobe, runs around saying all kinds of things online, showed up at Chud the Builder's hearing about his bond hearing and other things that they were discussing. And he decided to disrupt a couple things. Ended up in handcuffs himself. This is what his plan was outside of that courtroom before he went in and got his ass arrested.
You're outside Chud the Builder's courthouse right now. The fate of the future of white civilization is here. Will we allow the court system to weaponize against us, to give us two-tiered treatment, or will we stand up as heritage Americans for Chud the Builder, who's been given a raw deal? He will wait in prison for the next few months until his court case, unless we bond him out. But the problem is the bond has been set at $1.25 million. It's unprecedented.
Now understand that this Chud the Builder guy has collected over $600,000 or $700,000 on that GoFundMe app, that fake Christian setup where most races go to collect money. He has collected over $600,000 or $700,000 for his bail. Someone who was already released on bail when he committed this crime. See, this is what white hate will collect for the ones who are most rambunctious out here, calling attention to white, profiling right hatred in this country. Getting your eyes on white hatred, so try to make you second guess if I should or shouldn't go up against this white nationalist with his hate. He may hurt me. The ones who profile this white hatred are the ones who get support from these white nationalists. And white nationalists are talking all of this shit about their white greatness wearing a whole big ass bitch ass fanny pack.
For an attempted murder charge, which was self-defense. We bond him out. But the problem is the bond has been set at $1.25 million. It's unprecedented for an attempted murder charge, which was self-defense. This is two-tier justice. We have to stand against it. Come here, Clarksville.
I feel like people probably shouldn't show up to Clarksville to hang out with Jake Lang and get arrested along with him with his fanny pack on. I mean, listen, there's a degree that we shouldn't take these folks seriously, which I don't, but I also still like to highlight what they're doing, because what they're doing is comical on its face, but to idiots like them, they take it seriously and then take action behind all of these stupid things like what Jake Lang and Chud the Builder gets to doing. That's why he's wearing that fanny pack, so people can make fun of him. Jake Lang knows that he's a clown. He knows that everyone knows that he's a clown, so he's diving into the clownishness because their primary objective here is to get attention. So let me show you guys what was actually happening within that courtroom right after, maybe it was before or after, who knows, when Jake Lang got arrested.
Possible to have a gag order on the defendant should he make bond, and I guess even while he's in the jail and has his, I don't know, iPad or whatever, but he cannot live stream, post, or anything that indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
That's a $1 million bond with the following conditions: no weapons, GPS monitor. There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media live streaming about the facts or the parties involved in this case.
So if you couldn't fully tell, this is them setting a brand new bond, because what everyone was complaining about, at least all the racists that back Chud the Builder. Judge Poland's reset this bond at $1 million. I guess that's a win for Chud. He explained that according to state law, if a defendant is out on bond on other charges, the bond for the new charges must be at least 2 times the customary amount. Just to answer the question from all those asswipes who kept talking about how they're so mad about this 2-tier justice system. Let me continue. Etherly, that's Chud's actual last name. Etherly was out on bond from an arrest in Nashville when the shooting took place. So this guy is a repeat offender. Poland said that if Etherly makes bond, he will have to wear a GPS monitor, must relinquish all weapons and firearms, and be under a gag order with no interviews or social media activity about the incident. The gag order also applies to all witnesses in the case. A little bit more, though, because I know what you're thinking, because I was thinking the same thing. Yo, didn't he just raise like several $100,000 and probably is going to get to that million and then he can finally be bonded out? Uh-oh. The judge said that no money raised through the crowdfunding after May 13th could be used toward that bond. He said that a circuit court judge will take that matter up in a sourcing hearing later. And at the close of this hearing, Etherly was escorted back into Montgomery County Jail with no bond posted. Who knows? Maybe by today he can come up with $1 million that's outside of that crowdfunding, because I'm sure there's people with deep pockets that want to make sure their name is out there with their white supremacist Chud the Builder. That is Dalton Etherly. But let me tell you guys what is that's happening, the reason why he shouldn't even get this $1 million bond, and maybe also why the judge is setting all these different parameters. Like, he can't say anything if he gets out. He can't have his guns and his weapons that he uses to try and defend himself against his offensive nature of starting fights. But this is more of the details of what it is that went down and what they discovered. They laid all this out in this hearing as well. Investigators searched Etherly's truck and his home. They found an airline ticket to Istanbul that I just mentioned, dated for May 22nd departure. That's today. They also found a bulletproof vest, a rifle, a shotgun, ammunition, and a suspected bag of marijuana. I thought only those black and brown people smoked marijuana. They also recovered Etherly's electronic devices for evidence. Weber noted that no mace was found at the scene, in the truck, or in his home. A mobile forensics investigator showed the court inflammatory racial videos and social media posts made in the weeks leading up to this shooting. One highlighted a post from early May that stated that Etherly would use lethal force to defend himself and then walk free. You know how you always watch all those like old cartoons or maybe even like villain movies? And a matter of fact, Austin Powers parodied this in the parody of these types of things. And it never made sense that the bad guy would, as soon as he's confronted with the good guy showing up, he's going to detail his entire scheme that would have worked as long as that pesky hero didn't show up. Why is it that these, and we always thought, as you know, folks watching it, this would never happen in real life. There's no villain that's stupid enough to detail all the things that they would do. But apparently, in this hearing, they showed a video, as was just outlined, of Chud the dumbass detailing exactly how he would pull off a murder of someone and then how he has plans of murdering someone. Maybe this is the video that they played in court to show that he had a premeditated mind to go and kill black folks and then somehow claim afterwards that it was self-defense.
We're in America, bro. They want to threaten your life. You take theirs. You put them on the ground and you go live on Kick. You say, look at this dumb laying dead on the ground.
Holy shit, bro. Dude,
that's how you go.
Not gonna lie,
that's how you go viral. You'll get double the followers you got.
I guess. To go viral, like I don't think that's spreading a great message.
Yeah, I don't want to have to kill them, but if they threaten your life, dude, you do it. You gotta stand up for your own. What do you back down? You say, oh no.
They're just kind of promoting division in the world, though, right? Like two wrongs don't make it right, you know?
No, because it teaches them. No, it goes back to not lying to them. It teaches them the truth. That they have no power over you as a man simply because your skin's lighter than theirs.
I think someone needs counseling. I have a premeditated.
Okay, enough of that bullshit.
Guys, we're now at the point where discussing Trump's corruption.
Chud might get a little bit of company in jail.
Dear Justice. All right, take him into custody.
Okay. Enough of that bullshit. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, what else did I want to share? Palestinian journalist humiliates Van Johnson. It couldn't happen to a better raccoon.
Almost every line of that is a lie. Van Jones is the lowest type of Democratic Party swamp creature. So they have to move shills like Van Jones very quickly to try to kill that enthusiasm and discredit anybody who's capable of mobilizing excitement, enthusiasm.
For that, I'm Bill Maher.
If you are a young person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, right. Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. That's basically your whole feed.
But here's the Van Jones thing. So Hassan Piker says the designated terrorist organization Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. His statement outraged many who now just want to write him off. That's a mistake. He has a massive audience and is emerging as one of the major voices of his generation. Those of us who disagree owe him and his audience a real argument. Okay, here's the relevant part, and here's mine. And my position doesn't come from ignorance about oppression. For a big chunk of my life, I was a grassroots activist because of the pain of my own people. During those years, I was lucky enough to learn from elders who had been in the Black Panther Party and SNCC in the ANC. These were people who had to choose whether to pick up the gun and how to use it if they did. They taught me this. Even in armed struggle, there are principles. No women, no children, no rapes, no kidnapping. Mandela held that line. Amilcar Cabral held that line. You don't become what you're fighting. Hamas fails that test. They are not fighting for more freedom from Palestinians. For Palestinians, excuse me. They're fighting.
This is in my description box under Raccoon Jones.
For less. They want theocracy, not democracy. And their means, they don't use principled armed struggle, hitting military targets. They use terrorism, targeting civilians. The vast majority of Americans, including those who sympathize with the Palestinian cause, reject terror tactics. Reasonable people would agree on 3 principles: secure homelands for both peoples, no hatred for Jews or Muslims, and protection for all civilians. Hamas's approach undermines all 3. That's the conversation Piker's audience deserves, not name calling. And then he also released a video, and in the video he talks about how, Hamas, to the extent that they haven't killed more innocent people, Hamas, that's only thanks to the Iron Dome, that they would love to kill more innocent people.
Hassan Piker says that Hamas killed a lot of people on October 7th, but since then, Israel has killed many more Palestinians.
Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate the hearts that you sent. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you being here. Now, let's not forget this. Hassan Piker. The DOJ has brought him up on some type of charges as well. I've been hearing a lot about Hassan Piker over the past couple of weeks. He's a Democrat that they love to hate. Now the DOJ has put this journalist up on charges because of his speech. A journalist and his speech. I'm not a fan of. I used to be a fan of the Young Turks. Hassan Piker is the cousin of Cenk Uygur, the co-creator of the Young Turks. Now, I used to be a big fan of them, but I saw the Young Turks taking a turn during the Biden administration, and especially in the Harris run for the election. So, there may be some clips that I still may use, but I don't want to hear their commentary. They were having beers with Charlie Kirk, and we need to hear what the other side is saying. They basically Joe Scarborough and Mika Bruce, whatever her name is, Mika Brzezinski, bent the knee to the Fuhrer. So, I'm neither here or there with the Young Turks. I'm basically dismissive of a lot of their own commentary because they can't figure out if they're going to piss or get off the pot. And also, Poly Market Studios. They have a new studio named Poly Market Studios. Do you know who Poly Market Studios is? That the Young Turk is always promoting. And do you forget when the Young Turks first came out? Who backed the Young Turks and got them their viewerships and any money that they got? It was individual donors. They started from individual donors, making them the biggest Democratic YouTube place to find news. And now here we are, a couple of years later, and Poly Market Studios, they announced as their new studios. Who is Poly Market Studios? That's none other than Peter Thiel. TYT is in Poly Market Studios, bankrolled by Peter Thiel. Ain't got time for TYT. And here I don't have time for raccoons.
than Hamas has ever killed. Well, he's right, but not for lack of trying. Hamas has spent the past 10 years firing rockets at innocent Israeli men, women, children, babies, hospitals. They are deliberately going after innocent civilians.
So I wanted to hear both of your responses to this, ranging from like what he says specifically about Hamas, but also the way he tries to situate this in the tradition of the Black Panthers SNCC. And note that it's not like he says in the video or in this comment anything about Israel. Like, it's not even like he's criticizing Hamas from the perspective of obviously Israel's a lot worse. I mean, there's none of that. It's just straight up, this is what's wrong with Hamas. And in the video, it's interesting to note that he says that something like Hamas kills innocent people and Israel occasionally accidentally does the same.
And you could say, well, hold on a second. Israel has at times seemed to be targeting or harming innocent Palestinians. That is something that a lot of people have objected to. You don't want to accidentally begin.
At times, you don't want to accidentally. Is he serious? He cannot be serious. He cannot be serious. You know, has been reported that Van Jones obviously has been reported that he's being paid by either AIPAC or Israeli interests to come out and actually say that some people may say that all of this hand gesturing and all this, Van Jones, go sit your fucking ass down somewhere with this dumb shit. You should be embarrassed to come out here and try to deny what everybody can freely see with their own eyes. You're disgusting, Van Jones. You're a whole motherfucking ugh.
To mirror the very things you will abhor in your opponent.
Yeah, Israel has accidentally killed tens of thousands of children. I mean, almost every line of that is a lie, and I don't know how useful it is for us to sort of go through and refute it line by line. I'll say a couple of things about it, but I think we have to step back first of all and recognize the big picture of what is going on here. Van Jones is the lowest type of Democratic Party swamp creature, and that's the context for this. And the Democratic Party is in a situation where its base is 85-90% horrified by the genocide Israel is perpetrating and does not support Israel. And Hassan Piker is somebody who, you know, I agree with sometimes I don't, but he's somebody who is inspiring and gaining traction for among a lot of younger people who want to have progressive candidates to vote for inside or outside the Democratic Party. And that's a real danger to the Democratic Party establishment, that the party might become popular with young people and progressives or left-wingers might start winning primaries. So they have to move shills like Van Jones very quickly to try to kill that enthusiasm and discredit anybody who's capable of mobilizing excitement and enthusiasm among a progressive base, someone like Hassan Piker. That's the big picture here. And I don't think that rhetoric is going to work. I think it will probably please whoever pays Van Jones's bills, but it's not going to impress anyone.
Hassan Piker has caused a bunch of outrage by saying that he thinks Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, and that he would vote for Hamas over Israel every time. Is Hassan Piker right about Hamas? I want to talk about it.
These utter lies, which everyone knows after 3 years of live stream genocide, is a complete reversal of the truth. Hamas did not, in fact, target children on October 7th or civilians. Yes, about 34 Israeli children were killed on October 7th. that's 34 children too many in any circumstances, but there's no evidence children were deliberately targeted. The only baby that was killed on October 7th, the only Israeli baby, was a baby called Mila Cohen, and she was killed by a bullet that went through a door. A very tragic circumstance, but obviously whoever fired the bullet did not target her because they couldn't see through the door. That was the only baby. There were no beheaded babies. There were no burned babies. I know we're going to talk about it later, but there were no mass rapes. There were no rapes as far as we know. There's no evidence of even a single rape. So this is racist, colonial rhetoric that we've heard before that paints a people struggling for their liberation against a colonial occupier as savages, as barbarians, as people who lust for the white settler woman. And to come from a black man in particular is disgusting, particularly one who claims that he is, invoking the spirit of Nelson Mandela, whose great autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, I have on the shelf behind me and I've read very carefully. And there's actually a line in The Long Walk to Freedom where Nelson Mandela defends what he calls terrorism. He uses the word and he defends it. And he says in the book, he says that it is the oppressor, not the oppressed, who define the terms of the struggle. And if the oppressor uses violence, the oppressed have to respond with violence. And he describes the strategy of Umkhonto we Sizwe, the armed wing of the African National Congress, in the book. And he says our strategy was to use sabotage, in other words, to target infrastructure, military patrols, electricity poles, and this sort of thing, in an escalating strategy of violence against the US-backed white supremacist apartheid regime in South Africa, the Democratic Party-backed regime as it was through many decades. And he says that if sabotage didn't work, we were prepared to escalate to terrorism. That's what Nelson Mandela wrote. So clearly, Van Jones knows little or nothing about Nelson Mandela and the history of the armed struggle across Africa to liberate the continent, an ongoing struggle, by the way, from US-backed and Democratic Party-backed imperialism. And the Palestinian people are engaged now in a struggle for liberation against Democratic Party-backed Israeli apartheid and genocide.
Wow, very well said. Dr. Horn.
Well, in the interest of brevity and hearing more from Comrade Ali, I'll be brief. But I think all we need to know about Van Jones is that in 2021, he received the so-called Civility Award from Jeff Bezos, awarding him $100 million, and which automatically catapults him into the highest ranks of the 1%, or perhaps the 0.0001%. And when you're at that elevated level, you are expected to observe certain norms. And that's how we should see that social media post that you just recited. I should also say that it's ironic that he cites the ANC in light of the fact that the apartheid regime had close relationships with Israel. Some of you may recall the dulcet tones of Abba Eban, the former Israeli foreign minister, who had roots in apartheid South Africa, who was a frequent guest on PBS and US news programs. I had less gray hair than I have today. Not to mention the fact that if you look at the history of the Black Panther Party and SNCC, both organizations ran aground, not least because of pro-Zionist interference. That is to say, both sought to collaborate with the Palestinians, both issued statements and actions in support of Palestinian self-determination, which outraged the Zionist lobby here in the United States. I'm afraid to say that their outrage trickled down to the, quote, grassroots, or perhaps the AstroTurf roots, and it helped to send both organizations over the cliff.
That is important. And, you know, I don't know if I blacked that out or blocked it. I don't know if I ever knew that about Van Jones, but that's kind of remarkable. It also makes what he did it makes it explainable, not explainable. It creates important context, but also makes it that much less forgivable. I mean, he has enough money not to have to do this. I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Well, maybe you should look at it the other way. He has so much money now, he has to do it.
Let me ask you a question, bro. The way you was moving, when you had the satchel on you swung it to the back when we came around. Come here for a second. Sir, I'm stopping you, sir. Sir, I'm stopping you.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
I'm telling you. Come here.
For what?
Come here. I'll talk to you. Come here.
Why
Sir,
are you grabbing?
Just talk to me.
Why are you grabbing?
Because you're being stopped. He's okay. He's okay.
For
He's
what?
okay.
For what?
You're being stopped. I'm going to talk to
For
you.
what?
Okay, listen, sir, I'm going to talk to you. Just
what?
calm down because I don't want to keep doing this. Just stop.
What am I being detained for?
All right, I'm going to tell you.
Excuse me. I just wanted I just wanted to share that little thing with you about Van Jones. I apologize. It took me a second. My little doggy let me know that she needed to go out. What is a muzzy? So you don't like Israel, but you like to signify different people under some racial epithet. So are you one of these white nationalists that only like white people while you're talking about muzzies and all of this dumb shit you speak of? So I just wanted to share with you how far Van Jones has gone in his rhetoric and his bullshit. And the reason why you may want to pay attention the next time that raccoon is up here speaking and being an apologist for actual people who are committing heinous acts against another group of people based on who they are. And he wants to bring in Nelson Mandela and the Black Panthers of being his teaching when he was a grassroots person. Van Jones, sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Nobody, you've been paid. Go spend your money on your white boys or your white girls or whatever proclivity you like to enjoy and indulge your penis in. Get the fuck out of our faces with this shit, because the more you talk, the stupider you sound. Let's be real clear. No one wants to hear no apologies from a black man who is still today being persecuted in the United States of America, which brings us to our next video, which no one wants to hear anything from you about what's going on in another country when you have nothing to say about what's going on in your own country. Here we go. DC cops humiliate a black man. They actually did not humiliate this black man. They humiliated themselves. They showed what black people have to go through in this country on a daily basis.
Let me ask you a question, bro. The way you was moving, when you had the satchel on you swung it to the back when we came around.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Why is he trying to speak in a black epithet? Why is this white cop trying to speak in a black epithet? I don't believe that he believes any way, shape, form, or how that this black man is his bro. Let's start there. The way you were moving, the way you moved that satchel when we came around the corner. What of it? What of it?
Sir, I'm stopping you, sir. Sir, I'm stopping you.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
I'm telling you. Come here.
For what?
Come here. I'll talk to you. Come here.
Why
Sir,
are you grabbing?
Just talk to me.
Why are you grabbing?
Because you're being stopped. He's okay. He's okay.
For
He's
what?
okay.
For what?
You're being stopped. I'm going to talk to
For
you.
what?
Okay, listen, sir, I'm going to talk to you. Just
what?
calm down because I don't want to keep doing this. Just stop.
What am I being detained for?
All right, I'm going to tell you why.
Can you tell me right now?
Yes. just stop right now. You keep trying to pull. All right, you gonna stop? My man. When we came up, all right, as soon as you saw us, you look back twice, correct? You also move your backpack in the your little.
That's against the law. Oh, you look back twice, and you also move your backpack, your little satchel. Okay, that's against the law. We have probable cause that you have committed a crime or are about to commit a crime. So therefore, we're detaining you for those reasons. For those reasons.
Satchel area in the back of you, okay? So what I was gonna do, pat you down for a possible weapon, okay?
So what I was gonna do is I was gonna pat you down for possible weapons, okay? So what I was gonna do was what?
Correct. You also move your backpack in the your little satchel area in the back of you, okay? So what I was gonna do is pat you down for a possible weapon, okay? So with that being said, we're gonna take a stop report. Sir, come here. You can't move. Stay right here, okay?
What am I being detained for?
I already told you. We already went over that.
Suspicion of a weapon.
Yes. There you go. So you don't need to move no more. You're being stopped at this point. You asked me if you're being detained. You are detained. Yes. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's another example of just simply existing as a black person.
So this is what we're also going to do. We're going to take a stop report for numbers. Okay. You have an ID on you?
No.
You have no ID?
No.
Okay. You gonna give me your name, information?
No.
So we put a report for the report?
No.
So you don't want to give no information?
No.
Okay. We'll take it down at 4,400. You're gonna be John Doe. Okay. Just to let you know, sir, we're gonna take a report saying why we stopped.
We'll take you down as and then you hear someone in the back says down John Doe. So based upon you not having to give cop this information, based upon them having no real reason to stop and detain you or question you, you understand, unless a cop can enunciate a crime that he think that you have committed or are in the middle of committing or are about to commit, you cannot be detained by a police officer unless they have probable cause to think that those things have happened in regarding to you about to commit, in the middle of committing, or having just committed a crime. Do you understand that any interaction that you have with a police officer on the street is based upon your consent to have a conversation with them? Just because a police officer accosts you on the street, you do not have to engage in the conversation with the police officer. This is a conversation. He has absolutely nothing. And now they're telling him, we're going to take you down for our report. Who gives a fuck about your report? Your report don't override my civil rights. My constitutional right is what your report don't override. Now they're going to take him down as a John Doe. Oh, is that what they're going to do? Or are they waiting to see if you do or do not know your rights? Let's continue. All of this is on their video camera. And just so happened, he happened to be on his streaming. So it is on his video camera as well. And the thing about these police officers, when they know that they are being filmed and they take your phone away from you and they destroy your phone or try to erase the video or the footage that you have just been on. The thing that has been hemming these police officers up is most people, when they stream, their stream is going directly to a cloud that the police officers cannot access and cannot delete. So a lot of police officers are thinking better of trying to just delete footage off a phone and create a lie of something that absolutely did not happen. Let's continue. Now, I said they are filming. I'm really not sure if they are filming, but what I am sure of, he has filmed this whole interaction with the cops, and they are weary of that what he has on his film may be in a cloud storage. Let's continue.
Okay. Do you understand the words that I'm saying? Who knows? Okay. We'll take it down at 4400, you're gonna be John Doe, okay? Just to let you know, sir, we're gonna take a report saying why we stopped you, okay? Do you understand the words that I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Copy this. You're free to go now, sir. Thank you.
You understand the words? We're going to take you down as a John Doe. You understand the words that I'm saying? Copy this. You are free to go, sir. What was all of that about? Why do black people, black men, women have to go through this on a daily basis? This man had just left the gym. He adjusted his gym bag on his body, and therefore he is stopped by the police, and they talk about suspicions of a weapon. They're talking about taking him into the police office for John Doe as a John Doe, because he does what he does not have to do. He declines to give them any information based upon any reason that they stopped him. Do you know your rights? They don't like it when you know your rights, but they find it that they are defunding the police themselves when they steadily do this shit, make up lies, and then get sued, and therefore the police is being defunded by paying off for all of these lawsuits. If you haven't seen this, I just wanted you to see this. And you see, he will walk and he will run across another gentleman who asks him if he's okay. I think this man tells him he was filming the whole thing, and he lets him know, no, I got it too. I got it too.
Saying why we stopped you, okay? Do you understand the words that I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Copy this. You're free to go now, sir. Thank you.
This man was always free to go. This man was not obliged to sit there and have a conversation. This man putting his hands all on him, trying to get some type of reaction out of him, snatching his arm away to say that this man had a violent reaction. You have to sit up here as a man and have a man put his hands all over your body. All over your body. So they can try to set you up as if you did made some aggressive movements towards them. Let's understand what all of this is. We're real clear. So they say that. On the street is not the time to argue your rights. But on the street is the time to know your rights. It'll be better. You can make the argument in court. You can make the argument in court. You don't have to fight for your rights in the street, but you can assert your rights in the street. He asked all the right questions that police officer could not answer. And these are the things that would come up in court if he had taken this man into the police station. Everything was real clear that he had no reason to stop him and to demand that he be searched. With him not giving up his name, do you think that he was going to give them the right to search his bag and all that? So I guess they didn't want to go through all that. They will just roll up on another dummy that is going to give up their Fourth Amendment rights to be searched illegally. So I just wanted to share this with you.
Hey. Hey, it happens every day, man.
Sadly, it does, as we have covered too many times on this channel.
It's great being black in America. Being some that shit, oh, bro. That's just keep it pushing, bro. They on now. Appreciate you, though, bro. Yeah. Appreciate you, though, bro. Be safe, bro. I'm straight, bro. Appreciate you. Be safe, bro. Every day, y'all. I'm saying. Y'all seen that? Like, did y'all see that? Real live, coming back from working out, minding my see two undies roll past. Boom. Then third police car roll past. I'm like, okay. Them bitch walking across the street, they spin back. They spin back. And the nigga trying to say, hey my man. I'm like, talking to you, and I'm gonna keep going where the and then next thing you know, look, there they go right there. There they go right there. There they go right there. Then next thing you know, boom, they jump out on me. Am I being detained? Yeah, for what? Suspicion of a weapon. Because you swung your bag like this when we passed by. What?
There's a lot to this. None of it will likely work out in court for the cops. We saw in this video, the officer's name is Del Boral. More on him in a moment. Jamari Jackson would say, and I quote, "You always have that slight feeling that when you may have an interaction with them, after seeing them come down Allison Street while I was walking up, my intuition went off. I'm not going to say I knew, but it was one of those weird interactions." He importantly states, "I'm not the one to be holding up my camera and looking for that viral moment. Had I not already had my phone out physically in my hand, I probably would not have pulled it out because they were suspecting I had a weapon." Spotlight DC would report on not one, but two incidents involving Officer Del Boral. Just a heads up, he's terrible. A man steps outside his southeast home to retrieve the mail. He's carrying his registered firearm with him in a fanny pack. As he walks back inside, 3 cops would approach him. The man admits he has a firearm and says his license is in the fanny. The officers immediately cuff him, and Officer John Booley starts to go through his wallet over the man's objections. He says, "Come on, I'm just checking my mailbox. Sir, you didn't even give me a chance to tell you, and I got my license right here," close quote. The officers would eventually uncuff him, but they confiscate the gun for, quote, safekeeping because it wasn't in the proper holster. The man says he's upset with cops and asks for their cards, and Booley provides his. Del Boral, who turned his body cam off, alarming here, says he doesn't have any cards. When asked again, Del Boral would lambaste the man, quote, "No, but I'll tell you what we didn't do, though. How about this? We didn't lock your blank up. How about that? You cool with that? Because you want to be on man time? Let's be on man time." I don't even know what that means. "I'm sick of that, bro. Man up, dog. You knew you was wrong." OPC decision. Del Boral cuffed the man without an articulable threat, failed to identify himself, and used disrespectful and inappropriate language. Booley searched the man's wallet but didn't have consent or a warrant. And yet, here's another case involving this very same officer.
And yet, they live to harass black citizens again. They're not fired. They don't lose their police credentials. Nothing. They know that this is happening, but they remain on the force to only offend again. Obviously, there was no punishment, no retribution that they had to pay for stepping over the rights of some people, and therefore they remain on the force.
Del Boral and Booley riding in an unmarked squad car with 2 other officers. Del Boral suspects a man walking his pup is carrying a firearm based on he claims a bulge in the man's jacket pocket. In all, 8 officers approach him and ask to search him. The officers would claim the man was blading his body and increased his walking pace when he saw the cops. The man refused the search, meaning he didn't consent, but the officers patted him down anyway. OPC examiner Jennifer Fisher's report would state that the body cam footage confirms there was not a bulge in the jacket pocket.
What? You mean to tell me that they were lying when they said they observed a bulge in his pocket? Was they looking down for his man meat? It seems like they want to put their hands all over black men. What bulge did this cop see that he wanted to touch? Could it be the man meat of the black men? Because these 2 cops are insistent upon filling up black men. And to the extent that they are lying that they see bulges in their coat pockets. What bulges are they bird watching black men out here? Are cops out here bird watching for bulges in black men's pants? What bulges do they speak of? Let's continue.
Nor did it show he was blading his body in a suspicious manner or increasing his pace. There simply was no reason to believe.
So he didn't have a bulge. He wasn't whatever blading his body, and he didn't pick up his pace. Per investigation into the report, he was doing none of these things. But they're still on the police force. With the fact of knowing they are lying in police reports.
Under the circumstances present here in the jacket pocket, nor did it show he was blading his body in a suspicious manner or increasing his pace. There simply was no reason to believe under the circumstances present here that the man had a weapon on his person, as there is no visible bulge. If you can and are willing, please become a paid member here.
Okay, this video is in the link under "You Are Detained." So let's let me go a little further.
Massive explosions were just heard by the Strait of Hormuz, the United States military confirming that it has targeted missile launch sites and Iranian boats, which it says were placing mines in the Strait of Hormuz. How will this impact the negotiations that have been taking place between Iran, the United States, with Pakistan as the mediator? Here's what we learned just went down. So multiple massive explosions were heard across the Strait of Hormuz coastal cities of Bandar Abbas, Sarik, Jask, and a military base with reported hits around these areas. At first, the cause was unknown. This was reported by Fars and Tasnim. Tasnim, which is Iran's local media, talked about how sources are hearing 3 massive explosions around Bandar Abbas. Ali Hashem from Al Jazeera reporting, an Iranian source tells me that heavy gunfire can now be heard near Bandar Abbas, which erupted after the IRGC targeted a vessel at sea, followed by U.S. fighter jets striking IRGC naval boats in the Gulf. According to the source, several IRGC Navy personnel were killed in the attack. The situation is still unfolding, the sources told Ali Hashem of Al Jazeera. A source that's close to MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader, noted the following. Tonight, strikes were on Bandar Abbas Airport, Shahid Bahanar Port, and likely Mount Mubarak in Jask. A decisive response from Iran is currently underway. And folks, we're hearing from CENTCOM spokesperson Captain Tim Hawkins just told state regime media, which calls itself Fox, the following. U.S. forces conducted, quote, self-defense strikes in southern Iran earlier to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces. Targets included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to place.
To protect our conducted self-defense strikes in southern Iran today to protect our troops from threats, not from actual strikes from Iran. To protect ourselves from threats posed by Iranian forces, which with what they're telling you is that they struck Iran and they are trying to say that they did it in self-defense, but what they're also telling you is that this self-defense that they are claiming that the reason why they struck Iran did not strike them to put them on a self-defense strike. There was no strike by Iran, but we're defending ourselves. We're striking them in self-defense of the threats that they hold to us. Are we clear on what is really being said here? They're striking in self-defense of what they considered threats. Threats. Okay. I feel threatened. Isn't that the Karen situation? I feel threatened. I feel threatened.
mines. U.S. Central Command continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. And you're talking about strikes targeting launch sites and Iranian boats and potentially killing people there. Doesn't really sound like a ceasefire to me. More details surfacing on U.S. strikes versus Iranian targets today being reported by Jennifer Griffin of State Regime Media. 2 Iranian boats were caught laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, senior U.S. officials are telling Fox. Their Regime Media. The U.S. military eliminated both IRGC vessels and also struck at a surface-to-air missile site in Bandar Abbas that was targeting U.S. warplanes.
So, in the middle of this ceasefire, that you say you are striking again in defense of yourself, you strike 2 boats in the middle of a ceasefire, in the middle of negotiations, and in the middle of the right wing saying that they were disappointed in how you are giving everything to Iran in this ceasefire deal that you were working on, that you said that you were close to finishing and agreeing on Saturday, and then on Sunday when all these warmongers came out and said how you was giving away everything, all of a sudden you felt threatened and you killed 4 people. That did not strike you, but you felt threatened. I felt threatened. Oh my God. This shit is the dumbest shit in the world. Let's see what else.
These were defensive strikes. CENTCOM noticed again or mentioned again. Defensive strikes while you seem to be offensively striking. Okay. They do not indicate ceasefire is over, according to 2 well-placed sources. Also,
we struck first. They did not strike us. We are saying that our offensive strikes were defensive strikes, and therefore they don't count. Even though we were not struck, we cannot even say that they aimed and missed. But we're telling you, these were defensive strikes. Because God forbid that they put out the lie and say that Iran pointed missiles at them, struck at them, missed. They're going to have to prove this. This is something they don't want to sit before the Senate committees and try to redirect and try to answer the question by answering something that wasn't asked. They don't want to sit through that anymore. So you're still going to have to sit through it, because you're going to have to explain how you are saying that you were doing defensive strikes and you can't say that no one struck you first. You're still going to have to sit through the same thing. A bunch of cowards and liars.
So Jennifer Griffin writes, I am told the U.S. strikes are over for now. Again, these were defensive in nature, not offensive, they keep on saying, and not an effort to break the ceasefire. The U.S. military says it reacted when they saw 2 IRGC boats laying mines, and then also saw a surface-to-air missile site targeting its warplanes. Let's talk about what else we're seeing as well. This is how Clash Report says. U.S. or joint U.S.-Israeli jets struck 2 IRGC Navy speedboats off Larak Island in the Strait of Hormuz, killing at least 4 Iranian personnel. The strike occurred roughly 48 hours before the report surfaced. This is a new report that we're seeing right now. Iranian media were under pressure not to establish the story to avoid disrupting ongoing negotiations. That's what's being reported there. Then Donald Trump reported this. The enriched uranium, nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and in coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJ.
Nobody's paying attention to these lies. Nobody's paying attention. The nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought back home. How is the nuclear dust being brought back back home. The U.S. had nothing to do with creating this. How is he calling it home if it is brought to the United States to be destroyed? How would this be home? It being bought home? Oh, he's a fucking. Oh my God. This is a display in idiocy. Let's see what we have here. This link is in my description box under the title. What is the title? It is under the title of "Strike Because You Feel Threatened?" Question mark. A strike because you feel threatened? This is what this link is under. If you would like to see the whole thing, let's see what. This is the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. What does he have to say?
Clip.
Why you are not responding to the U.S. media reports? I believe we have more important works to do than responding to the U.S. president's posts or the other malicious media campaigns, including caricatures posted on the social platforms. We have works that are more important than responding to these trivial issues. We are working in order to arrive at the best solutions to maintain and safeguard the interest of our countries. At the same time, we are not responding to each and every comment. We are a cultured, educated, and developed people. At the same time, we respond to the enemy's aggression accordingly, as was the habit in the past.
And here's what Donald Trump's former national security advisor said moments ago. This is John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor. Let's play it.
He thinks everybody wants to make a deal on just about anything. That's not what these people are into. And they can see that Trump is so palpably desperate to have a deal that he can declare to be a victory and that lowers prices of gasoline. And they're playing him on that. They're stretching him out. They're buying time. All of that works in their advantage.
Now, with all of this taking place, Trump focused on building a UFC stadium in front of the White House. You can see construction crews busy setting up the new UFC stage on the White House South Lawn, as Andrew Leiden reports. And then here's a video. I'll show you the B-roll right here. Libby Dean reports about the structure for UFC fight being pieced together on the White House South Lawn, just making an utter mockery of our country while this purported peace agreement is blowing up quite literally and figuratively. That's the update for now. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Hey, but we're gonna have a UFC fight. We will have Dim Donnie at it again. I concur. I definitely concur. Now, let's rewind to what happened on Saturday when he said that they were close to an agreement. We must see how that all fell apart. Shall we watch? Let's watch how all of that fell apart. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I think it's here. Here we are. Let's see how it fell apart after we were so close to a deal, according to your president. This is going to be in my description box under "We Were So Close."
The US and Iran were close to signing a peace deal. While we still don't know if he was telling us the truth or this was another of his motor mouth moment to manipulate the international oil market. The fact is the terms of the deal have alarmed even Trump's own racist and genocidal support base. If true, the deal proposed by the deranged occupant of the White House is far worse than what this Israeli lapdog always accused Barack Obama of. I will explain how in a bit. This would be the broad focus of my video. Also in this video, Iran's Lego series maker.
If it was a deal to be had, it was far worse than what President Obama had gotten the Iranians to agree to. Are we clear on that? Let me put on the closed captions for you racists who pretend like you can't understand a accent. I want you to
has new
understand
take
this.
on Trump and how he has allowed his administration to function as an Israeli Trojan horse. So please stay tuned. So Trump's extraordinary claims made late last night on a potential peace deal with Iran has dominated the media coverage globally. I decided to ignore this because this Israeli slave is infamous for making such outlandish claims on a daily basis. I read his social media post, and it didn't take me long to conclude that this depraved Israeli slave was building castles in the air. Just look at his social media post. He dedicated a 3/4 of his post to mention the full names of Gulf monarchs and the Pakistani general with their self-awarded titles.
You notice that I spoke about this earlier. That he spoke about who allegedly he was in negotiations with in the Middle East. However, he decided not to tell you who on the American side were allegedly negotiating with these people. Now, this guy is saying that these people have made up their titles themselves. These are self-made titles of these people that your president said they were negotiating and had almost reached a deal. The deal that he was speaking of was far worse than any deal that Obama made with Iran. Are we clear? This was Saturday.
Monarchs and the Pakistani general with their self-awarded titles. And although this post was designed to function as a major announcement on the Iran conflict, only a few lines were dedicated to that topic. And even in this so-called earth-shattering announcement, he didn't say anything firm and specific. Everything was vague. And this clown had cancelled all his weekend engagements for this. No wonder Iran was...
He didn't even go to his son's wedding because he had to announce
to reject
this.
his claims on the Strait of Hormuz.
We know that President Trump has issued a Truth Social post in which he says an agreement with Iran is largely negotiated, but subject to finalization. Mr. Trump says the draft deal with Iran includes the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And actually, while we've just been talking to you, we've had a report from Iran's Fars news agency saying the Strait of Hormuz would remain under Iran's management, contrary to President Trump's announcement. So there already seems to be a disagreement on...
Did she barely get the words out of the lie that 4547 wrote in his live social that Iran responded that the Strait of Hormuz will remain in our control? So, who do you believe? Do you believe your government that has been lying to you ever since this man has walked into the White House? Who do you believe? What turned out to be true? How about your lived experience of what was posted on Saturday? What turned out to be true? Does Iran still have control of the Strait of Hormuz, or has this peace deal been signed? What turned out to be true? That should let you know who you can believe. Let's continue.
On where we've got to now.
As I said before, Iran isn't about to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. That's exactly what the Strait of Hormuz has become for them. They'll definitely be looking to extract their pound of flesh from Trump. And that's perhaps what the Israeli lapdog from the White House appears to have agreed to. Soon, American media outlets began to share the finer points of the anticipated deal or memorandum of understanding, as Trump claimed.
Yeah, I think where this broad consensus is, President Trump makes the next move. I think the mediators in all of this, Pakistan, is expecting President Trump to make some kind of announcement on what they've been able to produce from their mediation efforts inside of Iran. The hope is that there is going to be a memorandum of understanding. That definitely seems to be where we're at. It's not clear yet when that will be signed or where it may be signed. So I think that gives you the sort of headline understanding that a lot of this, while it's been progress, while it's been positive, there's still a lot left to be done. But the basics of this, as we understand it so far, that Iran leaves the Strait of Hormuz back to where it was before the war began on the 28th of February, that Iran is able to export its fuel and energy products to international markets, that it's able to do that, but also that Iran gives this commitment that it is not on a path to have a nuclear weapon. That's been the thorniest of issues. Once you get to that signing situation of the memorandum of understanding, however many points, maybe 14 points, maybe a few more, maybe a few less. Once you get to that, then you get into, is it going to be 30 days or 60 days as the framework for the amount of time to talk and refine down the agreements over the nuclear weapons, the highly enriched uranium, the possibility of Iran's ballistic missiles, its relationships with its proxies in the region, all of those things that have been the thorniest of issues. But it does seem to point to the Strait of Hormuz as being the sort of gateway to unlocking the rest of this.
This was a penny drop moment for Trump's henchmen in the US and even his terrorist Israeli masters in Tel Aviv. Axios website, whose editor was previously with the IDF, reported that war criminal Netanyahu wasn't very pleased with the deal being signed with Iran. Even top US General Jack Keane said that the deal being considered with Iran would empower the Islamic Republic.
But my problem with the deal here is that we leave Iran bruised but intact. And they'll walk away from here citing and convincing themselves that they got the United States to back down. And as a result of that, we extend a lifeline to the regime for sure, for them to do what? To recover. And in the deal, the unfrozen assets are about $100 billion. It's likely we're going to take some part of that and give that to them up front and also reduce some of the sanctions. And certainly we're going to monitor their behavior. But nonetheless, it is a lifeline to the regime that extends them for years to come. The next administration is going to wind up having to deal with them. That's not where we started. Remember, we started to weaken this regime, to devastate and take away their capabilities to be a predator in the region, support the proxies, for sure, and obviously not have any nuclear capability whatsoever.
Now you tell me who has emerged as loser and stupid in this war of choice. Yes, the US and Israeli barbarians murdered a lot of innocent Iranians and destroyed their infrastructure. But at what cost? To sign a deal that is indeed going to make Iran richer and more powerful in the region? Okay, Iran may or may not open the Strait of Hormuz. But let's assume that, for a second, that Iran will open this crucial waterway. But wasn't this passage already open before 28th of February? So how is this an achievement or victory for the rogue regime of Trump? Iran will now have no restrictions on selling its oil. Its frozen assets worth over $100 billion will be released. In return,
$100 billion. I said upwards of $83 billion will be a release in this Donald Trump negotiation for a end to the war. You know, the same Donald Trump who kept telling you that Obama gave them loads and planes and planes and plane loads of money when Obama did the same thing that Donald Trump is saying that he will do. But when Obama released the sanctions on their money, they got something between 1.2 or 1.3 trillion dollars. J.D. Vance, when he was negotiating, before he walked away from the negotiation table unsuccessful, he was talking about releasing $8 billion to Iran. And his failed negotiations. Obama released 1.2 or 1.3 of their money. And they want you to believe that Obama gave them money to sign this JCPOA deal, that they would not enrich uranium for weapons grade. And they tell you, look at how much money Barack Hussein Obama gave them. No, he released the sanctions to $1.3 billion. The same thing that J.D. Vance was going to do, release the sanctions, however, to $8 billion. Who's more successful at this? Would it be J.D. Vance or would it be Barack Hussein Obama? And now on Saturday, we were looking up at releasing the sanctions to 100 billion of their money. This is the same president that wanted to huff and puff about the money that President Obama released to them of their own money. Understand, this is all of their own money that we have had tied up in sanctions. But why was it presented to you as if Obama was paying them with our tax dollars to sign this deal? And they were able to get this deal done, signed, and sealed with releasing $1 billion of their sanctioned money. And now the same motherfucker who was talking shit about the $1 billion in sanctions that were released is about to release $100 billion in sanctioned money. Make that make sense. But if you're a MAGA voter, you're just too dumb and you're too stupid to even understand that this is what is being presented in front of your face, because your face is up inside a diapered ass full of shit that you are getting out on a daily basis from this administration. Your face is stuck up a shitty diaper. Let's continue.
Iran would just have to repeat what it has always done for decades, that it will not pursue nuclear weapons. And if Trump tries to act smart or break the deal, guess who will pay the price? The American and world economy. That's because Iran is capable of shutting the strait within seconds, as Iranians have demonstrated only recently. It's not surprising that the Israeli media too is busy lamenting this deal.
Look, I think the hidden hand here, Bianca, when you look at beyond the day's headlines, is the weakening of public support for Israel in the United States. Israel is without leverage here. Sure, there are going to be some hawkish Republican senators like Ted Cruz and Roger Wicker who come out and tweet against it. But at the end of the day, it is the entire Middle East, if we were to believe the reports and believe Donald Trump's own post on Truth Social, American public opinion, the Democratic Party, and not a small part of the Republican Party on one side, and essentially Israel and a handful of Republican senators and a few think tankers in Washington on the other. And this is maybe the first sign of an impact on the relationship of the weakening of public support between Israel and the United States. We've seen the signs of the weakening of the relationship, if you will, but here are the first sign of how it affects policy. It's a war that was never popular, remains unpopular. Israel has not been popular over the last few years and is decreasingly so in the United States. And with Israel starting to play a role and be a voting issue for some voters, this is maybe a preview of more to come in the future. And yes, to viewers outside the country, Israelis are well aware of this. This is not news to the public here. It's not news to decision makers. We've seen a lot of talk in the last few weeks about what the next stage should be in the relationship between the United States and Israel. But this is a sign of what it means when you have little leverage inside domestic American politics and how that's brought to bear on policy, for better or worse. And from our perspective in Israel, it's for worse. We'll see more of this in the future.
And this wasn't the only meltdown on Israeli TV channel 24. Watch these Zionist women and their antics here.
What do we tell our kids? That we have failed yet again? It's embarrassing. Unfortunately, not much. I mean, yes, we got rid of some of the leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But from where I'm standing, it's not enough. The issue is that Iran got what it wanted, really. We have an issue. We need to free the Iranians. We need to make sure that Israel doesn't bear the brunt of this war. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be this. Now, the regime in Iran can claim victory. Yes, they can, unfortunately. If the regime doesn't collapse in the next few weeks, I don't know what's going to happen, because the longer you wait, the more effort we would have to exert in order to win. And that is a shame, because more people will have to die.
Another former State Department official, and a Zionist too, conceded that round one has gone to Iran.
This is the narrow deal everybody talked about. It's about the best you could hope for. Open the straits, remove the blockade, maybe the Iranians get some unfrozen assets, and every other issue is punted to the 30 to 60 day period. So what essentially has happened is that Iran and the administration have bought themselves a ticket to a set of negotiations that are going to resemble, I would phrase it this way, a root canal and a migraine headache, and a series of them. because every single issue is a universe of detail and complexity. What to do about the HEU, the 900 pounds, and now it's 60%, a matter of weeks to get to 90%. Iran also has 1,100 pounds of enriched uranium at various levels. Where is that? What about centrifuges? What about monitoring, verification, snap inspections? Anything remotely resembling, we keep talking about this as a deal. I mean, right now, it probably is a deal. You open the straits gradually, remove the blockade gradually, and maybe there's a cessation of hostilities. But we're nowhere near, Jess, anything that normal humans would regard as a serious effort to actually reach an agreement that would constrain Iran's enrichment activities and deal with all of these other matters. I'd have to say, just, and again, haven't seen the one-page framework agreement, strikes me this, and I hate to say it, I really do, it's a brutal, authoritarian, repressive regime that murders, tortures, and imprisons its own citizens. Seems to me round one goes to Iran.
Republican Congressman Thomas Massie was brutal as he took a dig at Israeli paid stooges like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz for their public disappointment over the deal.
Congressman Massie, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you so much for being here. I do want to get to your race in just a moment, but I have to start with that developing news on Iran. President Trump posting on Saturday that an agreement with Iran has, quote, largely been negotiated. It's unclear what exactly has been agreed to, whether any deal would directly address the issue of the nuclear program, which of course is at the center of the war with Iran. So far, no final deal has been announced. But Congressman, would you support a short-term deal with Iran?
Well, I was the author of the first War Powers resolution to get us out of Iran. My constituents are hurting. Gas is almost $5 a gallon. Diesel's almost $6 a gallon. And the farmers here in Kentucky can't afford the fertilizer to put on their fields. So, heck yes, I would support it. We don't know what the terms of it are. But if Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are crashing out last night, I'd say it's probably a pretty good deal.
You only had to read the social media posts of dreaded supporters of Israeli genocide in the US, such as Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz, to understand the meltdown Trump's deal has caused in the Israeli lobby. Not only is terrorist Netanyahu unhappy, his stooges in the US too are seething in anger. I'm not going to give these genocidal maniacs a lot of space on my platform, but it's worth reading a few lines from Lindsey Graham's social media post to understand his heartburn. He wrote 2 back-to-back social media posts in utter frustration. Here are the opening lines of his first tweet, and I quote, "If a deal is struck to end the Iranian conflict because it is believed that the Strait of Hormuz cannot be protected from Iranian terrorism and Iran still possesses the capability to destroy major Gulf oil infrastructure, then Iran will be perceived as being a dominant force requiring a diplomatic solution." End quote. Then he wrote this, and I quote, "If it is perceived in the region that a deal with Iran allows the regime to survive and become more powerful over time, we will have poured gasoline on the conflicts in Lebanon and Iraq. A deal that is perceived to allow Iran to survive and possess the ability to control the state in the future will put Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Shia militias in Iraq on steroids." End quote. Senator Chris Van Hollen was at his best when he appeared on Trump's favorite TV channel, Fox News, to expose him on the latest deal with Iran.
Now, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Shannon, great to be with you.
Okay, we're still waiting to hear the contours of this Iran deal, how it may come together. We know the alternative is possibly more kinetic action in that region. Axios reporting this morning that the president talked with, and as we've confirmed, a number of Arab friends and allies and partners in the region, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey. Among them, we know ongoing conversations with Israel as well. I know you've preferred diplomacy. Are you feeling positive about what the president's brought together with this coalition and a potential deal?
Well, Shannon, this war has been a blunder from the very start. The president should have stuck with his campaign pledges, no wars, and focus on bringing down prices. And of course, he's done the opposite. Prices are going up, interest rates are going up, and we're mired in this conflict with Iran. It sounds to me like what this agreement will do is take us back really to the pre-war status quo. The Strait of Hormuz will be opened again, although it sounds like Iran will have a little bit more control than it did before. In addition, they will unfreeze some of Iran's assets, and then they'll have a 30-day period to discuss the nuclear program. So, Shannon, again, I think this was a blunder. When you're digging a hole, you should stop digging, and that sounds like maybe what we're doing finally.
Faced with an adverse PR, Trump's Secretary of Thuggery, Marco Rubio, tried to explain in India why this deal wasn't favoring Iran. But he didn't convince anyone.
I don't think anyone's been tougher on the Iranian nuclear ambition than President Trump. Understand, okay? Again, I don't know what some of these individual comments have been from different sectors of our politics in the United States, but I will say this. There is no one who has been stronger on this issue than President Trump. Okay? Multiple political leaders, multiple presidents of the United States have all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The only one who's tried to do anything and has actually done anything about it in a real way has been President Trump. So his commitment to that principle that they'll never have a nuclear weapon shouldn't be questioned by anybody. And the idea that somehow this president, given everything he's already proven he's willing to do, is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions is absurd. That's just not going to happen. But our preference is to address this through a diplomatic means. And that's what we're endeavoring to do here. I think we've made some progress. I'm always cautious when I say that because you can agree to things on paper, they actually have to be implemented. You can agree to things in writing, and then you actually have to go out and do it. And but I do think perhaps there is the possibility that over the next few hours, the world will get some good news, at least with regards to the straits and with regards to a process that can ultimately leave us where the president wants us to be, and that is a world that no longer has to be in fear or worry about an Iranian nuclear weapon. And so I do think there's some good news on that front, but not final news on that front.
Trump desperately needs to leave the region. The growing anger against him will only get worse as the dates for the midterm polls approach. This guy had to splash over $33 million to ensure the defeat of his own Republican Party candidate in the primary. That's how tough it was for him to defeat someone in a Republican primary, despite that individual, and I'm talking about Thomas Massie, being explicitly anti-Israel. Imagine his difficulties in ensuring the victory of his candidates in a proper election. Trump may be dumb and insane, but despite his cognitive decline, he is able to understand the disastrous impact on his electoral fortune if he doesn't get himself out of the quagmire called Iran immediately. I'm sure Trump and his minions are reading the reactions from Iran. This is what the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, wrote today, and I quote, "Khurram Shah today is Iran, the Persian Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz. Our nation today, just like the people of the undefeated yet brave Khurram Shah, who stood for days against the invading army to showcase the power of the Iranian people to the world, remains steadfast. Resistance, self-sacrifice, and repelling aggression are rooted in the culture of this land." End quote. Although Pezeshkian wrote this tweet in reference to the anniversary of the liberation of the Khurram Shah Island from the Iraqis on 24th of May 1982, his message was clear to Trump. Essentially, what he tried to convey is this: if Iran can capture or recapture its territory even after 578 days of the Iraqi military occupation, it is capable of teaching the Americans a lesson that they will not forget for years to come. Pezeshkian also spoke to an Iranian outlet later, repeating his country's long-standing position against building nuclear weapons. This is my 17-year-old son Kibriya, volunteering to dub the Iranian president voice. Another humble effort by my mini-me. With my 12-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son also volunteering to step up to this role, I have got my own army of willing child laborers ready. Anyway, listen to this clip.
We do not seek nuclear war. We are ready in dialogue, just as we raised this issue in the time of our martyred Imam, to reassure the world now that we are not seeking nuclear weapons, we are not seeking unrest in the region. The destabilizer of the region is Israel, which is in fact pursuing the map of a greater Israel and is conspiring in various ways to keep war, unrest, and discord alive in the region. Certainly, we and those participating in the negotiations will in no way give up that honor and dignity of the country in the face of it.
I will leave you with 3 short clips shared by the makers of the Iranian Lego series. The first clip is dedicated to Israeli asset Lindsey Graham in response to his previous call urging people to die for the settler colony of Israel. The second clip highlights how the US administration under Trump has been working to push the Israeli interest and not those of the Americans. And the third clip shows Trump as a desperate attention seeker.
Any questions? This is in my this link is in my description box under we were so close. Let's move forward. I think that is it. Now you will be surprised. You will be surprised to hear that JD Vance has communed some type of bullshit that he is sponsoring. It's only 30 minutes, thank God. Can you endure JD Vance for 30 minutes? Some type of round table on fraud. I'm pretty sure that 4547 will not be spoke about on this round table of fraud. But let's get into the JD Vance round table on fraud. Oh, also, you may also want to know that even state-sponsored media, Fox News, is no longer buying Trump's bullshit. Let's go there first. Are there any always Trumpers in here still? Are any MAGA people are in here still? I'm pretty sure you didn't get your marching orders from Fox News, because Fox News is sick of being made to be the fools that they have been willingly agreeing to be under 4547. It appears to be no return on their investments in Trump's lies. So even Fox News is hitting the road on the bullshit of MAGA. This will be in my description box under Fox is in a hole.
Fox News sycophants are not able to defend Donald Trump's moves. And that's where we are now. They have on their D team here, but they are struggling. They are reaching and they are struggling to defend Trump when it comes to this war against Iran. They accidentally let some truth out here, which I'm sure they'll regret later if the big guy happens to watch this segment. But listen to this. Here we go.
In order to get that straight open, to get the insurance companies confident to work with these ships, to calm the nerves and get oil prices down, you need the deal. So that's what we were looking for, and hopefully that's what we got.
But to that point, if that's all we get is the straight open, then we'd be back to where we started before we started the conflict. So you have to get the enriched uranium, you have to get a deal that includes removing that aspect of the nuclear ambitions. Otherwise, I don't know if you can walk away and say we have a win. It feels like we're back to square one.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be an important component. We know the president is very, very strict on that point. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. So I think that any deal is going to include that. I don't think it's going to be enough just for the strait.
I agree.
I
Without
don't know
that,
if that's a full win.
Yeah, no deal.
Yeah, and we're back to where we started.
Well, I got bad news for all of y'all. There is a 0% chance that any sort of deal would include nuclear stuff. 0. And I know that because Iran has repeatedly said that. You know when there was a nuclear deal on the table? A couple hours before Israel and the U.S. illegally attacked Iran. They were willing to do 0 enriched uranium. 0. But that's off the table now that we illegally attacked them and started carpet bombing their civilian infrastructure and killing innocent people. Now that deal's off the table. But for Fox News to even say, yeah, bro, this isn't a win unless you get these things. I mean, they're right. They're right. Now, having said that, though, the best...
Having said that, this link is in my description box. Go over there and check out Kyle Kulinski. I would suggest you subscribe. This is in my description under a fox is in a hole. H-O-L-E. A hole. They have dug themselves into a hole. So there is a couple of more things. Do we want to hear? You got to let me know if you want to hear this big J.D. Vance performance about fraud. I saw Stephen Miller sitting in there. I see several unknown people sitting in there. Your president put J.D. Vance in charge of fraud.
Elon Musk's baby mother...
The fraud department. So do we want to go and see what he's talking about? Why don't we?
Elon Musk's baby mother and, of course, former MAGA insider Ashley St. Clair.
We covered that on Thursday, I believe. Yes, we covered that on Thursday. Oh, do I have the wrong thing? No, maybe not. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Here we are. How many minutes late? Over 22 minutes late.
Good. Thank you all for being here. Please take a seat. Okay, so what we're going to do is make some introductory remarks from me, from Andrew Ferguson, and from Stephen Miller, and then we'll kick out the press and have the real conversation. But first, let me say thanks to all of you for being here. Very gratified and proud of the fact that we have 15 different state AG offices represented here today who are focused on helping us in combating fraud all over our government. And let me be very brief here about what we're trying to do here. So one of the things we've realized in combating fraud is that the resources of the federal government, while vast, can be...
So he's Elon Musk He's filling in for Elon Musk. I thought that all of the waste, fraud, and abuse was covered under Elon Musk. Oh, did Elon Musk get fired? Was he a failure? Elon Musk didn't even uncover the fraud that was going on in Minnesota that they want you to believe. He couldn't because that fraud had already been investigated and prosecuted. But they pretended like this fraud that was going on in Minnesota was brand new fraud. Well, you didn't. If it was brand new fraud in Minnesota that was going on, how come Elon Musk didn't uncover that?
Supplemented and aided by a lot of the people who know best what's happening in their states, which is the attorneys general represented here today. And they have a lot of legal resources. They have a lot of prosecutorial resources. And of course, they have the desire to prevent fraud as much as we do. And so I appreciate these leaders for being here because we're going to work together.
I'm curious if these attorney generals from these states, are they going to be red states only? Will we only see red states attorney generals show up? This is just... I'm going to drop the link. I don't even want to hear from J.D. Vance. I do not want to hear from Stephen Miller. I apologize. I can't do it. The link is in my description box. I'm going to drop the link here for you. If you want to go over there and watch it, I just can't do it. I just refuse. This is something that I would have to watch in double time and come back and if there are any highlights of these low lives that needs to be talked about, I will. Exactly. They forget that America was not founded on any white Christian doctrine. This white supremacist that doctrine that they are trying to pretend is a God-fearing religion. This Christian nationalist religion that they are trying to make believe that they are any better than any other religion. You guys are on a roll. Let me see what you guys are talking about. I can't endure this bullshit for 2 minutes. I can't either. Just the start of his voice, I was just like, you know what? I can't. I really, really can't. I cannot do J.D. Vance. That guarantees a no. They will have internal discord. I think you are responding to myself asking, will there be any attorney generals from blue states there? Yes. The Abraham Accords magically were added after Trump talked to Netanyahu. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt that. I noticed that the people answering to over 2+ years conflict, if answered in polls, it might be a longer. I noticed the people answering to over +2 years conflict. What 2-year conflict? I must have missed exactly what you're talking about. Thank you for being here, Abo. Abula. Thank you for being here, Abula Rock. I'm way behind. I apologize. Oh, Ellen, she told you fix yourself. Fix your face, Ellen. She said, Ellen, you better fix yourself. What do you mean by Israel is a democracy? If you don't go sit your silly ass down somewhere with that bullshit, those cases have already been prosecuted. All you're. How come Doge didn't discover that $17 billion that was stolen? It would have made up for all of the inadequacies that inadequate the inadequate 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 the shortcomings of Doge. It would have made up for that. The inadequate Doge. If they had found that $17 billion that you speak of, it would have been a damn near half of the money that they allegedly found. That was waste, fraud, and abuse. That was shortly over. Your president or went on to create a far more waste, fraud, and abuse by asking for billions and billions of dollars to benefit himself, his new Qatar airplane, giving away billions of dollars to the January 6ers, but you don't have anything to say about that. You don't have anything to say about those billions. But you want to allege that where are all of these billions that they found in Minnesota? And who found these billions in Minnesota? Was it the Biden administration that actually prosecuted this? Was it the Biden administration that prosecuted something that you want to pretend like that was found in this administration? If you don't get the fuck out of my face, by the time the fraud in Minnesota was talked about, these people had already, some of them had already received their sentences, and some of them were receiving their sentences the week of. And against all popular lies that was spilled out by the Trump administration of calling all of this fraud Somali fraud, this fraud was started by none other than a white Karen. But you don't hear that much. They have you so mad about it because they're not telling you that a white woman it was the ringleader of all of that fraud in Minnesota. But you're mad at black people because they know you are simple-minded, and they know that your mind is so simple that all you have to do is infer that a black person committed the crime, and you dumb MAGA people will run with it. So there is that. Let me see. If there's anything else I wanted to share with you. Yeah, I want to share this with you. Why not? Why not? Let me share this with you. Have you ever visited your ancestors? Someone got an invitation to visit their ancestors. Just say to me what you said to a black woman, and got an invitation to visit their ancestors. Have you guys heard about this? This white attorney who was in court and called a black woman a nigger. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the energy we need to be on collectively while dealing with these races. They are cowards, and their bark is always bigger than their bite. They flourish in packs and in flocks, and never a one-on-one or two. And I love seeing a man check another man on behalf of a woman, and Candace Matthews, Dr. Candace Matthews is always standing on business effortlessly and getting the saltines together. Okay, so let me share this with you. Oh, I am sharing this with you. Let's get on to this.
I swear for God, I'll make you taste the ancestors.
Me too.
You a coward. Call that black woman the N-word. You a real coward,
Why
man.
would you
We'll
do
get you
that?
inside.
Now, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I guarantee you wouldn't do it in front of me.
Come on. Come
I
on.
know. In fact, I know you won't. Say the N-word in front of me.
Come on. Go on in there.
And I'll give you a taste of everything for the ancestors.
Go on
Say
in
it. Say it in front of me. I dare you to say it. It's Quanell X, but you'll learn it real well today.
Yeah.
Say it. I bet you won't say a word in my face. See, you talk to black women like that by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You intimidate black women by themselves. But a black man, you won't open your goddamn mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I dare you to say it.
Mm-hmm. That hearing aid.
I dare you to say it.
Mm-hmm. That hearing aid.
Look at him motioning to obviously some cop, like, you see this, don't you? You see this. You're witnessing this, aren't you? Yeah, we're witnessing you shutting the fuck up. We're witnessing you not using the nigger word to someone who tells you have the permission to do it.
Yeah, shit, get your old ass about. Run around with your bald head ass, you old spike little face looking bitch. But I ain't playing with you.
Get your old ass in there. You get your bald head in there. You old spot face liver looking bitch. Did y'all see that? So there we have, this is in, I believe, this is somewhere in Texas. I do believe that it is Harris County because I know that Cornell and Dr. Candace Matthews usually do protests and stand up with defendants in the Texas area. I cannot guarantee you that this is Harris County, Texas, but watch this. A police officer goes inside, has not been taught to be a decent human being, does not know how to act indoors with his big Stetson on. Would you watch who raised these people? It's in their nature. They are raised to be savages. Will we see him going? Will we see him going to court? Will he take off his hat?
We're not bringing them to that courtroom, okay? All right.
No, and he's met by another olive colored man who is to sit in the courtroom with his full Stetson on. Who raised these animals? They're animals.
No, let's go inside.
But look who was raised right. Let's see who was actually raised right. Did you see Dr. Candace? Yeah, she was wearing a Stetson as well, but she was raised right. She know that you do not go into businesses or especially courtrooms with your hat on. She's not an animal. Let's watch this one more time.
Are we going? Yeah, I'm camera.
No. He's gonna roll on one of my.
Mr. Nigga right here. Yeah, that's your ass.
So you don't want like saying
you
N-word,
want
right?
like call people niggas.
You gonna call it? You gonna call it N-word today? I bet you won't call it in front of a black man like that.
I bet you won't call
in
me
fact,
no nigga.
let me help you. You call a black woman N-word, call me that.
No, call me.
I dare you to do it. I swear for God, I'll make you taste the ancestors.
Me too.
You a coward. Call that black woman the N-word. You a real coward,
Why
man.
would you
We'll
do
get you
that?
inside.
Now, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I guarantee you wouldn't do it in front of me.
Come on.
I know. In fact, I know you won't. Say the N-word in front of me.
Come on. Go on in there.
And I'll give you a taste of everything for the ancestors.
Go on
Say
in
it. Say it in front of me. I dare you to say it. It's Quanell X, but you'll learn it real well today.
Yeah.
Say it. I bet you won't say that word in my face. See, you talk to black women like that by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You intimidate black women by themselves. But a black man, you won't open your goddamn mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I dare you to say it.
Mm-hmm. That hearing aid.
I dare you to say it.
Mm-hmm. That hearing aid is shit. Get your old ass about. Run around with your bald head ass, you old spike little face looking bitch. But I ain't playing with you.
Well, just in case you didn't see that, I wanted to bring that to you. Oh, there is another interesting story that I also want to bring to the forefront for you. The New York Giants star quarterback. He is under fire because 45-47 went to New York to have a rally that was not represented by very many people, but the he is in his second year at the New York Giants quarterback. And he decided that it was a good time for him to pop up and talk about how Donald Trump, he supported Donald Trump and all of this and all of that. Where's Laura Ingraham to tell him to shut up and just throw your football? She's nowhere. New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart was on hand Friday to briefly introduce 45-47 as he campaigned in the Empire State on behalf of Representative Michael Lawler. What an honor, he said. I am quoting, what an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. Dart told the crowd in Suffolk after leading them in a Giants chant, and nobody joined him in this Giant chant. He looked quite silly in doing this Giants chant. Shit. Where is the... I don't want to register for free. I read the whole thing. Let's hear it for ourselves. And he's been getting a pushback. Did I lie?
What an honor, what a privilege it is to be.
Did I lie?
Yeah. Big Blue Nation. What's up? Yeah. Look, Big Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I gotta start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love it if y'all would follow with me. Go Big Blue. Go Big Blue. Go Big Blue. Go Big Blue. What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado.
Oh my goodness. What the fuck?
What are they?
That's the head of your. That's the head of your Health and Human Services. Wrangling snakes with his bare hands that he don't know what breed they are. Hopefully, they are vipers or some type of cottonmouth viper. Since he doesn't know. Let me skip this ad. Bit. I don't want to see that.
You've served our country.
Let me see.
Jesus, the mouths are huge.
Oh god. Let me find. Let me find this article again. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me find the article again. New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart under fire. New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart is facing significant backlash after agreeing to introduce President 45-47 at a campaign rally at Rockland Community College in Suffolk, New York. What happened? Dart, the Giants' 25th overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft, was introduced was introduced to the crowd as grateful, honored, and pleased to present Trump, who was endorsing U.S. Representative Mike Lauer. At the event, uh, the White House rapid response account shared footage of the. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The White House rapid response account shared footage of the moment, which quickly went viral. Fans and let me read it off. Fans and media reaction. Social media outrage. Many fans accused Dart of hate or watch forever and questioned why a rookie quarterback will be at a political rally. Sports radio criticism. WFAN Craig Carton called a once in a lifetime opportunity, but warned Dart to learn to say no and to focus on proving himself on the field before embracing a superstar lifestyle. Public sentiment. Some fans felt that the move was inappropriate for a young player still enabling himself, while others offended it as a personal choice. So, there is one more comment that struck me as very interesting. Dart has acknowledged that honor of introducing Trump, but has not publicly addressed the backlash. He entered his second NFL season with 2,272 passing yards, 487 rushing yards, and 24 total touchdowns in 2025. The Giants entered their 26th season under a new head coach, John Harbaugh, and the quarterback situation remains competitive with a veteran Russell Wilson also on the roster. I didn't know Russell Wilson is on the roster. Darth offhand actions have amplified scrutiny, especially in New York, where public figures are closely watched. Bottom line, Darth's political rally appearance has turned into a major off-field controversies, with fans and media debating whether it is a career move or a misstep for the rookie quarterback. There is the new draft pick. I believe he was a first round draft pick. I do want to be sure. I had something to say about this. Let me see. I don't know if I can find it. I'll probably find it. Abul Carter is his name. Do you guys know about Abul Carter? Obviously, I am not a rabid football fan. So all of this, I just stumbled upon this. It seems like Abul Carter took issues with Jax, the quarterback. Let me see. Okay, former MVP blasts Giants Abdul Carter over Jackson Dart. Donald posts Carter generated headlines when he took to social media to share what seems to be a negative reaction to a video showing second-year quarterback Dart introducing President Trump at a recent event in New York. So I thought I wanted more of that story. I can't find it. I apologize. I had it up there, and for some reason it went behind a paywall, and I don't want to spend that much time looking for it. The new coach said that he obviously made the right choice despite the fans' feelings about it. There's that. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's move on. If you guys didn't know about that, there's some controversy. The new guy who was drafted in this year with the Giants came out and said something like, "Fuck you, bitch. What's wrong with you? Supporting this motherfucker." Now, if you guys are unaware what happened with the flotilla that went to Israel, let me show you what they did to the people who were trying to bring food and medicine to Israel, to Palestine, and the Israeli army stopped them. They beat them. They held them captive. Has been reported that 2 women were violently SA'd, and even Benjamin Netanyahu has came out and said, "This isn't who we are." And what you need to know is this guy who is in this video is a part of Israeli security forces. This man right here. Let's get into this. If you guys haven't seen this,
has sparked international condemnation, even condemnation from his own prime minister, Netanyahu, who criticized Ben-Gvir's actions. Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador under Trump, who is a staunch Israel ally, called this video, quote, despicable. There has been rapid and furious condemnation from countries across the world, from Canada to Netherlands to Spain, Ireland, and Germany, many of whom have summoned their diplomats, according to The Guardian. The video is despicable and horrific, and there is large-scale international outrage over the actions of this far-right minister in Israel. His name is Ben-Gvir. He's also the same one that wore the noose pin, if you recall, after passing that death penalty law for Palestinians. I'll have more updates for you soon. Follow along for more. We at Serious News right now, what you're watching is a video posted by Israel's far-right national security minister, Ben-Gvir, right there, showing Israeli security forces abusing flotilla activists. These international activists were detained on a flotilla sailing to Gaza. And this video posted by Ben-Gvir, who's right there, has sparked international condemnation, even condemnation from his own prime minister.
Now let's be real clear. What he's talking about, the noose, his wife presented him a birthday cake with a noose on the cake. All of the members of this parliament that was going in to vote had a little lapel pin shaped as fashioned as a noose. It was a metal pin that was shaped as a noose. There's no other way to put it. Why is this important? Because they were having some vote that would declare all prisoners that Israel had to be able to be hung, but not a death penalty for all Palestinian prisons that are in Israeli jails. And they all wore their pin. They was spewing champagne and rejoicing as if this was a good thing. And are we supposed to pretend like we didn't know anything about this? And then the audacity of these people on these flotillas to have the nerve to try to bring food and medicine to the Palestinian people, and this is what they were met with. If you are unaware about this, Ben-Gvir's he recently had a birthday, and his wife and him showed off the birthday cake, and what was inscribed in the icing on the cake, a noose. They wanted to make sure they showed you how happy they were about this big old noose taking up the whole of his cake. They're relishing in this genocide in Gaza. But then the actual he is actually in charge of the prisons where they're holding these people. Let me see if I can get a bigger picture of this. Let me get a let me see. Here we go. Here we go. If you didn't hear about this story, I will share this story with you here as well. Both of these are in my description box. I just wanted you to understand the brutality of our alleged partner, our alleged friend and ally, Israel. What is going on? Did you see this happen? You may have saw a little bit this weekend on your for-profit media, but I really want you to be clear about what has been going on.
Were on board a flotilla heading to Gaza have been deported from Israel. And they've been speaking about how they say they were treated after being detained by Israeli authorities. Katrina Graham from Ireland spoke to Sky News once she had arrived in Istanbul.
So we had been kidnapped in international waters. We were kept for about 2 days on what we're calling a prison boat that was set up especially for this purpose. There were 2 prison boats that were used. We know that on one of the prison boats, pretty much everybody that went through was brutalized as they were being brought into the main area of the prison boat. So there was huge levels of physical violence. Multiple people got shot. We've already had reports of at least 15 sexual assaults, at least 30 broken bones, concussions, broken clavicles, broken ribs. And the reality is that we know this is nothing compared to what Palestinian people face every single day.
We've asked the Israeli authorities for a response to these allegations. We're yet to hear back. Some activists were taken to hospital in Istanbul for treatment. Photos posted online showed bruises and injuries consistent with being hit by rubber bullets. Turkish media reported that some had suffered from fractured ribs as well as injuries from electric shocks or tasers. And flotilla organisers have claimed to us that many people did have broken ribs.
I was immediately grabbed by 5 IDF or police officers, Israeli police officers. They put my head down and started beating me. One of them had gloves on with hardened.
Okay, so somebody was in my chat earlier talking about the UN has laws about international waters and trying to make a point about the Iranians securing the Strait of Hormuz during wartime. But let's be real clear about what waters this flotilla was captured in. This flotilla was hundreds of miles away. It's reported to have been hundreds of miles away from any Israeli waters. This ship was captured in international water, is being reported. So we can be clear on any of this. What is and what about isms and you ain't saying international waters.
Plastic, and he started punching my face and swelled shut.
We have been beaten, every single one of us has been beaten with electric shocks. We have all over our body bruises. Many people have broken ribs. Many people cannot walk. And then after that, they went us to prison, and it was the most barbaric experience I have ever lived.
Katrina Graham was the woman seen in a video shouting at the far-right Israeli politician Itamar Ben-Gvir as he berated the activists while in Israeli detention. She then had her head shoved to the ground.
And when I saw Ben-Gvir passing us by when we were being processed at Ashdod Port, I did not want to stay silent in the face of everything that he has done that is absolutely horrific to the Palestinian people. So raised my voice and said free Palestine, and immediately there was a very rough crackdown and I was dragged away into isolation.
Ben-Gvir's actions have been widely condemned, including by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, by the governments of Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, and even the...
If we want to believe that Netanyahu condemns his actions, he would be taken out of his position of power, period. let's
Trump administration, normally the most steadfast defenders of Israel.
There's a lot of statements coming out from Netanyahu and others acting as though Ben-Gvir is some kind of isolated incident. And the reality is he is a symptom. He is not the entire cancer here. He is a part of an entire system that has existed in this way for far too long.
These flotillas began with the intention of breaking the blockade of Gaza, getting food and aid to the people there. But now they've become more of a general protest against Israel's treatment of the Palestinian population.
Okay, this link is in my description box under outrage or fake outrage. That is the question. Did you guys hear about that? I'm pretty sure you guys. Now, I had heard that they were two people. And when I say people, just because they were SA doesn't guarantee that these were women, because we have heard multiple reports of men being SA'd by the Israeli guards and army. So let's be real clear. I heard that it was two, but this woman who was there said that she has heard up to 15 have been SA'd. So I just would be remiss if I didn't give you that information. Oh my God. Yeah, there's that. But let me remind you guys that they are symptoms of Israeli society. They are the norm. Well, we see it for what it is. People can see it and try to pretend like, oh no, it's not that. It's not what your eyes see. Israel couldn't commit genocide without the U.S., its political cover, and its weapons. Exactly. Okay, so I wanted to be sure that I covered that. I think it would be more difficult to open one global government than one global corporation in shadows. But I think that we are being ruled by a all of these nations. You know how they say that there are a certain a finite number of people that are making decisions about what every region of the world will endure or put upon the other regions of the world. And these are the most powerful people in the United States. Some people think that that's propaganda. Some people think that this is absolutely real and has been real for centuries and decades. So you can. Thank you so much for giving the live stream a thumbs up indeed. Please thumbs up the video. Transnational capitalist elite, i.e., the bankers. Yes, we've heard about that. If you have not yet watched the movie Leave the World Behind, I think it was co-produced by Barack and Michelle Obama. That is not why I want you to see it, because I was surprised that they had anything to do with the exactly. But I want you guys, if you get an opportunity to watch the movie on Netflix, or it should be on Netflix or Amazon, Leave the World Behind. Please watch that. And come back and tell me what you think. Have you guys seen that movie, Leave the World Behind? Can I get any answers in the chat? So the other thing that I have been talking about for years were these millionaire mansion bunkers. Very scary. Aurora Steels, you have got to watch the movie Leave the World Behind. Uh, uh, Ebola Ebola Raw. You have got to watch the movie. I have been telling you guys constantly for the past couple of weeks. Please watch Leave the World Behind. Let me see if I can find the trailer for Leave the World Behind. Because I don't like to give up the movie. The gist of the movie, in my opinion, is basically that the United States could be really uh, attacked without one a weapon being fired at the United States, and all the destruction that would happen in the United States would come from us, each other, destroying each other. And that is a very a small part of the movie because it does hint on a few people meeting every so many years and making decisions. So please let me see if I can find a trailer. Let me see. It's on Netflix now. Uh, Julia Roberts is in it. Uh, 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 Quite a few people are in it. Um, and it plays on a lot of different things. A black man, he rents out his country estate. It's not a really estate. It's a country home. It's one of these newer homes. It's a big home. I wouldn't call it an estate. He rents out his country home to a couple that's living in a shoebox in New York City, even though the husband has a good job and New York City is so expensive. So when they get to this country home, something is going on with the internet and they can't get the internet going. And then so nighttime comes and this black guy and someone who he says is his daughter. The black guy is real dark skinned, and the daughter is kind of light skinned, or with the what some black people call good hair, curly hair, light texture hair. And they are suspect, and they are like, he says, "Excuse me, something is wrong with the bridge, and I can't get back into the city. I own the home, and I need to stay here for the night." And they're looking at him like, "Motherfucker, are you kidding me? You don't own this home." And he passes a couple of questions, and he tells them who they are because you sent your application to me to rent my motherfucking home, bitch. So they are all taken aback and like treating them like the black people in their own home. They're being treated like a motherfucker on the street that you have to keep your eye on and hide your purse. They're being treated like that in their own home. But then it gets so much bigger. They deal with that aspect. They deal with a lot of worldly aspect. Let me show you. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you the clip. I may have to take this clip out. Harlem Nights. You are a liar. Oh, you notice. Thanks for noticing. Hit the like button. Obviously, you like liars. So I'm glad I could make you scream. Hit the like button in the midst of your screaming. Let's watch the trailer, shall we?
They rented us a beautiful house out by the beach. I figured.
Okay, it's important to know that Kevin Bacon character, they go over to Kevin Bacon's house because Kevin Bacon has been stockpiling water, medicine, and all of these things. They thought that Kevin Bacon character in that town, they thought he was a weirdo. But then something happens to Julia Roberts' son, Tooth, and they wonder where can we go to get medication, and then they have to go to Kevin Bacon's house. And this is why I tell you to make sure you prepare yourself for an emergency. These are the things that I'm not over here begging you for to do anything for me. I'm begging you to do something for yourselves because when the Kevin Bacon character agrees to sell them some pain medication because this kid's tooth got knocked out, the only thing that the black character has is $100. Their parents don't even have cash; they have all their money on cards. So the black guy says, "Do you have change?" You know, the same black guy that they are skeptical as they are staying in his house, and they have him staying in the basement of his own house. I'd have put they ass in the basement, and I'd have had all access to my whole motherfucking house. But I digress. So uh the only thing he had was $100 bill. Do you think that Kevin Bacon said, "Oh yeah, I have change"? No, he took the $100 bill. This is the reason why I tell you to make sure you have small denominations of cash, because when you are really in a bind to get something, you that's the only thing that you are going to have to barter with. Please watch this movie. Please watch this movie. It's very informative. It sneaks up on you. You see all of those Teslas that she was running away from. You see that there was an outage all across of the United States of America. And what is the big thing about these Teslas? They're supposed to be what? Self-driving. They self drove themselves off of the car lot and blocked this bridge so no one could leave this town. Those self-driving Teslas. And that's why everybody happened to be stuck because of technology. You know, this thing that they don't want to control, this technology. So please watch this movie. I think there's another a preview that may be different. Let me see. I think this one is different. It could be the same. Let's see. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. And go watch Leave the World Behind. I tell you, there is no better time than the present to understand that a lot can happen. It really wasn't that scary. It was more informative than it was scary. It's really not scary. You have been listening to me, especially you, Very Carrie. Please go watch that movie. Um, that's all I can tell you. 80% of the world internet. Let me see what you're saying. 80% of the world internet cable running through the Persian Gulf. So internet could go down if someone pisses off the wrong people. Just internet hacked globally. And not only is the internet hacked globally, the things like your water grid, your energy grid, these things can be hacked remotely. The things that your water system feeds water into your home. This is why these are some of the things that I put on my shopping list for you to please take advantage of. These generators that you need in the case of a storm or a power outage, your electricity is on a grid. It could shut down. And gas prices is high as hell, and there is expected a gas shortage if the Strait of Hormuz is not open by July. There is an expected gas shortage anyway. So why wouldn't you spend the money to secure a solar generator for you and your families? Because to get a good one that is going to run a lot of appliances in your home, you could pay between $2,000 and $4,000. However, you wouldn't be living by a motherfucking candle in a tin can. This is why I try to give you the information. This is why I try to give you the options of things that you need to do to secure yourself, because you can trust and believe these rich people have already secured themselves, their wealth, rooms for their painting, rooms for their wall, rooms that won't let their artwork be diminished or destroyed. And you guys are some of you guys, not all of you guys. A lot of people are not paying attention to what's going on. They'll rather pay attention to bullshit. I have been talking about this for years on my channel. Years. While billionaires have bunkers that are reported to be able to give them fresh air and clean water for up to 30 years living underground in their bunkers. Now, well, who's to say if this air filtration system, or this water filtration system conks out 15 minutes after they go under? I don't know. But these are the type of things that they have been working on for themselves. Did you know that they have not been working on it for you? No, they don't give a fuck about you. They hope you die. Okay, so anyway. People need to be prepared for the worst. Facts, but not everyone secured for money. But then in that case, you're going to have to learn a different type of survival skills. People in the hills, these people who have been building their shelters underground for years, for decades. People have always been preparing for this. You are going to have to understand what natural remedies that there are, what natural plants that you can eat, because a lot of you are not prepared. A lot of you don't have a emergency kit. Emergency kits have been a part of my family since I was 12 or 13 years old. And replenishing your emergency kit, making sure you have batteries for things that you need batteries for. All of these types of things. Replenishing the food once or twice a year. You have to be prepared. All of these tech bros have bunkers. Alex Karp is right next to Jared Kushner's, and it is reported that Mark Zuckerberg is creating one of the biggest ones in Hawaii. Food, batteries, weapons, water, etc. People need to have survival skills. Exactly. And if you don't have a purifying system, you need to be able to understand how you can purify water, rainwater with charcoal and sand and gravel. You need to understand this stuff. If you don't, you die. It's one way or another. You'll die, or you'll get robbed or killed by somebody. You see all of these people talking about we black people, we know how to survive. You don't know how to do a goddamn thing. Half of you don't know how to do a goddamn thing. We know how to share food. Y'all don't share shit. You motherfuckers are the same motherfuckers that want to come out and brag and show off what you got. Look at me, I'm unique. I got it on sale somewhere. Where'd you get it on sale for? I'll take you out there. I'll take you out there when you want to go. You motherfuckers don't share shit with nobody but a bunch of bullshit. But See how that continues to work out for you. I'm pretty sure the same thing that would happen in the trailer park. It would be the same thing that happens in the ghetto. I'm pretty sure the same thing would happen there. You understand? You need to learn how to make fire. Yes, batteries won't work for long. Back to torches, exactly. And those wind up radios that don't even use batteries, because they will have the transistor that would allow you to pick up any slight signal, any type of emergency signal anyway. So, urban warfare. Learn to fish. There, yes, and there are a lot of different YouTube videos. There are a lot of different books that tells you how to do some of these survival skills. I'm very serious because it doesn't seem like anybody in our administration is taking the American people's needs seriously, including the American people. So until you start taking your needs seriously, I just want you to very well understand that the billionaires have already set up their doomsday scenario, and they will still be living in mansions. You think they're going to let you in? You think they're gonna worry about what you? They're gonna send you over like they did in the Hurricane Katrina. They're gonna send you to the Superdome and tell you have at it. Good luck to you. That's what they have for you. The Superdome. Most major cities only have enough food for 3 days in their stores. You are absolutely correct. Most, if you are to go and say it's an emergency, most cities, you can only go and even if you and it's there obviously is going to be a big run on food. If you have nothing to protect yourself with, do you think that these people who don't have access to food, water, or whatever, do not think that they are going to be looking for the people who may have it? If you don't have anything to protect yourself with, uh, oh well, oh well, you've been warned. Do you think in the cases of emergency, how many times have I told you that like during COVID that uh, certain stores in certain states would only allow you to buy one box of 12 to 15 little insertions that the little things that you insert into your personal protection. You could only buy one box a day or a week during COVID because they wanted to make sure they didn't run out for everyone else. Uh, what do you think is going to happen? Uh, what do you think is going to happen this time? I'm just curious. So I just try to give you the information. You have your learned experiences as well. So pay attention. Wake up. Wake up, William. Wake up. It's time to be your own gladiator. Wake up, William. Wake up. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up, people. That's all I got. Yes, Michael Wilbur. Exactly. Please remember to like, subscribe, and comment. I'm living in suburban. I don't see my neighbors to loot me, but I can see the city people uh, close to walk 1 hour. Listen, you must be living in a rural area. Even in suburban areas, you should be able to see your neighbors frequently. You must mean you live in a rural area. I can imagine. I'm not waiting, but something has to happen eventually. America would have to save us. We have no pop-house in the rest of the West. Oh, please. Please. America is going to be looking to be saved by you. So, one can of peaches for 2 rolls of barter, the barter system. One can of peaches for 2 rolls of toilet paper. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. At that point, is toilet paper even a necessity? Is toilet paper? It may be. It may be. They say one person needs between 5 and 8 gallons of water a day. Do you know how much 5 to 8 gallons of water a day is? Do you know that you cannot? This is so much BS. Okay, well, hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button on your way out. No one's forcing you to be here. But we know. So this is the typical look of the person that would want you to believe that this is BS. This is the typical person. Look at the picture of this person, and please understand that they would like you to believe that this is BS. This character of a character. I can't say the word character of a person would like you to believe that you do not need any of this. And when you realize that the average person that looks like this person, they already have their way out planned. So please. I got tuna and chicken check from the state of Washington say for $50 weird but in cash. Wait a minute. I got tuna and chicken, a check from the state of Washington state for $50. What during COVID or what? Vic, have your options to go somewhere else. Get tuna and water. Have your options to go somewhere else. This is what AI is for. They are telling you what they're going to do. Gaza woke up the world that they will control us and the cops work for them. If it didn't wake up the world, it should have woken up the world. It's the simple fact that you hear so many dummies walking around here talking about what's going to happen after AI take all of the jobs that they are telling you that they are going to take. And you have these people walking around where they're going to have to give us some universal income because what will we do? They're going to have to give us, but strangely enough, the people who are at the forefront of AI and are telling you they're taking your jobs and telling you that they're doing that, you never have ever heard any of them, not one of them, say, well, since we're taking the jobs from the people, we're going to have to figure in how the people will survive. We're going to have to figure how the people will have any income to buy anything. So you think because they created AI that therefore now all of a sudden everything in the world is going to be free to you? No, it's not. These people are about getting their money. If they wanted to pay you, they wouldn't have created ways to take your jobs. So they don't want to pay you to do the job, but they want to pay you to sit at home and not do a job. And if that was the case, how much value would they put on you who are sitting at home doing absolutely nothing? Is that how they will get their slaves back in the fields? Is that how they would get you back in households, being nannies and things like that? The only thing that you can do that AI has not taken over, well, shit, AI may take over being a nanny, but AI ain't gonna be in them hot ass fields. Oh, nobody want to be in them hot ass fields. So, anyway, Just a thought. They'll control when you work, who works, what you can buy, who you can associate with. You are absolutely correct. Now, I already talked about this app that they are presenting. This app is supposed to be where you can. They try to make it seem like, oh, it's good. It'll help you. You can just load up your resume, and AI it will choose places where they're gonna submit your application to. So what you're telling me is that I'm going to load up my resume and all of my information, but I'm not going to be able to choose where I apply for a job. AI is going to choose where I apply for a job. Now, they also inserted AI into your job as low as jobs like working at Walmart. Walmart tested out this AI to see how many jobs that they can give in the whole facility of Walmart, from accounting to every other job that is in Walmart, to pushing the carts back inside. They have Walmart has allowed them to be the test case for AI in everything, every type of job position that Walmart has. So, do you think that they are going to be worried about you? The audacity of these idiots to say that, oh, well, they're going to have to be some standard wage. What do you think that wage would be? When there was a report out that AI will be determining the worth of humans, determining what your worth is. What do you think that AI is going to determine your worth to be? I'm curious. Anyway, even Orwell couldn't have imagined them listening to us in our homes. That's why I never got no Siri. That's not why I have never got any of that shit. To be honest, it would make more sense that they want to keep the minerals for their lineage, not for random. They don't. Their lineage is going to have everything they need because what is going to happen? A lot of people are going to lose their lives. Why do you think they're not concerned about health care? They're not worried about their lineage because their lineage is going to have their own private doctors, like they already have their own private doctors that comes to them. Do you think they're going to be worried about your lineage? 4547 has gone back to Walter Reed Medical Center. Do you think that when these rich people who need to actually go out to other type of medical facility, that they are not going to be able to do it and be protected while doing it? And do you think they are even going to have to go out? Do you think that all of this AI that they are creating is they're not going to create anything that would benefit them, that they can be insulated and secure? Isn't that what 4547 is trying to build under this big beautiful ballroom that he said that would be paid for by donors, that he is asking the public to put $1 billion into this ballroom so he can have the state of the art everything, like this old motherfucker think he gonna live forever? Anyway, Alex Carp fears drones. Yeah, hi, ironic. Humans will become obsolete. We know what happens to obsolete things. Yeah, we know. If you don't know, now you know. Please take a moment to watch Leave the World Behind. I think it is a really, really great watch. And so I appreciate you all for being here. Let me see. Yeah, one last thing I wanted to share. Okay, let's get back into where we are today. This is something that I wanted to share with you. This article as well. I don't know if you guys are into tennis, but this is the article. Oh God, no, that's here it is. Here is the article. Did you guys hear about the Black Party? Naomi Osaka has to defend having a all black party. Are you guys? Did you guys hear about that? Thank you, Aurora. Thank you. I always appreciate the back and forth, and I appreciate you being here. Now, I wanted to talk about this in the game of tennis, no less. Naomi Osaka defends quote unquote black parties at Roland Garros, celebrating who we are will never require an apology. So she got a lot of backlash because she had a all black party for the black people who are in her rung of tennis. And people were very highly insulted. Naomi Osaka used her presence at Roland Garros. They are playing in Paris. I believe it was this week or last week. This week to underline a broader social message beyond tennis results. After hosting what she described as a black party, dinner involving several players from the tour. The gathering includes figures such as Coco Gauff, Gal Monfils, Taylor Townsend, Christopher Eubanks, and Asia Muhammad. So there was problems with it. The post quickly circulated on social media after Ashama shared an image from the dinner, framing it as a moment of connection among black players on the professional circuit. Her wording, however, triggered discussions online, with some questioning the framing of race-specific gatherings within an increasingly globalist sport. Let me see. Globalized sport. Okay, let me see. Okay, Oshaka addressed the reaction directly through a series of written posts and later in her pre-tournament press conference in Paris. She defended both the intent and the context of the dinner, arguing it reflected lived experience rather than exclusionary practices. It's like explain yourself, half nigger. The four-time Grand Slam champion is preparing for her first round match at the French Open against Laura Sigmund, where she hopes to improve her results on clay courts. She also took the opportunity to meet several of her peers at an event that has sparked criticism and mixed reaction on social media. A dinner framed as a representation, not exclusion. Osaka first introduced the gathering on social media, describing it as her first experience co-hosting a dinner. She emphasized the atmosphere rather than the optics, positioning it as a shared space among peers who have navigated similar path in professional tennis. Now, that is a distinct group of people. Black professionals who have navigated the tennis world that does not have a lot of black professionals in it. It has exploded in recent years of the actual numbers who are sharing the court at the same time. On the court at the same time. So she wanted to celebrate it because they have a common shared experience. And since we all here together, that doesn't happen very often. Usually there's one isolated player in the whole course of tennis for years and years and years. One or two isolated players. Osaka first interview on social media. Uh, she emphasized the atmosphere rather than the optics, positioning it as a shared space among peers who had navigated similar paths in professional tennis. The post, however, quickly became the focus of a wider debate beyond the tournament itself. The Black Party RG edition. Side note: my first time ever co-hosting a dinner party, and let me tell you, no better company to share time with. It's her post. That was her post. Uh, the Soho House in Paris. This is the picture that she put up. Oh, and people were mad about this. They were mad about it. I don't know why. Why were they mad about it? Okay. In a subsequent post on Threads, she explained on the reasoning behind the gathering, focusing on representation, shared experiences within a sport she described as isolating during her upbringing. She grew up in playing tennis. It was isolating during her upbringing. You also understand that she is the one who pulled out of tennis and said that she needed a mental break. Because she talked about her mental health as well. She framed the dinner as a acknowledgement of visibility rather than separation. Growing up, there wasn't a lot of tennis players I could look up that I could look up to that look like me. Being a minority in a sport like tennis is very isolating, but the positive is that you keep tabs on everyone and that's being blunt. Wait a minute. You keep tabs on everyone and being blunt, she said, you keep tabs on everyone that is black. There's a fellowship of a camaraderie that doesn't need words to describe. You just feel at peace knowing that there is another person who has experienced similar things to you, and you feel less alone. Osaka wrote. She added that the collective presence itself carries symbolic values in tennis, particularly for players from underrepresented backgrounds competing on the sport's biggest stage. The dinner in her framing was an extension of the idea that rather than a departure from it, there is a saying, when you win, I feel like I win too. And while this is true, I also feel like seeing any of us exist in a space that is so clearly not for us is a win in itself. Our present is our present is a present, and I am so grateful for the gift of my peers. I want to thank them for existing and thank them for inspiring. I am so proud and I appreciate everyone who came to the dinner, also the ones who couldn't make it as well, she added. Uh, uh, Here we are. Her and Coco Golf at the 2025 U.S. Open. A decision intensified after social media user questioned whether the framing of the race-specific dinner was appropriate. Osaka addressed the criticism directly during her press conference at Roland Garros, rejecting the idea that the event was exclusionary in intent. She began by acknowledging the online reaction while reaffirming that her perspective is shaped by personal experience, including her identity as a mixed race athlete. You know, I'm seeing a little bit of why can't you love everyone for all of the skin tones? And what if someone had an all white party? First of all, I do love everyone uh, for who they are, no matter their race and ethnicity. I am literally half Japanese. I can only speak from my experience, my own life, though. Through growing up as a tennis player, I didn't see many people that looked like me, and I feel like it is important to celebrate them. What else did she have to say about this? Osaka also referenced historical content within the sport and the broader social environments, arguing that similar gatherings have existed in different forms without generating comparable scrutiny. She questioned the framing of the criticism itself, particularly around racial grouping and celebratory context. Secondly, I feel it is important to note that there have been all white parties and dinners. I don't know how else to tell you this. I literally seen them all the time, and I never had an issue with it all. To people who ask the question, I want to ask you this question: what about the POC getting together that unsettles you so much? And the final thing that I was glad that she talked about in her closing remarks, Osaka referred to personal experiences involving a discrimination faced by her family, using it as part of her justification for why she viewed the dinner as symbolic rather than divisive. I want to end this by saying I grew up watching my dad get discriminated against and having the cops called on him multiple times at the tennis court. There are multiple things that I will apologize for in my life, but celebrating being black and appreciating who we are will never be something I would consider saying sorry for. Thanks. Actually, I lied. I am sorry. I'm sorry for the people who cannot comprehend in their brains that this is not about exclusion. It is a celebration of how far we have come. So if you guys was not aware about that, I just I wanted to share that with you as well. Here you go. All right, guys. Thank you, Michael Wilbur, for being here. Thank you all for being here. Thank my mods for being here, and thank all of you for participating. Please remember to hit the like button, share, and subscribe. The link to that last article is the last link in my description box, and it is also in the chat. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a blessed day. If something pops off broad enough on tomorrow, I may take. No, I'm thinking today is Monday. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a blessed one. Bye bye.